This is a clouds weather alert.
Good Thursday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now with a tornado warning for portions of Liberty County here within our covered area until about 3:15 this afternoon. Right now, that the circulation is over areas off toward the west here, so that's why we're kind of taking our time here now, just coming on because it's still not quite in our area, but it's about to move in here pretty soon. That circulation right now around the community of Kennard. So again, if you're watching from that area there, just to the west, you need to be taking your tornado precautions there in Calhoun County, but also now as you're watching this here in portions of Liberty County around Orange, it's time to go ahead and get in that tornado safe spot as well now, as the circulation is still tight enough, even though it might pass a little off toward the north, but from about Orange toward the north, that's when you need to take your tornado precautions here at this point. So again, a tornado warning in play for Liberty County here within our 62 counties, our far western areas here under this thread that pop up our map. You can see here areas there of Liberty County are centered off toward the west here. So I'll go ahead and just point this out so you guys can kind of get your bearings if you're watching from further off toward the east, just so you guys know as there's a lot going on here today. I know we have severe thunderstorm watches in play for many of our zones, but really, that tornado threat here is trying to come into play right now. So that's why we have to be careful here. So let's go ahead and just look at some of our other maps here. Again, there's your circulation. We'll go back into that here in just a moment, still just outside of the area. But I did mention almost as severe weather if possible. Tornado threat here is something that we're definitely concerned with, but also hail and wind damage here possibilities as being more likely here as we get later on in the timeline versus that tornado threat with these areas stated in pink, indicative of that here. The severe thunderstorm watch toward the west, we posted about that earlier on. That goes into play there until about 7 o'clock Eastern time tonight there. But then toward the east, this got issued here recently. This got issued here recently for areas here in north central Florida, over toward northeast Florida, southeast Georgia here. This goes all the way out until about 10 o'clock. So hail, wind damage, and even isolated tornadoes possibilities here. So you just need to stay weather aware. I know we tweet some stuff there over on Cloud Casey on Twitter there, indicative of this watch coming into play, but we didn't put it on Facebook since we were just wanting to get on the air to give you that tornado warning here, that important information to protect you, your friends, and your family in Liberty County. Again, there's a tornado warning for portions of our 62 counties now, so we have to be on the air to give you guys the latest. It's that red box in our far western reaches here, but the circulation hadn't quite made it there yet, but we're just going to have to watch to see how things evolve on us here over the next little bit. I know there may be some people that live down here even that went through just a terrible day of severe weather 12 years ago today in Alabama, as today is that anniversary of that Tuscaloosa tornado back in 2011, and so many others there, some of those EF5s. So some people might have PTSD, and just to stay calm out there. The threats didn't be anything like that day was. That was a once-in-a-generation event. But still, you need to be taking this seriously and getting in that tornado safe spot here in portions of Liberty County. Again, the circulation right now is still out over Calhoun County, but it's going to be moving in toward Liberty County here pretty soon. So just to break this down for you guys, our border here with the counties is about where I put this red dot. So I'll point it out for you guys. So this red dot right about here, and our spin is still back out here. But we need to get you guys in shelter now. With that tornado warning in play, you need to respect the polygon here if you're in these rural areas in Liberty County. Again, portions of our 62 counties here under this tornado warning here until 3:15 this afternoon. So let's go ahead and go over what you guys need to do with this tornado warning in place. We did not have any tornado warnings in play yesterday in our area, but today a different story. We've already had some tornadic action outside of the area further off toward Panama City, and this is still kind of in their TV market for the time being here. Still kind of in their TV market for the time being, but this is going to be moving into ward areas further off toward the east here pretty soon. So you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a football helmet or bicycle helmet, something along those lines here as you're looking off into toward Liberty County. So again, a dangerous situation for those folks there. You do not want to be messing around here in toward that spot. I mean, because you just never know what could kind of come out of this storm here that we've been talking about. So again, a tornado has been detected on radar right now. It seems like it's tightening up a little bit on our system there. It's still just off toward the west of Florida 71, State Road 71, but I'll go ahead and come back on camera now. And we'll kind of see if there's any type of debris or something like that that might be popping up. I don't really see anything yet, but it feels like it could try to give us a debris signature here pretty soon. We're looking at about 52 one way here on the radar scan, about 28 the other way. That could be about 80 miles per hour worth of rotation. Again, it's just outside of our 62 counties for now, but that's going to change here in short order. You have this hook here on this storm, this sea safe. You just need to be taking it seriously here as this moves on in toward our covered area here pretty soon. Again, you don't want to mess around there. I don't want to take any more time here. If you're in parts of Liberty County, just go ahead and take those tornado precautions. Obviously, in Calhoun and Gulf, if you're under the red box here, you need to be already doing so and already have done so, really. But again, a nasty situation here for sure for some of our friends here in Liberty County. And we're in Stark, so we're far away from this, but we cover 62 counties as we were alluding to. So this is just outside of the area right now, but parts of one of our counties here included in this tornado warning for a tightening circulation here off toward the west. You can see again the greens and reds coming together here on the Doppler radar. If this trend continues, we'll have to extend this warning a little bit further in time and a little bit further east. And now, just for reference here, what if this holds together? What is further east is areas there. Areas like Tallahassee. So that'll be something to watch. That's pretty far down the line still in the overall time setup, that time sequence. But again, we have this storm. We have another storm here we'll be watching from McCulloch County. It's not warned at this point, and it's not showing a whole bunch of wind energy. That's why it has a significant weather advisory. But gust there, it looks like could be a little bit on the higher side, but not necessarily in the severe ranges. They're thinking more half-inch hail at this point would be the threat out of this. So we'll keep watching and keep tracking it. But let's get back up toward the north right now. Again, a tornado warning in play here for portions of Liberty County and also Calhoun and Gulf. Again, those are outside of our area in the central time zone, but Liberty County is in that eastern time zone and within our viewing circle. So just so you guys know, I know it's 2:05 as we get further out toward Kennard. This just passed out toward the east of you now after it moved around you there. Hopefully it didn't cause any damage if you're watching from just outside of the viewing area. But I know on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch here, I mean, you're going to have people watching from all over the country. We cover national threats when they're a bigger deal. This isn't a big enough deal for a national level stream, but for our local area, we have to be on. We have to be on for our local area here, and that is this area off toward Liberty County, and this is headed north. Now, that's really tightening up, folks. That's really looking serious now. At 65 one way and 40, so maybe 45 the other way. That's winds over 100 miles an hour, 110 maybe, is what we're approaching with that wind speed. We may have a debris here, debris signature. I don't see it quite yet, but I feel like the next scan or two, we're going to have a tornado on the ground here, folks. It's probably already on the ground is what I'm trying to say, though. So probably going to have a TDS, a tornado debris signature here at any moment on this, but it's probably already touching down around State Road 71 here in Calhoun County. And again, this is moving into our area into Liberty County, so do not delay. It's headed more north of Orange at this point, I would say. It's pretty rural out here, and we still have a little ways to go in terms of getting into toward our county region, but not too much more. So you just got to be taking your tornado precautions out here right now. We have that yellow box, that's the thunderstorm warning in place. We're getting updates from the Jacksonville office. They're saying we're going to have rounds of downpours here on and off, as we've been kind of talking about here into that weekend. We were thinking maybe Monday, but at least they're saying at this point, based on the latest model guidance, Sunday morning, that seemed more conceivable now. So today's Thursday. We still got days of severe weather potential on and off here, and just nasty weather in general. But this thunderstorm warning goes out until 3:45 for Calhoun and Liberty, a broader area further off toward the north. But right now, that tornado warning is of the most concern here I know we could have 1.5 inch hail in here too, and 60-mile-an-hour winds outside of the tornado, but winds in a tornado could be higher. I'm a little surprised we didn't get a debris signature there, to be quite honest, but this tornado is not too far away from Florida 71 here. Seems like it's taking its time, and its overall movement, they're saying it's moving east at 35. It may not even be moving quite that fast. I know the latest thunderstorm warning update, they plotted the movement here at 25, so that would seem more conceivable. This is moving pretty slow here, so if we did get a tornado touchdown, it might not cover a lot of area and space. If it was on the ground there, even just for a few minutes, it might not move too far, but it actually could do a little more damage if it's moving kind of slow. So we'll just have to continue to watch things here. That's kind of slow here for a tornado in terms of that forward speed and that storm cell in general, and that forward speed associated with that. So again, we have a tornado warning for Liberty County. That's just going to move into toward our area here. This threat over the next few moments. You want to go ahead and take those tornado precautions though right now in Liberty County. Inside, away from windows, put that football helmet on, put that bicycle helmet on, because we could have a tornado headed your way here in short order. So you don't want to mess around there in toward Liberty County there. Again, as we try to give you that latest information to protect you, protect your friends, and you protect your family here on this Thursday afternoon. It's April 27th. 2023. Again, we're just continuing to follow the situation. You see that spin there on the Doppler radar scan, and we just have to continue to watch every view that comes in to assess the scenario to see if things are getting stronger with it or getting weaker. And again, this is still not quite into the covered area. It's still back into Calhoun County, but the tornado warning is set to expire in a few moments for parts of our covered area. It may not even make it quite into Liberty County, really, before the expiration time at this point, but they may very well see a new tornado warning. Based on this, I think they would. I think there's enough here that they would have to at this point in time anyway. 65 one way, 37 the other way, went about 100 miles an hour, so they're not right together like maybe they were on that scan before, but they're very close, and they could easily come back together in one volume scan. So again, we just have to be really careful here in this area. Again, I'm talking about a tornado warning here. You have Liberty County out here, but then you have our possible tornado out toward Calhoun County. So again, they're telling us here in the chat session, meteorologist Wright Dobbs, I actually had him as a TA in a class in college, but he's saying here in National Weather Service Tallahassee that an additional tornado warning is coming for the storm in Calhoun County. They haven't seen any evidence of a tornado touching down, but they're saying this is a very mature circulation and an additional tornado warning is needed. So that's what's going to happen here. A new tornado warning has this been issued. You saw it pop up live on the screen. It's a new tornado warning now for portions of Calhoun and Liberty counties until 3:45. At 3:10 their Eastern time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 9 miles southwest of Bluntstown there, and it's moving northeast at about 20 miles an hour. It'll be not too far away from Bluntstown, around 240, but it may go just south of that and toward more Liberty County. I know Bluntstown there is more toward Calhoun County, but this warning does include parts of Liberty County here within our 62 counties. It's in there. As we watch this movement, it could do something more like this, maybe more like this, and that'd be a threat closer to Bluntstown, but that's just that side technically of our area, but still we're sticking with it because parts of our county zone are under this threat here. One county out of 62 under this tornado warning until about 3:45 now this afternoon. The 3:15 one will go away soon, but again, we're watching this. We're watching every scan here to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. It's really taking its time. I mean, just look at it. There's been sitting just west of that road there for 10 minutes. I mean, more than that even, but last 10 minutes, it just seems like it's trying to come together and kind of wax, wane, maybe more, have that upscale growth here and mature a little bit versus decaying at this point. So that's a concern here for areas in Calhoun County, but ultimately into toward our area of Liberty County as well here. So again, tornado warning for Calhoun County. It's really taking its time moving into toward Liberty County. But again, we have this. This is the only tornado warning storm that we have in play. 2 tornado warnings on it. The only tornado warning storm that we have right now. And we have this threat here lasting maybe for another 30 plus minutes. So we just have to continue to monitor the situation. I'll see real quick, see if we have any questions from any of the viewers here. Don't see anything right now, but again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here, here in that weather center as we give you that latest information. So again, the latest scan is a little bit weaker, maybe. It's not quite as close together. There's greens and even light blues really and red. That light blue is indicative of winds going toward the Eglin Air Force Base radar, which is the closest one to this, and then the reds are winds going away from it here. So we're just going to keep watching this spin. Again, it's really not moving very much out here. Very interesting to see overall, but again, we need to take those tornado precautions here. The new box again goes a little further north. That again might be something eventually to watch in toward Leon County, but Gadsden County too. You guys have to pay attention to it here. The ultimate trajectory will be kind of interesting. So if you're in the red box right now, though, that means you're under a tornado warning, and that means you need to seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, a football helmet, something like that. So you might want to have those shoes on there after the fact, because you don't want to have a storm come through, a tornado come through, and then you don't have your shoes on, you don't have sturdy shoes on, and then you cut your feet up there in the aftermath. So again, that's something to kind of bear in mind, something to keep in mind here for sure in this type of situation with a tornado that is possible here right now in Calhoun County, and ultimately tracking more toward Liberty County possibly over the next little bit. So again, we're sitting at 314 Eastern, 214 Central here. Again, one of our 62 counties underneath a tornado warning, and that is Liberty, but the circulation's still back in Calhoun County. It's really taking its time here. It just seems like it's just kind of spinning out here, right just west of Florida Road 71, State Road 71 out there. As we're looking northeast of the community of Kennard, and southeast, it looks like of the community of Frink there. So again, we're just going to keep watching things in the weather center. You can see again, we're watching this spin, and we want you to take those tornado precautions. So let's see if there's any debris with this. We'll check our correlation coefficient product, and we're not seeing anything right now. Looking at base velocity, we see a lot of wind in here though. We're looking at about 3,500 feet. So if we had a tornado down, you would think we'd start to see some blues showing up co-located with that circulation here. So we'll just have to continue here to watch all the different scans, all these volumetric scans as they come on in here this afternoon. You don't want to be caught off guard here in this type of situation, that's for sure. So let's see what else we have for you. We'll go back to the broad perspective here real quick. I know we'll do that, and then I want to go ahead and maybe step off just for a moment so it gives you the screen does a better perspective. You see some stuff firing now in north central Florida, northeast Florida, the first coast region as well, and then not too much of the coastal waters there to the east at this point, but we'll continue to watch, obviously, continue to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know there's some mention here by a media member in Panama City that there may be, they think there may be debris, but they're saying it may just be hail interacting with the radar beam, which at this point, that's what I saw maybe more than any type of debris. I mean, it's conceivable that type of circulation could have debris, but we'll just continue to watch things, here on that scan to make sure you guys know exactly what's going on. So while we have that tornado warning, the storm is still outside of the area, I want to focus some other stuff to the east that's not quite severe, but it could become that here in pretty short order. I know we just got a significant weather advisory issued for portions of Alachua and Bradford County, so it's just under severe limits now. That storm near Gainesville. We're talking about maybe a little bit of hail falling here around the University of Florida even, not out of the question. We'll go ahead and zoom on in there. We'll zoom on in. We have that severe thunderstorm watch till 10 o'clock tonight. You can see here, I think the university would be just out toward the west a little bit, but you get the idea. We're continuing to monitor the situation for sure. But again, just definitely going to be tracking things here. The grand scheme of things, I know it looks like the worst of this is just off toward the east of the university, but there may be some lightning still Where you can hear that thunder, you want to be inside and away from windows, because if you can hear thunder roar, that means you're close enough to be struck by lightning. And that brings up another good point here, and a point we hate to have to even mention because of what happened. It's why we're mentioning it. But we had somebody struck by lightning there earlier in Bay County in the Panama City area. So again, just whenever you hear that thunder rumble, you want to go inside, because that electrical energy can be dangerous, and in some cases, like it was not too long ago in Brevard County, going back a couple Sundays there, pretty much, we had somebody lose their life. So again, you just got to be really careful here, because you have these tornado warnings, you have thunderstorm warnings, and sometimes the lightning is what ends up being the fatal aspect of things, like it was that day there in Brevard County on the Space Coast. So again, just have to be really careful here. We have hail in this storm too, this tornado warning storm. We've been talking about that. That threat's going to start to move in toward Liberty County here soon. You can see here, looking right now, we had some hail that was even larger, maybe out toward Bay County with this. So again, we'll just keep on tracking this, keep on watching this. I know, just to reiterate, we are on always, whenever there's a tornado warning storm moving through any one of our 62 counties. This is about to be moving in toward our 62 county zone here in this moment, you would think here, as it's kind of just been sitting just outside of there in Calhoun County. So again, we're watching it carefully. Bear with me as we talk a while here sometimes. It's just a one-man band, so we'll try to get through things here and give you guys that latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, a new tornado warning here at 3:45. Still have some really tight circulation here. They haven't seen debris signature yet, but the rotation remains pretty robust. So again, you can see that robust circulation, that robust spin there, and our shear rate product from Kennard to the east here is what we've been tracking at the tightest. So let's go back over to our current mode here. Our current mode, that definitely could drop a tornado at any moment here, any moment. So we'll go ahead and show you guys that at home. I'm looking at it real quick behind the scenes before I pop it back up. But I mean, it has winds there. I mean, you could say that are in that gate-to-gate range there. Let's see, that's 45 one way and that's 35 the other way. So that's about 80 miles per hour worth of gate-to-gate here. So an EF0, EF1 tornado is conceivable in here if this spin is actually reaching the ground. We're not seeing anything pull up though in our correlation coefficient yet. Things are staying just aloft, and that setup sometimes would keep stuff at points just aloft. But have to continue to watch it here as it moves ultimately off and toward Liberty County. Again, right now toward Calhoun County still, but it just passed over Florida 71, so it has moved some in toward that forward progress that we were alluding to here. So again, we have our tornado warning, we have our circulation right out here. It's moving out toward parts of our area here over the next little bit. Again, parts of area remain under a tornado warning. That's why we're sticking with it here. We've been on for every tornado warning storm to move through our 62 county area since late 2019, and we're going to be doing that here whenever it's necessary to be on to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, let's go ahead and see if there's any debris here in that latest scan. Still nothing. I'm a little surprised because it's been pretty tight here. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning bad to the west now for the Panama City area. There's more stuff to come to the west, from the west to the east. There's just stuff all over the place. It's right tomorrow, severe weather, another threat there toward the weekend. So it's going to be a busy picture here, as we alluded to, and we'll be here to get you through it all. But again, you see this red box right here, tornado warning, but then we have a severe thunderstorm warning west of our area right now toward the Panama City metro area, and areas that were impacted so hard by Hurricane Michael. And even storms today, they had some pretty nasty weather down there. But Bay County there in south central Walton, severe thunderstorm located 12 miles southeast of Santa Rosa Beach, moving east at 30. Panama City, Lynn Haven, Panama City Beach, Callaway, Springfield, Mexico Beach, Highland Park, Tyndall Air Force Base, Parker. A lot of those areas that were ravaged by Michael included under this severe thunderstorm warning all the way to 3:45 Central Time. So they have some more storms headed their way there. In toward those areas there, not too far away from Seagrove Beach. But obviously our concern right now is on the tornado warning. That includes parts of one of our counties, one of our 62 counties here, Liberty County, a little chunk. I mean, it's about as little as it'll get here, but still, you see Bristol, they're kind of on the edge of this here, so you need to be taking shelter if you're around Bristol there. in Liberty County. This may go to the south, but it's been kind of going a little bit further north than what it was showing there before the last tornado warning was issued. So it may head toward you. You never know. That's why you're under the warning, and that's why you need to take action. Take those tornado precautions there around Bristol. Again, you can see here. You see this spin on this Doppler radar scan or velocity scan. Again, it measures winds in the opposing directions here to storm relative velocity. So that's why we're trying to show that to you guys. I know it's something that maybe you're not that familiar with. We're looking though pretty close down to the surface, and looking that we're seeing right now no debris, but they're giving us an update here in the chat. So let me go ahead and zoom back out now and see a little bit broader picture. They're saying a recent severe thunderstorm warning covers the main portion of the line. There's circulation that are monitoring on the north side of the line, moving on shore currently in southeastern Walton County. There's weak circulation. I'll see if something develops from it, but the severe does not have a tornado possible tag mentioned on it here. Actually, I think it does. It does have a tornado possible. I misread that. I apologize. They said that right, but I misread that. There's a tornado possible tag on there as we're looking out toward the west. But I know we're being told even stuff from yesterday still from the damage. The reports are just still streaming in right down the wire per se in the chat system. Emergency management was indicating that there was damage yesterday around Marion County there. We ended up seeing a situation where a structure fire occurred due to high winds, hail damage to approximately 40 county vehicles and 4 houses in Marion County there, 2 miles northeast of the Ocala Airport. That was yesterday, and we have more storms on the way today. That, again, is still picking up the pieces in some cases from all that hail that was coming through yesterday. So, again, I mean, when you're talking about hail as big as what we were talking about yesterday, is something that can do damage. We are still just kind of finding out exactly what happened. And the hail on this may not be quite as big as yesterday, but I'm going to go ahead and kind of just look over here real quick and grab it. I mean, I have it right here, my demonstration tool. This right here is actually something from about 25 years ago that was preserved in wax, but it's an example of 3 and 10. We were starting to edge on that side of that there yesterday in portions of Marion County there based on some reports, which is that's very unusual for areas. This can do damage, especially wind-driven hail like this. I mean, you just put this through something and that can really do damage. So again, just wanted to kind of give you guys that example there real quick. So again, you guys can see here we have this tornado warning in play. This tornado warning here in play until about 3:45 for portions there of Liberty. It's 2:45 for the Calhoun County area because that's the central time zone. But we're just going to keep on looking at this to see if we get a debris signature. That looks a little weaker, but you never know. Sometimes when they look weaker, that's when you could get a quick debris signature in there. That looked a little bit weaker on that latest scan there, which is some good news. But again, we're watching points off toward the east here as this does progress. So step on out of this shot real quick to give you guys that update. Again, you can see Tallahassee in theory could be down the line for this later on. Hopefully it weakens off before then. But we have to just keep watching. There's a bunch of different areas we're paying attention to. Again, we have different areas that we have to watch here in the Weather Center this afternoon. So we're sitting at 326 right now. The warning goes to 345 for parts of Liberty, a very rural area, but a tornado warning, red box in place. So that alert went off on your phone, no doubt, in those rural areas there. Out toward some of those spots that we were alluding to there just a few moments ago. So again, just stay tuned here for all those latest updates as the situation progresses. We're just trying to let you guys know exactly what's happening here. I'll step back in the shot now. I'll step back in this shot. I get a tornado warning here in play. We're going to go and take a quick break here and gather more information, and I'll be back at 3:30, so just a few minutes away. We'll have more on this tornado warning here for parts of Liberty and Calhoun counties.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour, still tracking this tornado warning storm here as it's right on that Liberty Calhoun County line. We're seeing that circulation there. It seems like it's getting weaker, and honestly, we were actually watching an area more off toward the west. That seems to have diminished, and an area off toward the east here in Liberty County is starting to become a little more dominant now. So that could be something to watch here. Over toward looks like State Road 12. So not maybe enough there for a tornado to touch down exactly at this moment from that, but you're under the tornado warning, so obviously you should be seeking shelter there. So just again, follow this very carefully here in this area as we're being told there's some damage in Calhoun County, wind damage there from around 229 Central, just coming on in this report. A tree down on Highway 71 south there near Williams Memorial. So again, that's kind of the storyline there out of Calhoun County, just outside of the viewing circle. By the way, Weather Service in Jacksonville is monitoring the storm. We don't have any warnings. There out toward areas toward the east at this point, but they're monitoring a storm here out toward areas not far from Orange Park that is showing some signs of rotation. So let's go ahead and kind of focus on that here. I'll show you guys what we're talking about. If you hear some thunder, in the background. Here's some lightning out toward Bradford County here, starting to come into play. So keep that in mind as well. But you can see this storm here. We'll have to see if it gets to a thunderstorm warning or maybe a tornado warning. They said the direction on the movement wasn't necessarily as favorable for a tornado, though, because that overall movement here can play a role in whether a spin can really get there fully evolved and down toward the surface. So just something to keep in mind. But it does have a hook on it, so we have to keep our eyes on it by itself in an environment a little more favorable to the east here with the SDP values or significant tornado parameters lining up. So we definitely have to pay attention. That's why there's a severe thunderstorm watch here in play all the way out until 10 o'clock tonight. So I know that could disrupt things like maybe viewing the NFL draft, being out and about. You might want to stay home and try to stay safe if you can with this type of weather in play. I mean, at points things will look better though. So might be able to find a window to do something that you enjoy. But again, let's go ahead and just keep watching this stuff here toward north central northeast Florida. We also have the tornado warning. We got to get back to out toward the west here for parts of Liberty County and Calhoun, but Liberty's in our area, one of our 62 counties. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. I know if you're watching like on YouTube right now though, or on another source, just keep in mind on YouTube, I know that's one of the video players I know I kind of prefer. Things come up there a little bit smoother sometimes with that stream, depending on what type of device you're watching on. But maybe you may want to hit that subscribe button even there on YouTube, just to kind of be notified of new stuff, and hit that bell icon to know when I go live here with covers that gives you that latest information. So again, you can see here right now though, as we're there on that YouTube Shorts at Clouds Weather, we have this tornado warning in play here. You have these spin areas really at this point. The one area to the west, the east, it seems like kind of breaking up some, but that area to the east here would definitely become, it looks like the more dominant here as we go along here in time. So again, just something to kind of keep in mind as we go ahead and zoom out at maybe a situation where Tallahassee radar may start to be getting us the better view on this. So I think that's where we're going to go now. I'll try to switch on over here in a moment to a different perspective. So again, while we're doing that, let's go to our tornado warning safety tips here. Let's go ahead and go over there. I'll pop that graphic up here in just a second. We'll take that full, in fact, just so you guys kind of know what's going on here in the grand scheme of things. So that's always important information here to kind of pass along to the viewer. You saw some things update there. We're still getting some things worked out with the radar scan and me switching some stuff around. But again, there's your tornado warning safety tips. Whenever you have a tornado warning in play, you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And you want to put something like a bicycle helmet on, football helmet, to protect yourself from that potential of flying debris. So there's some important stuff to keep in mind I know they're talking about we having some tornado warning needing to be issued around Bay County based on some of the spins that they're seeing there at the Weather Service in Tallahassee. That's out toward Panama City. But we have the Tallahassee radar up here, and I'm just getting it kind of ready to go here behind the scenes. We're now definitely a little bit closer on that view than we were the view off toward the west here. Both are not all that far away, but this one definitely will be the closer one now. So here to view, you see the eastern area is the more dominant spin. The bad is that you can see we had an area further off toward the west that we've been watching, but then we're seeing it kind of take hold on the eastern side of things. So it's not as strong though overall, so it may not require a new tornado warning downstream. That'll be something that'll be decided. The Weather Service in Tallahassee though, in short order. As you see off toward the west, we have some other areas around Panama City we're watching. You can see this line here. They're saying that there's two circulations that are watching from that primary line moving into Bay County. It's out of our area, but just to make note of it, the storm moving on shore near Inlet Beach and a more significant area of rotation south of the Bay and Walton County line. Those could, especially that one in particular, could require a tornado warning to be issued if it remains intact. So they're monitoring the situation there. So again, let's get back on over toward the east here again. Right now, still a tornado warning in play. If we had a tornado trying to touch down, it'd probably be in the vicinity there of State Road 12, maybe a little there off toward the east of it, but we'll just keep watching here, keep tracking, obviously. It could be anywhere around there, though. That's a kind of point this out, right? More broad, though, for sure, than what we were seeing a little while ago, but right in there seems to be where we have that spin there at this present point in time. So again, we'll see what they decide to do. I feel like they might just go with a thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag as this moves further on off toward the east. So we're continuing to watch that. I think we need to go ahead and go to our other view here and just give you guys an update to the east because we have storms popping up off toward the east. So let's just go ahead and see you guys what's going on there in just a second. But first, our shear rate product. You can see here our shear rate product. So some of that spin there. As we're looking, and that moves off toward the east here over the next little bit. So again, Liberty County here is where we're tracking this potential for a tornado to be touching down. I mean, there's your red area right there south of Bristol, south of Bluntstown is where our greatest area of spin would be right in here. So this is where you guys need to be taking shelter. They're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning now for Clay and Duval because they're thinking in northeast Florida a storm could be having some hail production of the ping pong ball size. So that's why we were switching radars. And yeah, that's really looking nasty on the south side of Duval now. So let's go ahead and get there. You can see right there and there, it looks like Westport Road. I bet we're getting at least quarter size at this present moment. Lock Collins Boulevard. Again, we have a storm that's not really seeing a lot of rotation, but we are getting a hail production potential there, and that's not far away, if not even starting to encroach on 295. So we're going to see a severe thunderstorm warning come out here right now, actually, until 4:15. No tornado possible tag at this moment, but a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds. For that inch-and-a-half size hail that beat, there was another severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued further out toward the west, and that's going to be for what we've been tracking there, and they're going to probably go with that versus the tornado warning this present point in time. So this yellow box is indicative of a new severe thunderstorm warning for areas of Calhoun, Gadsden, Leon, Liberty, and McCullough until 4:45. And this right now, this storm here that we're watching would go north of Crawfordville, but it could become a threat for Tallahassee later on. And the main FSU campus, I know students here that last week of the semester, that's at FAMU and TCC, they could be involved in something from the storm later on, where we could see hail there that could get pretty large, winds that could be pretty strong, and maybe even a quick spin-up tornado potential here arises. I mean, let's give you a trap because this could be right there around Tallahassee in rush hour. I mean, east at 30 is that movement here. So we're at 35 miles away here. So the warning goes to 4:45. So that tells me about 4:45, maybe 5 o'clock here. This could be moving into Tallahassee. So around rush hour, we could have a nasty storm, maybe a severe storm, maybe. It's not out of the complete realm of possibilities that this is a tornado-producing storm that's moving into toward Tallahassee here during rush hour. So keep that in mind and maybe delay leaving or try to leave a little bit early so you can get home in time to beat this there around Tallahassee. So just something to give you guys a heads up about. You want to be erring on the side of caution. I know that severe thunderstorm watching and playing till 7 o'clock for you guys out here. The tornado warning probably go away here in a minute, but let's get back to the severe thunderstorm warning in some highly populated areas then, since that tornado warning is probably about to go away. This severe thunderstorm warning here is for a nasty storm on the south side of Jacksonville, the south side of Duval County here. We have some nasty hail potential possibility, so you need to be inside and away from windows there at this point. Just gotta be kind of taking heed here from this threat there on the south side of Jacksonville. They go ahead and zoom back out. Let's go ahead and read you the information on this warning. I'll move it over a little bit and zoom out even just a little bit more. So this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning from north central Duval and southeastern Duval. Kind of move this over just a tad here. I know we got to kind of move our things around so you can get a better perspective from where I'm at here reading this. But again, north central Clay and southeastern Duval until 4:15 p.m. at 3:38. A severe thunderstorm was located near the Bel Air Meadowbrook Terrace area or near Orange Park, moving northeast at only 15 miles an hour. A ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts a possibility. Jacksonville, Orange Park, NAS Jacksonville, Bay Meadows, Ortega, Normandy, Oakley Plantation, again the Bel Air Meadowbrook Terrace area, San Marco and Riverside under this warning here. Again, ping pong ball size hail, not out of the realm of possibilities here, and other areas have to be monitoring that potential here because of that severe thunderstorm watch and play until about 10 o'clock tonight toward the east, 7 o'clock to the west. Tornado warning probably go away here pretty soon for Calhoun and Liberty, but I don't want to completely rule out them extending this here or issuing one at some point later in the timeline. So let's go ahead and pull up tornado safety tips here again then. Let's just go over those again there. If you're in that area there in Ward Liberty County, just so you guys know what to do in this type of situation. Again, somebody's asking here in terms of questions, is there a tornado on the ground? Well, at this point, we have not got any confirmation of that here toward Calhoun or Liberty. That's good news, but we'll continue to effort the latest information and to see if we get any reports here later on in toward the timeline. So, again, that's kind of the storyline there right now. We did get a gust toward the west there out of our area, 59 miles an hour at Laguna Beach, the ambient station. So that's something to keep in mind there. By the way, if you're wondering what I'm doing here behind the scenes as we watch that tornado warning for just a little longer in Liberty County, is I know we don't have cameras down there, but we would have cameras toward I-295. So again, that's something to keep in mind here. We're going to try to go ahead and go over to those in just a moment to try to give you a better perspective on things in Florida 511 viewpoint. So bear with me here. And I know it still causes us problems sometimes here on the feed when I try to go to our traffic system. So I apologize if I kind of cut out just for a second here. But these cameras are important. These cameras are important to give you guys a view of what's going on. So again, just try to see what we can kind of give you there in terms of some of these different perspectives. So again, that's the tornado safety tips though for now. That they'll need to follow there as necessary here if we get more tornado warnings there or further off toward the east. It's just important to kind of pop that up so you guys know what to do. But back on camera now, you see that warning, that red box still be about to go away here. And then again, our attention will turn further off toward the east here. But let's just wait for that red box to go away, that tornado warning to go away there. We're part of Calhoun and Liberty counties. Again, we've been watching that spin. You have some hail potential still in there. Still have a little bit of spin on here. So we'll just make sure it goes away here. You can see that areas downstream could be impacted by maybe a funnel cloud potential, maybe just the hail potential and wind potential, though, that this warning is for, which indicates 60-mile-an-hour wind gust potential and hail. That could be around quarter size. Could be there, going up a little bit higher, a little bit lower at times. But we'll just continue to watch things here in the weather center. So again, there's tornado warning box. It's gone for this moment. So that's some good news. First time since we've been on with this stream that we've not had a tornado warning within any of our 62 counties or within the country. But that could always change. But now our attention really shifts to that storm, that nasty storm impacting highly populated Duval County and northern Clay there, obviously highly populated as well. So right over 295, we could be getting some pretty nasty hail. That's just west there of State Road 21. Just west of State Road 21, there is where that hail potential looks like it could be maximizing. So just trying to get a good look here of exactly what's going on here. In terms of the geography, I'm trying to effort some things. They're saying there's likely large hail. By the way, tornado warning now for Panama City area. We'll get back over to that here as necessary. But we need to go ahead and talk about this hailstorm. Likely large hail falling here in a local area on I-295 at Blandon, based on the radar signature of very high reflectivity there above the freezing level. So I-295 at Blandon. Let me see if I can get something there right around that area. Okay, this is just going to be just north of Blandon. So let's go over there. This is a nasty storm. So let's go ahead and effort this. I know we're getting all sorts of beeps. Yeah, let's see if we can take this full here. It might take a second. This is some nasty stuff, so bear with me if we're cutting out just a bit. But we're trying to get over to this camera. It looks like we'll have that up here in just a second. Looks like something changed a little bit with this here today. But I want to go full on this. It looks like we're getting some hail, folks. It looks like we're getting hail live on the air. So let's go ahead and take this full. You can see it there. That looks like hail. That looks like very treacherous conditions here. I-295 there north of Blandon. Again, this is a hail storm maybe that's trying to evolve right now. Look how slow the traffic is. This could be leading to accidents here, things of that sort. So it looks like at least some hail is falling in front of this camera and then reaching down toward the surface here with some gusty winds as well. Again, this is live on the air. We are looking there, I-295 west north of Blandon, a Florida 511 perspective of these treacherous conditions. You don't want to be out here driving right now in toward southern Duval County, the south side of Jacksonville. Look at the wind is blowing with this traffic here. So hopefully we don't start to see any vehicles here, higher profile ones, start to lose control when this wind picks up. But it seems to me, at least, we're seeing some hail in this shot as we're looking here live on the air. So again, you can just see here, this is some nasty stuff that we're dealing with. And you really, if you're in other areas of a viewing circle, you don't want to be out in this. So just really kind of take things easy here. Things can erupt very quickly. We have that severe thunderstorm watch here on play until 10 o'clock tonight. So again, this is our Florida 511 perspective. It seems like the last couple seconds it's not quite as chaotic here, but it still seems to show maybe some nastier conditions. So you can see here as the situation evolves, we're going to keep watching this. We're going to keep tracking it here for you guys in the weather center, obviously, as the afternoon goes on, as we get into the evening. I know it's kind of interesting just to watch some of these different viewpoints here across our area. So definitely see people slowing down. I know we were seeing it yesterday some, but some folks unfortunately were stopping under those overpasses there. And that's not what you want to do there because that slows other people down and maybe prevents them from getting to adequate shelter. So again, this is not something you want to be out in, but try to take precautions ahead of time to stay safe versus trying to get under an overpass or something where it causes an adverse effect for others. So again, let's go ahead and go back away. Let's go ahead and go back away from this right now. We're not really talking about tornado potential, so at this moment out of this one area. So we'll keep watching though. Okay, we got a new tornado warning in our area now. We need to jump over to Gaston, Leon, and Liberty. But again, this storm here, as we'll wrap this conversation up for now. Again, I mean, the tornado potential, if you had one there in this area, then if you're under an overpass, and that would accelerate the damage potential to your vehicle if you had it actually coming on through, because the way an overpass works, it kind of funnels stronger winds under there. But now a tornado warning for parts of our 62 counties. So let's go ahead and jump on over. It's that same storm we were watching earlier on. It's for areas of Gadsden, Leon, and Liberty. Not Tallahassee yet, though. So if you hear me say Leon, I'm not talking about a highly populated area of Leon yet, but it's this area here. It's starting to spin back up, it would appear. So just enough of that spin to prompt a new tornado warning now until about 4:15 here for parts of Gadsden, Leon, and Liberty counties here. So again, you see that there on our shear rate product. You need to take those tornado precautions here immediately. Interior room away from windows. Put that football helmet on. Put that bicycle helmet on. Something like that. We have a possible tornado here. Moving in toward parts of the covered area here, a little bit further on over toward the east. I know it's already in there, in toward our western zones, but it's trying to get further on over here across our region. So again, we're now being told, I know, I-75 south, and that might be a report there. Let's see, that's it, probably in maybe Georgia. Let me double check where we're at here with all this. I want to make sure I'm kind of going off of this right. Yeah. So we may be talking about a situation where there's some standing water on Interstate 75. So that's kind of interesting to take note of. This rain here, all this is rain. We need the rain, but this could end up turning into something where we have more of a flooding situation. We need the rain because of the wildfire threat, but we need to jump to radar right now. This is like it could be a tornado that's trying to touch down here in our covered area. We need to get in shelter right now. If you're there around Hosford here, this is a possible tornado that could be evolving right live as we're looking at it on the air. No debris yet, but that gate to gate was lining up perfectly. And that's not what you want me to say, really, because perfectly means it looks like it's about to drop, or it's dropping a tornado as we speak here. So again, there's Hosford there. Let's go ahead and kind of get our bearings a little bit. We're in Liberty County still with this, and this spin really tightened back up, unfortunately. You hate to see stuff like that tighten up on us. So just continuing to give you guys the latest information to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family. We're just kind of going to go back in these scans. You can see here is what riding weekend now tight, and that could be dropping a tornado at any point. I'm afraid we're going to see a blue area, at least of some degree of ominous, which would indicate a tornado's on the ground. But you can't delay here around these areas there. I mean, you see the communities that are being impacted. And I'm going to kind of try to pronounce this here the best I can. But tell Olga there maybe. I still know how to pronounce this. I apologize, but not familiar with just every rural community within our 62 counties. But we'll just continue to watch things there. Hosford, though, it seems like it's taking a more of a path closer toward them. But again, you need to be taking shelter there toward the south, too, as we have this tornado warning in play. They're saying a tornado threat may increase, though, toward Clay and Duval now, as there is a large feature there, a BWER feature there. That's stuff you look at here on the radar. You can kind of see some different features to a storm that could promote tornadic potential here. I know that's kind of technical, but again, a tornado threat may increase as that storm maintains itself over the next 20 to 30 minutes. It's turning more, they're saying, toward Orange Park. So, again, that's something we got to watch. That's not a tornado warning yet, though, but this is a tornado warning here out toward the west. If that goes tornado warned, and we'll probably have to focus on that because that's in a very densely populated area. But right now, this is a tornado warning here. You can see Hosford here, more rural, but this could be a tornado here right near. It looks like areas there, and that's just updated. So let's see if there's debris with this now. I feel like we're going to, there it is, tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground here. We have a tornado on the ground in Liberty County, a confirmed tornado now. Radar confirmed. You need to take those tornado precautions. We have a funnel actually touching the ground, which makes this a tornado in progress here in Liberty County. Put that football helmet on if you're around Hosford. Put that bicycle helmet on. Put those shoes on to protect yourself from that glass that could be cut up there and broken up after the fact. You don't want to cut your feet up. So they're confirming it here in the chat, too. This is a tornado on the ground near Kiever Road. We also have this near Talquin Circle. So, again, a tornado in progress here, folks. That's what this indicates here on our correlation coefficient product. We have a tornado in progress here in parts of Liberty County. Again, this is within our area. Confirmed tornado located 11 miles south of Greensboro or 14 miles east of Bluntstown, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So, again, this is a tornado in progress here. let's go ahead and just kind of remind you the tornado safety tips. Again, that's what you need to be doing right now in this tornado warning, a tornado in progress there in Liberty County. And the new scan just came in, so I'm going to jump back here with it. This tornado right there, folks, is this blue area on our CC product. Again, you can see it here. This is a tornado that's on the ground. It is doing damage. A radar confirmed tornado in Liberty County. Again, it's important if you're on Hosford there that you take your tornado precautions. Debris here, that's still about 2,000 feet, so not really high on that mode, but we'll keep going up a little bit. You don't see it up there yet. Maybe not indicative of a really strong tornado, but this is showing winds here close to 100 miles an hour, so this could be an EF1 tornado there in Liberty County right now. As we really quickly go to the EF scale again, we could be seeing some moderate and almost edging toward considerable damage, but maybe not quite there yet. But it could happen as we get closer to Hosford here. Maybe we'll get lucky in the weekends, but right now you can't take that chance. If you're around Hosford here in Liberty County, we got a tornado in progress. By the way, you heard the beep. Another tornado warning around Panama City. Just real quick here, if we have viewers watching from outside of the area, we'll see you guys. There's tornado warnings over there around Panama City. Red boxes around Panama City, and to take your tornado precautions immediately. We don't have anything confirmed yet, but that could change at a moment's notice. But again, you have a tornado on the ground here in Liberty County. Again, this is in progress. It's doing damage here, and that's why we're so concerned. That blue indicates it's lofting debris there. It's lofting debris, and that's not what you want to see. As I go ahead and check to see if there are any questions. I know earlier we answered the one that there wasn't a tornado on the ground, but things have changed since that point. This indicates there is, or at least has been in the last few moments, a tornado that's touched down here in Liberty County. Again, that blue is indicating some debris being picked up and seen by that radar in Tallahassee. So again, this is a tornado in progress there, moving toward the community of Hosford. I know it's not really populated there, but there are some folks that live there. It's more forested as we're looking further out toward the west here, but this tornado could be coming right into town there. It looks like it's headed right for the town. I hope it breaks up before it gets into town. I know there's no cameras we can go to there, but this is a situation we could have a tornado headed right for the Hosford community. So again, you need to take shelter right away here in Hosford. This is bearing down on you right now. Do not delay. Do not mess around there around this area in Hosford in Liberty County. You just don't want to be playing around here because we have a tornado in progress. Winds likely close to 100 miles an hour were likely noted here within our Doppler scans that were actually reaching down toward the surface just moments ago. A little bit weaker on this latest look at things, a 40 one way and about 35, maybe 40 the other way. But the next scan, it could always bounce right back up. There's more debris, folks. This is a tornado on the west side of Hosford. It's headed right into town here. I know we have so many rural areas out here, but this is not the most rural. It's one of the least rural. This is a town, and this is people's lives. These are people's lives that are going to be impacted here on the west side of Hosford with a tornado doing damage here in progress. This is what we're seeing right now within our Doppler radar scans. So what this is right here, this is uniform things that the radar is picking up on, as we'll kind of see the scan. This is rain wrap. This tornado is rain wrap. You can see we have kind of a weaker area in here, and that's where our tornado is. Bounded weak echo region kind of. There's your debris. Again, this is something that's not rain like we had around it. This is debris from a tornado that's doing damage here and in progress. It's right over town. Look at where this is. It's hitting homes right now here, folks. I mean, this tornado is hitting homes more than likely here in Hosford as we speak. It scans from this minute here, and this tornado is likely throwing debris around. We're seeing winds there. A 62 one way now. It's picked back up. Winds, this could be close to 110 miles an hour right over Hosford, folks. Again, a tornado in progress. A tornado in progress there in the Hosford community. You do not want to be messing around. You do not want to be messing around here around Hosford. Again, this is a tornado that's on the ground here, doing damage here in Liberty County, Florida. I know you hear rain in Bradford County. We're way to the east. but this is one of our 62 counties, and we have a tornado in progress here in the Hosford community. It is throwing up debris. We're able to see it off the radar at the Tallahassee airport. So I know we're also seeing some other stuff there to the east that are mentioned here in chat as well. There's just a lot going on right now. We're on all of our different platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch, to keep you, your friends, and your family safe. Again, they're telling us there's fodder in Hosford. This actually, I think, an FSU meteorology student is reporting in, seeing very fast movement and rotation there from a rotating wall cloud headed there toward the north and east with strong winds outside of the main system. It may be something they can't really see exactly definitively here. So again, that might be kind of adding to the damage potential and the danger potential, really, for folks out here. It might be kind of getting rain wrapped, and you might be seeing all that wind around it, but there's a tornado in progress there, and that still doesn't look like it's really lifted. I mean, we'll be lucky if it did for a moment in a more populated spot of town, but we're seeing gate to gate over 100 miles an hour here, folks. Severe thunderstorm watch, but those occasionally have threats within them that can produce tornadoes. These threats can occasionally produce stuff like this, and that is tornadic activity. There's your tornado precautions again here at the top of the hour. Again, a tornado's on the ground there, went right through Hosford. And we're going to effort some information here. I know it's not too big of a town, but still, to go right into town like that is not what you want to see. We're talking about 650 people. That was the 2010 census anyway. So some folks were likely to sit there to see if there's any schools in Hosford. Just again, we have to do everything kind of on the fly here. Let me see if there's any schools there in Hosford. And just kind of looking at it on the fly, it looks like there's an elementary school there at least, and a junior high school, just glancing really quick. So hopefully they didn't take a hit, and hopefully if they did, folks are already out of there. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now with that, though. Just wanted to effort some information for you guys, as there's a lot going on right now. This is even getting a little bit stronger. Let's come back on camera. You can see here the blues here indicative of winds of 85 one way and 58, maybe 60 the other way. That's really strong for our area, and hopefully that's just a bad pixel in there, because otherwise that'd be a really strong tornado for our area, and that would indicate maybe an EF2 type tornado instead on the ground here as we look at the topography. And yes, there still are some homes and businesses possibly in this area. So let's go ahead and see if our debris scan will update here. It should in short order, but again, you can see here, there's that area. We need a real quick then, as this is kind of moving past Hosford. We hear the thunder where I'm at here. You may be tuning in Bradford County wondering what's going on. There's just all sorts of stuff going on. So they're going to go to a considerable damage on this tornado, though. We got to go back and forth, folks. And we have considerable damage on the severe thunderstorm in Duval, but they're saying this could now be a large tornado on the ground, a PDS tornado warning, potentially a matter, I hate to say it, folks, but this tornado now could be, what the Weather Service is terming, a matter of life and death here toward the Hosford area. This could be an EF2 plus tornado. These colors do seem more realistic to the Weather Service here, folks. So we're talking about winds that could be 110, 120, maybe 130 miles an hour getting down toward the surface now around the Hosford community. We're getting close to what we saw there with those winds, if that's the case. What we saw there in South Georgia a couple years back in some instances, and even, I mean, you go back even further, and we had tornadoes a little bit stronger even in the middle of the night there in 2017. This is not the middle of the night, though. I mean, and not even on a Sunday here when people aren't paying attention. This is a Thursday where hopefully people are getting the message that we have a large tornado on the ground here in Liberty County. Large tornado on the ground. And oh my goodness, that debris. That's one of the strongest debris signatures I've seen in our area, and we've been doing this a long time, folks. That latest scan just came in. We're close to the radar here, folks. We're close to the radar, so we're going to zoom up a little bit to see how high this went. And that went up to over 8,000 feet. So this was a strong tornado. That's actually a debris bow, I think, on the axial reflectivity now. That looks like a debris bow. This is what you used to identify stronger tornadoes with on this view back in the olden days here, really 30 years ago, you would see something like this and know a significant tornado is in progress or just touched down there in a community, because the radar sees all the debris here as something that's like heavy rain or hail, and that's your debris ball. That's debris there in our viewing area in Liberty County. Again, potentially a matter of life and death here in Liberty County right now. Again, I know we're bouncing between a whole bunch of stuff, but again, this could be a strong tornado on the ground here. I mean, it is a strong tornado that's touched down, no doubt. With this type of signature, we got to hope it breaks down here and doesn't stay together too much longer. But again, this tornado right now, the latest scans here have it maybe just south there, and it could be really close because this could be displaced a little. South or near, looks like northeast Kent Road is what's showing up in our system. Beagle Drive, I saw over toward Kent Road there. This is getting away from town, but I have a bad feeling here. If we had a debris signature like this right after it went across town, it could be all the debris it picked up in town here as it strengthened, and that would be really, really bad news, and we could have injuries there in the hospital area in theory based on that type of signature. So again, we were not expecting strong tornadoes today, but again, this is a particularly dangerous situation here. We thought we could have some spin-offs, but this is something that's really taking a turn for the worst here in Liberty County. Again, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 9 miles south of Greensboro or 13 miles southwest of Quincy, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Again, this is a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. We have Hosford, we have Lowry, we have other areas there like Bloxham in here as well. Again, we rarely get this in the Big Bend. We rarely get this, but to repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room. I'm just reading from the Weather Service here at this point, but move to a basement if you have one, but they're unlikely in this area. But an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows, and if you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So again, considerable damage here in Liberty County right now. This is there right near, it looks like Florida 65, State Road 65 here. Again, a very serious situation, folks. Again, we're looking in the Hosford area. It's April 27th, 2023, and we have yet another tornadic situation, not near overall with the scope of anything like what we had back on April 27th, 2011, but it's eerie. This is really escalated here, and it's something that the tornado parameters weren't necessarily suggesting here, and it's just an eerie situation altogether. But again, we're going to go ahead and continue to watch this. We have another tornado on the ground now, I'm being told. That's toward Lynn Haven around Panama City. That's the area that was hit hard by Michael. So let's go over here real quick. Again, we're being told there a tornado on the ground around Lynn Haven in the Panama City area. So there's Lynn Haven. Let's take a look at our shear rate product. There's the circulation. I don't want to switch between radars too much right now since we got to focus on some other stuff, but there's a tornado in progress around Lynn Haven. If you have relatives around there, let them know, and those Panama City stations will be on top of that there around Lynn Haven, tracking that, no doubt. There's our terrible spin there. Almost just incredible to think about here. And there's a thunderstorm watch, a large tornado touching down. We're being told by that FSU meteorology student here in the chat that he's out there seeing trees down on Blountstown Highway due to a tornado. So again, that's what the storyline is there. Let's check this, make sure that's just a false. That is a false signature. Let's go to the east now. I know we've just have stuff popping all over the place, and we're picking, obviously, that tornado warning as our top priority right now. So we're kind of skipping over all sorts of other stuff that we're seeing here right now on the radar. But real quick, severe thunderstorm warning, Hamilton, Echoes, and Clinton until 4:45. A severe thunderstorm moving north at 30 miles an hour, headed toward the Needmore area. I've seen a tornado possible tag here At this point, we have the storm. Considerable damage possible in Duval County right now. Considerable damage possible, but not from a tornado, but from wind, maybe, but hail, golf ball size hail possibility. Hail reported by, looks like Chief Meteorologist Mike Burris coming in there. Small hail in Dinsmore. He's the Chief Meteorologist at WJX and WFOX TV in Jacksonville, but that was smaller than a dime, that hail that was reported. So again, we have Orange Park, UNF Mandarin, Ponte Vedra Beach, Fruit Cove, Jacksonville Beach, Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, Sawgrass, and Bay Meadows there in that threat. You have this area down here, severe thunderstorm warning for areas there of Putnam and Clay counties. A possible severe storm around Melrose, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. Melrose Landing, Georges Lake, Lake Geneva, Flora Home, Putnam Hall, Caraway. You're under this threat here as well. So again, that's the storyline with some of the thunderstorm warnings. But we need to get back to this tornado warning. That's a nasty hook there on radar in this view. We have to have now a report of gust to 76 at the Bay County Sheriff's Office. So now hurricane force gust reported in the Panama City area. As we go back over to this other spin though, you can see this spin here that's really tight on shear rate. But let's go to live, and it's still tight, folks. I was really hoping this should break up. Here by now, and that's showing something real tight, and you still see debris with it. This is still considered a matter of life and death here in parts of Gaston, Liberty, and Leon counties. Again, you rarely get a PDS warning even clip in Leon County. I know it didn't include Tallahassee at this point in this threat. As we look at it here, it'll be something to watch for sure for Tallahassee, but right now it would be going off a little bit toward the north. It would seem the very early indication, but you cannot mess around with this. That latest scan a little bit weaker, but that tornado is right over. It looks like they try to get on here to weaker areas here. It would seem, some more rural zones. So that would be some interesting and good news if this is still more in a rural area, even though the roads are sewn up. But there are some homes out here, I would think. So you got to still take shelter. New update just came in. They're still saying this is the largest tornado, and that's a new warning actually. So let's go ahead and zoom back out. New warning here in play. A new warning now for parts of Gaston and Liberty. So they took out Leon now, which is some good news for the time being. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 9 miles south of Greensboro. Excuse me, bear with me, I've been talking a long time here, or 14 miles southwest of Quincy, moving northeast at about 20 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Again, this could be life-threatening stuff. Greensboro there could be just toward east of them by about 435 in Gadsden County. Eventually, this could be crossing the interstate I-10 area, but hopefully it'll be in a weakened state by then. But it looks like another circulation may be trying to evolve. We had another circulation further back, and then this one kind of fed off of that. Now it looks like one of these might be trying to evolve, but that looks a little tighter there, right there. That's a road, but it's not showing up in our system. But there are some homes, maybe a business out here that could be taking a hit in toward parts of Liberty County. So again, a very serious situation. Let's go back to the tornado safety tips here right now. As we continue along with the coverage here, we're checking some things behind the scenes to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family here. As we continue live right now on Twitter, on Facebook, on Twitch there, and on YouTube here, because we just want to give you all that latest information. But again, those tornado safety tips, that's information here you need to take to heart here and take shelter with at this present point in time. So again, there's so much going on. I'm trying to see here if there's any new information. I know we have quite a few people watching right now on YouTube. I'm going to see if we have any questions here from any of the viewers right now. Again, let's just go ahead and see what's going on there. So somebody saying they're watching from Oklahoma, keeping everybody in their prayers out east, and praying for Hosford there as well. And then somebody said, where are we at? Well, we're in the Big Bend of Florida, is where we're tracking that tornado warning right now. We're actually located within our 62 counties, further over to the east and north central Florida, though, around Stark. But again, tornado safety tips, you got to keep them in mind here. That's what you need to do right now with this tornado warning in play toward areas further out toward the west there. Again, seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting a football helmet on, a bicycle helmet on, As we're getting reports to the east now around Orange Park of quarter-size hail maybe at the maximum US 17 and 295 from around 4 o'clock. And we're checking here to see if there's power outage updates out of Liberty. Not many coming in yet. But we'll continue to check. I know a lot of those areas aren't really tracked out there as much because they're more rural. So we'll try to see if we can get some more updates on that here as the situation progresses. So again, let's just see what else we have here. Trying to make sure you guys know exactly what is happening here at this present time. I'm going to go ahead and put myself back on camera now, and we'll go ahead and put the radar in the velocity mode back up here. So again, you can see this was the last scan we had in just a moment ago. Right over, it looks like State Highway 65 now, and it's moving in toward Gadsden County here very soon. So Gadsden County, this is headed your way. It's been a Liberty County story for a while now, and things really did take a turn for the worse there. And now Gadsden County, we have to get you guys in shelter here as we're looking there. As tornado is on the ground, it would seem, right around State Highway 65 here. State Highway 65, there's the debris. It looks like that latest scan kind of took that debris a little more poleward, which is interesting. I wonder if it's starting to fall off a little bit in this scenario here. I think it is. That one circulation's trying to fall apart, but don't lay your guard down. This storm it has been just so tricky here over the last little bit. You got to still take those tornado precautions, no doubt, but it may be trying to lift. I can't guarantee that, though. And you, again, do not want to lay your guard down here. This debris signature on the last game was still showing that right around, it looks like State Highway 65. So, again, that scan, I hope we see less of that blue here now. It maybe indicated tornado has lifted here at this point. But you can't, again, take this for granted. That other spin there to the east we were watching, too. And it could start to take more dominance here as this gets further up toward the north and east, like our other area did. We had the area over in Calhoun County, and then the Liberty County area became more dominant. So we're just getting warnings all over the place, as you can tell, hearing a bunch of different beeps here in the weather center. So let's go ahead and go to the broad view here. We just have a lot of stuff happening. So let's go ahead and go out to this. You have a new warning there in Georgia, Brantley and Wayne County now. Brantley and Wayne County, they're north of Nahana. Does that have a tornado possible tag? It does not, but we're talking about Jessup, which is outside of our area, but just in our northern fringes of, looks like Brantley County is under this at this point around Hortense. You're getting it pretty nasty there around Hortense right now. You have this storm here around Needmore, pretty nasty. This storm here is a considerable damage one that normally if we didn't have a large tornado on the ground, we'd be spending all of our attention on this. But we need to talk about it a little bit more because the Weather Service is very concerned here about it for just a severe thunderstorm production and with a high population density and that weakening trend out toward the west. Let's talk about this for a minute here. Radar zone supercell has suddenly intensified further and is still capable of that golf ball size hail over the Buckman Bridge. A very dangerous storm, also capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And the people in the path of this storm, including the Mandarin area, need to be in shelter. So around Mandarin there in Jacksonville, this is a very dangerous storm for you guys. Not a tornado producer necessarily right now, like what we've seen out toward Liberty County and that community of Hosford that took a direct hit from a tornado, it would appear. But as we get down toward the south, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning in play. A storm here pretty nasty around Melrose here. Clay and Putnam, not a tornado producer here either. There was some weak rotation they were talking about it with earlier on. But let's see here. Severe thunderstorm located over Melrose, moving northeast at 15. Melrose Landing, George's Lake, Lake Geneva, Floral Home, Putnam Hall, and Carraway here under this warning. So again, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and nickel-sized hail possibility in that area. We'll keep watching it, keep tracking it. You have a tornado that's on the ground there on Lynn Haven. That's outside of our area, but we'll keep watching that to see the latest updates there. Let's just check in. Yeah, it looks like we still got a little bit of a spin. It's just holding on here on our other mode. It looks like it's going a little bit more northerly here still. Still showing some debris. There may still be a smaller tornado here on the ground in parts of Liberty County, moving into Gadsden. Here may just be holding on a little bit longer here, not completely out of the question, but that latest scan here from 1 minute ago still says enough gate to gate to definitely be concerned with that debris associated with it. State Highway 65 still got, Yeah, that's still on the ground then. That's very odd. Very odd. It's going, I mean, it's gone way more northerly here, as you can tell. I mean, since that really, I mean, it started to really strengthen. You started to see the debris. I mean, look how long we've been tracking some type of debris signature with it. That's about 30 minutes ago. So the first scan, that's about 30 minutes ago exactly. But and you see a little inside of that. There's your debris the first time. I'll go ahead and zoom in and point this out a little bit. So this was the view at 354. So you see it here, and then in next scan it starts to get into toward Hotspur here. That's around, it looks like 357 or so. And then we get there a little bit more. It goes right through Hotspur with a tornado. Then you see it picks up all that debris there. That's 4:03 Eastern time. And then it starts to go more poleward then. Really has jogged to the north here. Look how much it's jogged to the north. That's just incredible, really. How much it's jogged to the north here, and you would think that would mean it's completely falling apart. And I was kind of thinking it was doing that too, but it seems like it's still picking up debris because I feel like lots of debris wouldn't soak quite like this unless this is something really dense. But we'll go up a little bit higher here to see exactly some of the different scans are showing. And there's a chance some of that was debris down there at 8,000 feet even further down toward the south there in the overall pattern. That didn't mean anything for the geography, excuse me, but the overall profile here of the atmosphere and just the going further aloft would kind of distort that a little bit. Just play the scan. That's the view right now. Let's see the debris. It looks like it might be a little weaker there, but you can see that still looks like it might have a tornado. It could still be on the ground as it's just entered into toward Gadsden County here. A very nasty situation. We had a tornado on the ground for a half hour in our area here continuously. That'd be something we haven't seen that often here going back over the years. So especially in the Florida counties. So again, that's something to keep in mind here. Very serious stuff. Just to really see here, I mean, the Florida counties, you rarely get a tornado on the ground for half an hour here continuously, and maybe this one didn't stay on the ground the whole time, but we'll be efforting reports out of Hotspur for sure here as the timeline continues. I hope reports aren't quite as bad out of there as I think they could be, which could be indicative of EF2 plus damage here as we look ahead. And if you're wondering what I mean by EF2 plus damage here, we'll go ahead and see our enhanced fatigue scale real quick, just to kind of indicate that to you guys. That means considerable damage. That's what the warning was for there. So again, a nasty situation for sure. That latest scan, that's a lot weaker. It still shows some remnant debris, but I feel like it's getting it close to not being on the ground more confidently is how I'm feeling about that. I don't want to say it's not on the ground for sure because it's been a tricky storm, but I feel like it's probably isn't at this point, but I don't want you guys to lay your guard down if I say that either. So kind of a tricky situation with that messaging, but again, that storm we were watching in Liberty causing that damage, no doubt, significant damage you would think there on Hotspur based on the debris signature and how long our indications had it on the ground, but it has started to look more northerly, which would generally indicate a weakening of it. It seemed like it was just still hanging on for a little longer, but finally I think it's starting to weaken now pretty substantially, which would be some good news. We'll still watch the air to the east, but they might actually, if we get another scan or two that continues this weakening trend, they might be able to drop that tornado warning there pretty soon. That'd be some good news, but we'll have to keep watching it and keep tracking it, though. Can't lay your guard down there. But let's get back off toward the east here with our severe weather situation. Again, we're being told that gusted earlier in Bay County, Florida, 76 miles an hour. But in our area here, let's get to Jacksonville. We did have a gust of 45 there earlier at the NAS Jax area. They are still going to call this a confirmed tornado in Gadsden for now, by the way. I think they see that debris. They just don't want to let their guard down with it. Goodness, that debris, it still looks like that latest scan almost as if it's still trying to stay on the ground a little bit there. And now it almost looks like it's wobbling back toward the west there, back into Liberty County a little, almost outside of the box. So this is a crazy storm, folks. And you don't see much rotation with it. So I bet that's now remnant debris, and they're just erring on the side of caution. I feel like that's probably just the debris that got lifted. We're at a pretty close range, so it's something a little bit different than we're used to here. Some more blues than you would think here because we're only at 1,000, it looks like, and 500 feet. So you're probably seeing more dense debris staying longer. So that's what I feel like has happened, but we don't know for sure here. So they're erring on the side of caution, keeping this as a confirmed tornado warning for now. It could be, I mean, we see that. That actually could indicate something that we rarely get in our Florida counties almost ever. We almost never see this. we could actually have some pieces of debris there that were picked up in hospital that could be falling there from the sky, per se. Now, that does not happen very often, again, in our area, but you have this in the stronger tornadoes in the Midwest there. Sometimes Alabama and Georgia, you get this for sure, but really don't see this much in Florida. But we may actually have debris falling out of the sky to some degree, some smaller pieces of things, maybe like maybe insulation from a home, pieces of that maybe falling there from the sky here as this kind of maybe tries to fade away some. So that could be what this is indicating here at this point. So again, let's go back on over to our other view. You can see south side of Jacksonville. This is a really nasty storm. So we're going to break away from that tornado warning storm for now because we need to focus on the higher populated area. But we'll jump right back if we need to get to it. But this is a storm that's really heading right over a higher populated area of Duval County here into toward the south side of Jacksonville. Again, a nasty storm could be producing like golf ball size hail somewhere in that range here. So that's some serious stuff there that could be causing some damage here. In fact, let's go to our hail tracker right now. Let's go to our hail tracker here at this present point. You can see here 1.34 is what it's showing the latest scan. Before that, we had 1.57, 1.85 in here even. Some of that was over the river, which would be good. I mean, but it could have been over the bridge too, which obviously would be really bad because then people would really be caught without any place to take shelter. But they're giving us the latest update. They're saying it'll be 70-mile-an-hour winds and hail to 1.75 inches in diameter here in toward this area. So again, just something to kind of take heed of for sure. A very dangerous supercell there. In southern Duval County, not a tornado producer here, it doesn't look like, but some very highly populated areas that could be seeing quite a few power outages in the overall grand scheme of things. So these winds here, 70 miles an hour, that's very unusual, folks, to get on this. Again, this would be our focus any other day if we didn't have a large tornado bearing down there a little while ago around Hartsford and some other areas in Liberty County. But look at that. I mean, that's just, by the way, they just canceled the tornado warning for Gadsden, so seeing the same thing I'm seeing, that's no longer in effect. So that's good news. But you see this right over there. I mean, it's right over, it looks like areas there on the interstate. We had gusts going up of 60 to 70 there just a second ago on 295, and now that's pushing east. And we might be able to get some cameras on this. I know we don't have any cameras, obviously, out in rural Liberty County there, or even toward Hartsford, which is more populated. But again, we should have some cameras in here, so I'm going to see if we can kind of try to find some. This will be just east of the St. John's River on 295. So bear with me here. They try to effort you guys some of these views here to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know they're telling us some different things in here right now in terms of reports there of some gustier winds toward Jackson, NAS. But again, we're definitely seeing here that this storm here was something out toward the west that was very significant around Hartsford, and we'll continue to give you guys more information on that. So again, I'm efforting some cameras, so bear with me here. We're going to try to pull up some Florida 511 perspectives here right now toward 295, just east of the St. John's River. So let's just kind of see what's happening out there at this present point in time. Looks like that one's offline, so let's go to a different one then. Let's see what's happening there. That one might actually have something. It might actually catch the storm coming in. And there's a lot of traffic out there on the roads. So you got to wonder if people, unfortunately, are doing the same thing they were doing yesterday. Maybe parking under the overpasses here and then blocking traffic. We do not want you to do that, obviously. So let's go to traffic full, though. You see this, the traffic jam that's taking place there. You can see it looks like maybe there's some vehicles that are able to get around that to some degree. But overall, you can see the traffic jam, maybe an exit area there. A lot of people trying to exit off, and things are kind of jamming up with that. So again, you can see the dark skies right there above my head in toward Duval County right now. We're talking about South Old St. Augustine Road area. I guess that's where we're looking. So again, I just want to make sure you guys have the latest. You almost see maybe something trying to be a little more interesting out of these clouds, but we're not able to get the best look at that at this point. I'm going to effort some more sides because it's just a one-man band here in the weather center. So let's go ahead and jump away from that right now. We're going to keep on looking here, see what else we might have with cameras with different perspectives here in the situation. In Duval County, I know you might see me flicker just for a second because we're trying to get in our traffic system here, which sometimes can cause a little bit of an issue. But we're looking toward Old St. Augustine Road, where one of the cameras there where I would want to go is down, another one's down. So that's probably not a good sign of what just went through there, to be quite honest. Another camera's down there. So again, we're being told here that the radar now show an area of severe winds of about 70 across Mandarin in southern Duval County. Damage is likely occurring, though, as we speak here in the Mandarin area. So again, that's not what you want to be hearing about. You may want to go back to that other camera with the traffic jam because it's just started to deteriorate on that. I'm going to keep it up here, but we don't have a lot on it yet. So it's about to deteriorate there with people unfortunately stuck on the road. We'll tell you that here as soon as it deteriorates a little bit more. But we're being told there, it looks like WCTV meteorologist Josh Green is reporting a viewer of their station has home damage that they've reported on in here. On Highway 65, a mile out of Oxford, with a roof ripped apart, and they're working to get pictured and they'll tag the Weather Service there, Tallahassee, on the social medias accounts there if they get them. So that's information there. But let's get back to this view. I think it's about to take a little bit of a turn here on 295. Some of the stronger winds going just north, but yeah, it's starting to rain now on 295 here in Jacksonville. And we still starting to see the winds really pick up. It looked like the winds were going just a little north there, but the actual strongest. But this could still be really strong here on 295 over the next few moments here on this camera view. Again, we lost the camera that looked like off toward the west, so that's indicative of probably some power outages, some damage being done in that area. And now that wind's being pushed east, and it looked like a little bit north here, from here to about northern areas there. As we go in the extent, I have that potential here for some problems. So again, let's just go ahead and keep watching this here, though. You can see the traffic jam there. Looks like that's an exit area, a couple exit lanes, few of them maybe in toward that area, and the conditions deteriorate. I'm not seeing a lot of tree movement though yet, but we'll keep watching, we'll keep tracking here. I think it might have peaked out just toward the west there at that point there in the timeline. So again, we're just continuing to watch things here very carefully in Jacksonville and Duval County. Again, we were talking about this potential though around the Mandarin area here. Some very nasty conditions overall. These storms are pretty slow moving in general, which is something that's kind of interesting to take note of here. You're seeing the camera rock a little bit now, so the wind's starting to pick up here alive on the air. You can start to see the conditions deteriorate a little bit more. Again, we may have been in a situation where some of the worst of the wind maybe just went to the north, but again, still watching this very carefully here in Jacksonville, the south side of town per se. We've been watching it, and we're watching the word Mandarin here right now. So again, some destructive type of conditions possible, but at least considerable damage is likely here in or some of these spots. So again, that's kind of the view right now. We're just trying to give it a little bit more time to see if it'll deteriorate a little bit more here. Again, just off toward the west, I think we had a little bit more of a problem because some of those cameras look like it went offline in these type of conditions. So again, just something to kind of bear in mind here in the Weather Center. Okay, new tornado warning for Calhoun and Gulf. That's outside of the area, so we're not going to go right to that in a hurry, but possible tornado there capable there of producing those tornadic winds to the surface near Stonemill Creek, or 20 miles east of Callaway, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So again, just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. You can see the trees moving some again. I think we had a little bit stronger wind to the west, and then we don't have any camera necessarily right there just to the north of this that I can get to right away. But I think we're going to go and check for some of them since it's not the most dramatic shot here we've ever seen behind me. But yeah, I think we had some pretty nasty weather. It goes just so, I mean, it makes a pretty big difference. Just a mile can make a big difference in severe weather in this type of pattern. So again, yeah, it looks like the winds aren't quite as strong here behind me on our velocity mode. As we continue to watch it though, you can see there some of our pixels are down in that 40 to 50 range now, so I think it really peaked there right after it crossed to St. John's. I mean, that really got strong there, and again, I think it knocked out some cameras as we got in toward that area. I'm going to check and give you those intersection names. I'll see if I can pull them up again, but let's see here. I know people, some of them going to Jacksonville for some of those parties there for the NFL draft, but I-285 west at south of Buckman Bridge. It looks like that camera's offline. Let's go. This camera here, I-295 west at State Road 13, San Jose Boulevard offline. It looks like I-295 west north of Old St. Augustine Road also offline. So this force of wind really just came on through here and caused some big time problems here in parts of Duval County. So I'm going to step out, see if we're getting some of these power outages any power outage updates here from JEA. So let's go ahead and step out of the screen. I'll go to the current view on velocity, which at the moment is showing quite a bit weaker, but still maybe winds to 50 in there, closer over toward, it looks like Hornets Nest Road. So again, that's kind of the storyline there as we continue to watch and continue to track. So again, let me see what else I have here in the Weather Center to continue to effort you guys. The latest updates here to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family. So again, I'm just going to check some different things here real quick. Again, the power outage number is something I want to check on here for sure in the Weather Center. So bear with me as I try to do that. So I know different gusts coming in 58 miles an hour or an S-Jackson. We were talking about that here just a little while ago, and I want to check our JEA power outage map because that'd be the one that would update here a little more quickly probably with the outages in Jacksonville. And then we'll probably look back to Liberty County as well to see what happened with that tornadic event that obviously went through Hotspur. And you could definitely see there, as we were talking about there a little bit ago there in the timeline, that debris, it was just such a nasty signature that things are really held together even with that on the correlation coefficient after the tornado stopped producing. That's what it looked like, but I didn't want to say that really definitively just to make sure folks weren't at risk in Gadsden, and neither did the Weather Service in Tallahassee. But it seemed like it was starting to lift, and we just had so much debris there piled up in that scanning of the Doppler radar, and that was what we were seeing there as it got further away toward Gadsden County away from Liberty. But again, we're looking at Duval County right now on velocity. I'm being told there are 812 customers in the dark according to JEA right now. Some of those are right in that area where we were tracking some of that stronger wind action. Some of that might have been right there where we had a situation really where it would have been more people on the roads being impacted and even the power grid. So keep that in mind too, as we're being told here now. Excuse me. We're being told here, I'm going to go ahead and zoom out just a little bit here. There's your wind. That they're going to keep this as a tornado possible tag and 70-mile-an-hour wind potential storm and inside hail now. They're about 445 proportion to Duval and St. John's. So at about 4:34, a severe thunderstorm was located over Bay Meadows or near UNF there, moving east at 15 miles an hour. Mandarin, UNF, Ponte Vedra Beach, Fruit Cove, Jacksonville Beach, Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, Palm Valley, Sawgrass, and Bay Meadows here under this threat. So again, that's where we're talking right now. You hear more beeps. Okay, tornado on the ground now, Calhoun and Gulf. So that's not an area yet, but that could be an issue later on. So let's jump over to that real quick. That's not a confirmed tornado that's doing damage there. So I'm switching radars, and you'll be able to see that here in just a moment. So bear with me here as we effort that for you guys at home. So again, that's the view of that storm. We're going to have to keep watching. Got to take shelter. Do not be out in this in southern Duval County, as we're now being told there is damage there in the Mandarin area, according to the National Weather Service in Jacksonville. So damage has been reported there in the Mandarin area. So you hate hearing about stuff like that, but we have a tornado in progress here now, just outside of Liberty County, believe it or not. There's your debris signature south of Kennard, north of Weewahitska. And that's going to move into Liberty County here pretty soon. That's a tornado in progress there, right near Florida 71. So you got to take your tornado precautions here in the word Calhoun and Gulf. But again, Liberty County, you got to be watching out here for another tornado producing storm. Let me go ahead and load the frame so I can get the movement of this here a little bit better. So you can definitely see how that came together, and now it's moving. It's going to be moving into Liberty. It may take a little longer if it's going a little more northerly at times. I know the other storm did that due north movement when it was weakening out, of course. But this one here, I'm hoping maybe it'll be a little bit shorter lived, hopefully a lot shorter lived of a tornado. But that's a tornado on the ground there. It looks like near State Highway 71 in southern Calhoun County. The storm out toward the west, they were calling it a damaging tornado earlier around Lynn Haven. I know we're on the other radar, so let's go to the viewpoint from out to the west here real quick. We'll kind of pop that on up, see if we can get a look at what's going on. Hopefully there's still nothing there on the ground. I don't think there is at this point, but we had a tornado on the ground near Lynn Haven earlier, and a gust over hurricane and to hurricane force there, per se, at the Bay County Sheriff's Office. So Again, this is outside of the area here, but it's moving into our area over the next little bit, so we'll keep tracking it. But let's get back to our Jacksonville radar. We just got a new warning now for parts of Putnam and St. John's, another severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. So again, a lot of stuff happening right now here in the Weather Center. It turned in, we knew it was going to be a busy day here, but it's turned into probably one of the busier and more memorable days of the whole year here for our viewing area of what happened, it seems, out toward Hosford. So, again, things are not over. We still could have several more hours of a threat, and then threats tomorrow, threats Saturday, threats Sunday. It's going to be busy here in the Weather Center, folks. We have several warnings, though. Let's get back over toward the east here. We're being told, by the way, a tree on a house, according to WJX and WFOX Chief Meteorologist Mike Burris. That's in Orange Park. A tree is falling on a house. So just so you guys know about that. Then as we get over toward this storm here in southern Duval County, you can see here, we have some of that spin there. We have some hail. That might be bigger hail there. Close toward I-95 now in parts of Duval County. So do not want to be out in this. You do not want to be driving in this type of situation. So let's go ahead and zoom back out, though. Down to the south, we have this storm. It has some rotation with it, too. That's north of Palatka. Again, you can see there talking about areas there east of US 17. I know we're looking around here in the Weather Center at some of our different equipment. So if you hear my voice trail off here for a second, I apologize. But we have a lot going on here right now, and I haven't really been able to take a break for a while because there's so much is happening. But again, you can see this storm in parts of Putnam and parts of St. John's. This is a storm here located near Bostwick or near Palatka, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Palatka, Hastings, East Palatka, Bostwick, Federal Point, Orange Mills, over toward the Barden community, Spuds, and Elkton here under this threat as well. So again, you got to be taking heed of this there. And then as we get over, it looks like up toward the north. Again, we're still watching this storm toward Clinton County. You can see there as we're getting closer toward US 441, we have some wind enhancement there. And we have this storm here that's moving out of the area from Brantley into toward Wayne County now. We have another storm, though, that we need to watch. This one here, southwest of Brunswick, has a little hook on it. And there's some weak rotation, but no advisory or warning yet. But we'll just have to keep monitoring the progress of it, obviously. And that's south of Thalman right now. And then for Red and Stark, I know we have some viewers here. We have a storm there trying to get going around Theresa there, but nothing severe right now. I know earlier on we never even had a chance to mention this, but we had a gust about an hour ago, 40 miles an hour at the Gainesville Airport there from some of the storm activity. So again, just going between some different things. It's the end of the gust there into toward Jacksonville, close to 50. That was reported a little bit earlier on. We're getting more beeps now. Beep indicates something to do with a tornado warning or a tornado possibility. By the way, gust of 48 at the Jacksonville Naval Air Station here just recently coming into our system as that conversion now. It was a gust of 58 that we had here. That just came across in the storm report. So again, a lot happening. That was at 424 there toward NS Jacksonville. And then also we're being told that other beep there was for the tornado warning for Bay County around Panama City being canceled. So that's some good news. The circulation, we didn't really see it there, but we have that other area of spin there out toward the west right now, toward parts of Calhoun and Gulf, and that could be a threat here for portions of Liberty County here in short order. So we have to just watch it and just monitor things. That looks a little weaker on that mode, but obviously you see what happened there earlier with the other storm. That path there took it right through Hosford, a town of about 500 or so. He got hit by a tornado, it would appear, based on our preliminary indications that are debris product and some reports that are coming on out. So again, some nasty stuff here. Now let's go back on out. We have a severe thunderstorm warning there, Bay Calhoun. Also over toward, or let's check that again. I apologize. That's a different warning there. That one eclipsed Liberty and Franklin until 5:30. But then we have a warning here that's more for the base concerns that extends into Leon to 445. We'll have to see how that one progresses on us. Severe thunderstorm warning for the moment, at least. There's not a tornado warning within our covered area, but that could change here very rapidly. So we got to stay on guard for that here. As we're now being told, over toward Jacksonville. Let's get back over here now. We're being told 4:15 around Mandarin, down trees, roof damage to a supermarket, and a fourth of an inch-sized hail reported. So there has been damage to a supermarket now in Jacksonville from this severe thunderstorm. This very vigorous severe thunderstorm on the south side of town that's still going. Maybe not quite as strong, but you can't take any chances here because this has a history of producing some pretty nasty damage here over the last little bit. So again, that's kind of what we're dealing with here right now as we continue to give you guys the latest updates here in the Weather Center. So just trying to make sure you guys know exactly what's going on. I'm going to go ahead and get ready to come back in front of the camera now to point some things out to you guys, the viewers at home. But first, let's go to the broad view here. We'll go into the broad view, and you can see several warnings here on play. The yellows, severe thunderstorm warnings. The oranges, a little bit more considerable threat with those. And then the purple is a confirmed tornado warning. No red for red or indicated tornado warnings at this point. But again, a lot of stuff happening here. I can't remember this busy of a day here in terms of having severe thunderstorm watches for so many areas, but then having some tornadic action, and just so vigorous the storms bobbing here all at once in different parts of the area. You would generally expect more of a tornado watch situation for this type of vigorous action, but the parameters weren't the most overwhelming, and unfortunately we had a strong tornado. It appears preliminarily, not anything confirmed, but preliminarily it seems like went through the Hosford community there in Liberty County. So again, just a lot happening. I'm going to go ahead and step back in front of the key wall here in just a few seconds as we go ahead and see that a new warning has now been issued for Duval and St. John's until 5:30, and they're telling us a nice looking hook on radar southeast of downtown Jacksonville moving eastward. The tornado threat, though, appears to be mitigated by the big surge of wind that occurred over Mandarin, so the storm outflow dominated, and right now it looks like is weaker there. The action is, but they're monitoring to see if it can reestablish itself and re-intensify as it heads toward Ponte Vedra Beach. So again, that's the latest update there from the Weather Service meteorologist Peter Wolf there at the Weather Service in Jacksonville. So again, that's just information coming on in here, and I'm going to go ahead and come back into our shot here as we continue along with this coverage to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family. So just a one-man band, so I'm all over the place here in the Weather Center at times, but coming back into where our camera shot right now, you can see here we have, it looks like that one warning in Georgia, that would be just for Wayne County now, so that would no longer include parts of our viewing circle. I'm talking about this one up here, but that's a severe thunderstorm concern. This one here, that new warning we just had issued there, that is for areas there again, looking there earlier Mandarin, but now east of there is where we have Duval and St. John's until 5:30. That's more of a base warning now versus considerable. Another warning for parts of Putnam and St. John's, and that goes until about 5:15. And then we have the other warning out to the west. They dropped the one that extended into Leon for now. Some of this stuff, maybe, I'm hoping, is weakening, but we can't know for sure because we had a debris signature here just a little while ago on this storm too, plus the other storm out toward Lynn Haven. That was also outside of the area, but again, Liberty County, though, Hosford had the hardest hit of the day, it would appear, and that's within our 62 counties on the western fringes. So again, keeping everybody in our thoughts and prayers out there as I go ahead and go over toward our coverage map. Our coverage map here, you can see where Liberty County is, and we're just going to keep looking here at some information. We're getting some new updates here in. There's now a continuation of a warning here out toward the west. You see the spin not near as pronounced out toward Gulf and Calhoun at this point, which is good. No debris signature really apparent. That might be the remnants of one there, but it looks like right now not too much on that, so that's good. We have that storm there, and it looks like in Gadsden, it looks like it's rotating a little. We're looking further away, though. I might have to get further down to know for sure, but they're telling us the storms, and I mean, switch radars. I apologize here because we're running between a whole bunch of stuff. So let's go ahead to this source. But so we're talking about this, all this stuff here. That rotation was a lot weaker out of the west. You saw it on shear rate, but we have that storm in Gadsden. We'll keep our eyes on, obviously, and then we have this line here with the warning that continues for observed 60-mile-an-hour wind potential. Hail, though, not quite as severe at this moment, but a tornado possible tag also in play here. And that does clip parts of Franklin and parts of Liberty counties here in the viewing circle. So again, That's where this yellow box is right now. Franklin and Liberty counties there in the viewing circle. But then that we'll just go into about 5:30. So again, we're trying to give you guys the latest information. So that's one warning within our area, and then we have two more to the east. That's three warnings, which is actually normally that'd be really, really busy stuff that we're talking about. But that actually is a reduction here from where we were at just a little while ago. But again, let's go ahead and go on over here to this source. I know they're saying there's a report of some more hail going back earlier on toward parts of Duval County. We'll continue to effort information on that. That's still a pretty vigorous storm in southeast Duval with that hook. Kind of make sure that folks are taking a heed of this, at least for severe potential on sawgrass there. And then this is pretty nasty stuff there, Bostwick and Vermont Heights there. And you see some other storms we'll pay attention to as well. This looks like different areas of rotation are worth watching for sure in there. So we just have to keep monitoring all these different radar scans. No form of tornado warnings out for our area at this moment. That one purple box is, pink box, whatever you want to call it, is just outside of our area there in toward parts of Calhoun and Gulf. So again, we'll just continue to monitor that situation there. But again, right now, it looks like that was weakening on down. So they did just cancel it, by the way. That's what that beeps for. So that purple box, pink box will go away. So we now have 3 warnings in our area. We did this a minute ago. But again, I don't have a tornado warning just on the edge of our area either right now. So I think we're going to take a quick break here, catch my breath before we get more tornado warnings or something that escalates again here on us. So we're at 4:49 right now. So what I'm going to do here, and if we get a tornado warning, we'll jump back in immediately. If we get a tornado warning. But otherwise, I'll come back here at 5 o'clock to continue our coverage. So give me a 10-minute break here. Well, the radar is still up, so you'll be able to see that. You can also go to the interactive radar, cloudweather.com/radar to look at things in this break here. By the way, being told now from Mike Burris, 2 trees uprooted there. Beg your pardon, two trees down Argyle Forest. There's pictures according to him there with one that's medium sized and one larger one that was uprooted. So definitely that wind really getting down to the surface there, causing some problems in parts of Duval County. It still could, but it's not quite as vigorous as it looked a little while ago. We'll be back here on more in about 10 minutes. Again, the radar will still be up, and I'll jump back in immediately if we need to, as we continue to protect you, continue to protect your friends, and continue to protect your family. I know there's 2 trees there down toward Bishopwood Drive, that vicinity of Jacksonville.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. You can see we still have quite a few thunderstorm warnings in play. A new one since we last spoke here about 10 minutes ago for portions there of the Florida Big Bend region and the Panhandle further out toward the west too. Some of those in our area, some of those outside of our area, of course. But talking about Calhoun, Franklin, Gadsden, Gulf, Jackson, Leon, Liberty, and Wakulla until about 6 o'clock. So for another hour here, that threat here with this line hanging around. Hopefully, this stuff eventually that pushes further east, maybe it'll try to break down. But for the time being, it's definitely still potentially severe. So got to take heed of that here as we look out toward the west. You don't want to let your guard down as we're looking toward this area. So just trying to let you guys know about that. I'm going to go into some of the warning details right now. We're talking about portions of Tallahassee, also Carabel, East Point, Midway, Apalachicola, Quincy, Havana, St. George Island, Crawfordville. Technically, it's starting to get in this warning. It's still a little ways away, but Greensboro, Chattahoochee, Orange, Franklin, Sneads, Gretna, Bristol, Grand Ridge, South Choppy, Rock Bluff, and Jewel Fire Tower here. Again, this warning going with the movement east at 30 on the line of storms. The warning going for another hour or so, and then we have the warnings here further on over toward southeastern Duval County. See that little hooks there still on that storm. We'll just have to continue to watch to make sure we don't get any tighter rotation. We had a tornado there, a significant tornado. It appears out toward Hosford and Liberty County, but Hosford there. But again, looking right now toward this, we have this storm capable of producing penny-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then this storm here around Hastings is capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and also half-dollar-sized hail. So again, a lot of stuff happening here at this present point in time. And where I'm at here east of Stark, we picked up about a half-inch of rain already, just with the storms that came through a little bit earlier on. They had some thunder and lightning with them, but not too prolific, really. It was really right when we were tracking that large tornado out toward the west. We didn't have much time to really do anything else but just focus our attention on that. But that was a situation up there that was worth noting. Let's have another storm up here. I think I need to mention this one right here is for parts. It does clip a little bit of Glenn County. I kind of forgot about it because it's in Wayne as well, where the worst of it is right now. That's just outside of our area, Wayne County, but it does clip Glenn. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in 40. Everett and Mount Pleasant areas here moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So most of it's in Wayne County. That's outside of the viewing circle, but you can see it out there, but then this is over in the Glenn County on Everett, so we'll keep our eyes on that here just in case for the Everett community. And the Wayne County got hit hard yesterday by some big hail, excuse me, that did some damage. So again, just continuing to watch things in that regard. We're getting new updates here in the chat sessions. I'm going to go ahead and step off real quick as we continue to gather new details. You can see the broad view here. Just trying to let you guys know what's going on. I'll even zoom back in a little bit here with me out of the way, so you'll be able to get that look here and even see how things are just going here across all of our counties, and I get a little bit better overall viewpoint on that. But we're being told here of some new developments here in the chat, so I need to go ahead and see what we have here. Bear with me. I know we've been talking a while, so my voice might start to go a little bit from time to time, but again, earlier on toward Jacksonville, toward the Orange Park area, 3:55 or so, the report here, but it just came in at 4:56, that there were downed trees along with roof and interior damage at a gas station near 295 and Highway 17. Again, that's there in northern Clay County in the Orange Park area, for reference there. And then looking up toward Duval County, we're talking about the trees, the issues there. The one uprooted, the other there having a little bit of concern there as well. I know one of them there medium-sized and one of them larger. So just don't ever want to hear stuff like that, but hopefully it didn't do maybe just extraordinary damage there, but we'll find out as we look later in the timeline. And then also they're saying they're watching a storm merge with the Jacksonville offices with new developing supercell in the southern flank in Putnam County. So they're seeing if that southern storm takes over and intensifies further. And we'll be watching here the potential for some of the stronger winds and hail up to quarter size getting down toward the surface. We're also being told to continue to watch the progress of the complex of storms there west of Tallahassee. And as it moves east across the area, they've started to see less circulations, but the damaging wind threat has not lessened, so they're concerned for primarily 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, especially in the segment of the storm currently on the Calhoun-Liberty County line. So, again, that's the storyline there right now as we monitor the progress of things here in the Weather Center. So, a lot going on right now, a lot continuing to take a hold here across portions of our area. Again, let's go ahead and come back into the shot now. We'll go ahead and get back into that chroma key view so you guys see exactly what is happening. And I can also point that out to you guys, the viewer at home. So again, we have the yellow boxes here. We have 4 of them here in play. Really, at this point, 5 if you count the orange one, but that's expiring out pretty soon. They're on the very far western fringes of the area. So again, we really have 4 boxes that we're watching here at this point. You just see them on the board here, looking across, and then this one here further on over. So still a lot to watch and a lot to track as we advance in time. Again, let's go back over here. This is that storm they were talking about here that we had that merger maybe some rotation on this. A supercell can have rotation, but it's just a matter of if a rotation is able to maybe have that more prominent look to try to get down toward the surface and be a tornado producer. They're now saying that this is a considerable damage threat now for Putnam and St. John's through 5:15 at least, but that might get extended. We could have 2-inch-size hail now in this area, in addition to 60-mile-an-hour winds. That this coming down from the National Weather Service in Jackson. We just saw the polygon go from yellow to orange here, indicative of the threat being escalated here and increased a little bit in toward that area. So maybe having hail closer to 2 inches in size now, as we're getting just east of Hastings and on the east side of Hastings maybe still, but you can see there around Barnes Farm Road, also over toward Cowpen Branch Road, something to watch here for sure and take heed of. And you see that latest scan says even more that hail potential as we go between some of our different layers here. We'll watch for rotation. Don't see a lot, but there is a little bit of broad rotation in there, I would say. Definitely some wind damage that could be kind of forced down to the surface here. Wind that could have caused damage when that wind really does get forced down is what I should say. But again, you can see here that hook on this storm. Again, you see that hail core. That's where the hail would be more. If we look toward the north in the supercell, you can see here that's around, it looks like State Highway 206. They're now giving us the latest update here in the chat that the southern Putnam storm is rapidly intensifying, and the radar is now indicating golf ball size hail potential as it tracks a bit north of east toward Crescent Beach. This is becoming a dangerous storm, and people in the area from Crescent Beach to Summer Haven need to be ready to take shelter from this storm during the next 20 to 30 minutes. So again, that's a dangerous threat for you guys down there towards some of those coastal areas. So this the nastiest storm here in the area at the moment. This one here was the nastiest here for a little bit before we had the one around Hosford. That's been the nastiest of the day there in Liberty County in the Florida Big Bend region, where we had indications of a large tornado, a strong tornado, an EF2 plus, an EF2 or stronger tornado on the ground there at points. So again, we'll continue to get updates on that situation. But as we look over here toward the east, you can see there's not much rotation at all with this, but there could still be some stronger winds in here, and again, hail that could be trying to get down toward the surface in maybe that penny size range. So again, that's the warning there. Back up to the north now. We see another storm there to the south catches my attention. This one's still right outside of the area in Wayne County. Could clip Everett and Glenn County, but this looks like it could get a warning here pretty soon. We'll have to watch it. Definitely need to watch it here over the next little bit as it moves towards Sterling. I've even seen a little bit of wind enhancement. So let me see if we have our significant weather advisories on here. I don't see one right now on this storm, but I feel like it's a candidate at least for that, if not a thunderstorm warning here ultimately. So we'll have to watch it and track. They have other storms in here that are strong but not severe in between. And then we need to switch to the Tallahassee radar then to give you the other perspective. So let's real quick though, we'll come back over to this storm here that has the considerable damage tag on it. This is more substantial in the level of concern that we're tracking down toward parts of Putnam and St. John's. I know if you're familiar nationally with St. Augustine, this is toward the south and west, but there's a hail tracker now really prominently giving us more like 2-inch size hail in toward this area. So that's there. You can see 2+ inches of possibility. That's really getting up there now, folks. That can be problematic here, as we're seeing some of the biggest hail sizes we've seen all day here on some of our radar products. So again, a dangerous situation. In fact, let me give you guys an example what 2-inch size hail looks like then, because we've been doing this here in the Weather Center. I know going between a bunch of different things, but this right here is an example of what 2-inch size hail here looks like. This is something that was preserved in wax here years ago, like 25 years ago or so, from North Texas, and this was a hailstorm back then, and now this is again an example of what could be falling out of the storm right now in parts of that Putnam and St. John's region. So again, just trying to give you guys an example there. We just got a new warning for Glenn County now until 6 o'clock. So is it that storm we were looking at? I bet it is. Yes, that storm we were just looking at there. Now a new warning until 6 o'clock. It looks like hail to about 1 inch and then 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Also a possibility out of it here. So you guys need to be inside and away from windows here in toward this area. Talking about Dock Junction, Everett, as well as Stallman and the Boise State area. So again, continuing to watch, continuing to track here in the Weather Center. As you see, the other storm again has a hook to the north as well, but they aren't necessarily still in tornadic rotation at this point, but still hail and wind would be the more prominent threats out of those. Again, this one here, though, is the more prominent level of concern in terms of all the storms that we've been tracking here in the last few moments. It has the highest level of concern in my eyes that it could produce the most damage here. This one definitely could. So again, we'll just have to go ahead and be inside and away from windows here. Now it's on 2.5-inch size hail, so we'll be seeing hail even bigger than this, folks. I mean, from this storm. I mean, that's what the warning's for, though. We're talking about 2-inch hail at this point, it looks like, with that considerable damage tag, but we could be seeing hail even bigger than what I just showed you there with that example. So again, just continue to stay safe out there. As we need to get back over to the Tallahassee radar now, it's becoming a little more messy, which would make me think it would weaken our threat down some. We still have some pretty good winds in here, though. But hopefully, eventually, this wind core will kind of fall apart with all this other rain, this lighter rain around it. It seems like it would ultimately, hopefully, before Roy gets into toward Tallahassee and Crawfordville and does a lot of damage or anything along those lines. But you see Crawfordville right now, around Crawfordville in Wakulla County. Again, they are under this warning technically until about, it looks like 6 o'clock. So right now, this 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, the threat, there's a tornado possible tag. For Crawfordville, I don't really see any rotation there off to your west. There is one area here up around Havana that is showing some weak signs of rotation, it would appear. It's a little more discreet, too, so that might be something we have to watch there. But right now, nothing that's just overwhelming here with the reflectivity or the velocity images versus what we've been seeing here, again, like around Hosford earlier on. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. We're seeing there's a new warning now. Considerable damage possible still as we continue to look over there toward parts of St. John's and also Flagler counties now. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and see what we have there. You guys can see what I'm talking about. Again, there's this hook, but maybe not a tornado producer, but a hail producer in this area here. That wind maybe just down to the south, and you see that new warning there. Again, this is a threat here where we might even, if this hail threat keeps increasing, may have to be changed from considerable to destructive. And I don't remember right off the top of us having a destructive severe thunderstorm in our area since they've been doing that type of criteria here. I know we had that one in Lake County the other day, but if you have a destructive one, that'll go off on the alert system there on everybody's phones that have the alerts enabled there, the wireless emergency alerts enabled here, and you would be getting it as if it was a tornado warning because it'd be so serious. We're starting to edge to that level. This hail size keeps increasing. Yeah, that's now up to 2.87, folks. We do not get this very often in our area. We're being told right now by WJX and WFOX Chief Meteorologist Mike Burris, Action News Jax there in Jacksonville, that hail almost as big as golf balls reported there around Hastings and St. John's. You got to think that report, I mean, just with the way reporting goes, at least a couple minutes old. So you got to think here that the worst of the hail here maybe concentrated itself just there southeast and then maybe even getting a little bit bigger in size. So again, just looking at this here, it's 2.87 inch size hail. So instead of something like this, folks, we may be talking about even more considerable and maybe even destructive hail. So time for another example here in the Weather Center, kind of going over and looking at some of our different things. Maybe hail more like this. This is an example of a 3-inch hailstone. And look at that, right on cue. It just increased. I don't think I've seen this in our area on this more conservative look. It's now showing 3.5-inch size hail. And this is the more conservative view. Let me get to our other radar down there. This may be a time for a destructive severe thunderstorm warning to be issued now. When we're getting that type of signature, this is starting to really remind me of what ravaged Lake County back on Tuesday here. We really had a terrible storm go through. We had hail like this. It went through and it ended up doing significant damage there, busting out screens and the like. We really have the right or the wrong parameters really coming together right now in this area. And this could really be doing some significant damage. Hail similar to this, similar to 3 inches in size now. Not out of the question that could be busting out screens there on patios, things of that sort. And they're telling us here in the chat, as I'm getting updates here, it's just so bad looking. I don't see an algorithm showing up on the other mode, but we know it's just, let's get back to this. We never get a look like this. This is very similar to Lake County, folks. And this could start to become a situation where it's a matter of injury or not being injured here. I mean, I almost want to call it a matter of life and death, but I'm kind of stopping myself because unless you're just out in this, if you get to the right part of your house, you probably would survive a hailstorm, unlike some tornadoes where you might not. But, I mean, this could really do some significant damage to mobile homes, folks. Again, this is one of the worst hailstorms in all my years. I mean, I've been here on the First Coast in Northeast Florida, North Central Florida, 25 years now. And just, I mean, I was a kid during some of that time, but I don't know if I've ever seen a radar signature as bad as this one for hail. Not a tornado, not wind necessarily, though could definitely have some serious wind in here, but they're saying this is a massive supercell in towards southwestern St. Johns County, where the radar is suggesting potential for up to baseball-sized hail, excuse me, along with 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. And the storm will be reaching the coast here in the next 30 minutes between Crescent Beach and Summer Haven. So people in these communities need to take action to protect property from very large hail and damaging wind gusts. So this is very serious stuff. Very serious stuff, and it's going to be crossing the interstate here pretty soon. I-95, you do not need to be driving on this, because think of the speed you'll be going, the wind blowing and hail around that could be like this. I mean, that could be deadly. I mean, in a scenario like that, I mean, you could get hit by one of these or many of these at just such a fast speed there that it could really be problematic if you have the wrong set of circumstances with wind direction and wind speed and forward speed of your vehicle set up. So we've really got to get people into safe shelter here along the stretch of I-95 in this vicinity. Again, this is very serious stuff. Very serious stuff here. We're looking, you see Hastings and Armstrong. It's moving towards Summer Haven and Marineland. One of the more serious hail situations we've ever seen here within our 62 counties over the last couple of decades. This is reminiscent here of what we saw toward Lake County, and I do not mean to hype this up, but we do not see 3.5-inch size hail on our more conservative hail estimates very often. And I wonder why it's not showing a hail estimate on here. I think it's just so extreme right now, I don't even want to estimate it, because this generally overdoes it. So I'm probably trying to show 5 inches, and it's just too extreme for this. So they have this issue now, destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So this should now be going off on your phones here in this area. I don't think we've ever had one of these since they've been doing this over the last couple of years in the Jacksonville television market. But now we have a destructive severe storm. We could have hail upward of baseball size. I mean, it could be even larger than that, but the warnings for baseball size hail in toward this area. That's not good, folks, not good. bear with me here to check to see what else we might have here. Just trying to make sure what's going on here. See if we have any questions from the viewer. I don't see anything right now, but again, I hate to keep this pointed out too, but hail like this is what we could be seeing there in this area. This is very serious stuff. Again, we do not get destructive severe thunderstorms around here very often, but this really meets the criteria at this very point in time. So again, this is a destructive storm, folks. Let me read the text this warning here to you guys at home. It's a destructive storm for southern St. Johns County and far northern Flagler counties, where we could have baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. At least golf ball was observed. But again, we could be having the size of hail that reaches baseballs here, maybe according to our radar even larger. And this could really start to ravage communities here, like what we saw in Lake County on Tuesday. This is one of the, again, just one of the more potent hail signatures I've ever seen here within our 62 counties. This is so serious, folks. I mean, really, again, we don't want to just say hail is a matter of life and death, but when you're on the interstate, I mean, and you have stuff that maybe 3 inches in size coming your way, busting out your windshield or something like that, this could truly be a matter of life and death. I mean, we really have a serious situation on our hands here that's approaching the interstate here. So let's go ahead and get those cameras ready, because this could be something, hopefully it's not as bad as I'm thinking it is, but this could be something like we've never seen here in our area in on camera, really. So let's go ahead and go on over here to our other mode. Let's go ahead and get down toward the south here. Again, you never really think, you think of tornadoes, you think of hurricanes, but you never think of a hailstorm maybe impacting communities in our viewing circle like this one could. I mean, just thinking about how to cover stuff in the future. Okay, we got a tornado warning now for Leon and Wakulla, so we got to break away. I hate to break away from this. I mean, this is a monster, but we have a tornado warning for Leon and Wakulla, so let's see where this is. Tornado 15 miles west of Crawfordville, indicated on the Doppler radar here. So it's moving east at 45 miles an hour. Moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Radar indicated at this point, but there it is. There it's popping up in this area. Not the tightest, but they must be seeing something close to that site. So let's just go ahead. We'll get right back. We'll try to go to the cameras, because that's just something extraordinary. But we have a tornado warning right now for parts of Leon and Wakulla. So again, our systems are working very hard here in the Weather Center to protect you, your friends, and your family. And now we have a possible tornado developing here toward maybe more rural portions, at least, of Leon and Wakulla counties. So let's go ahead and read that text of the warning. The warning here at 5:22, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 15 miles west of Crawfordville, but we need at 40. So mainly rural areas are northwestern Wakulla and southwestern Leon counties here. We're talking about some of these communities in the Big Bend of Florida. So let's go to our tornado safety tips graphic here real quick. Let's go to our tornado safety tips graphic here to give you guys the latest on what's happening, so you guys know exactly what to do in this type of set of circumstances. So again, we're just trying to see exactly what's going on here in the Weather Center from the Weather Service and all of our different sources here at our disposal. So you need to take those precautions, put that football helmet on or bicycle helmet on there toward Leon and Wakulla. I got a better look at this right now on our other viewpoint. So it's a very rural area, very small polygon in general, the geographic breakdown of this. But let's go ahead and go over to it here right now. Again, we're not forgetting about you guys toward Flagler and St. John's, with one of the more potent severe thunderstorms we've ever seen here in terms of hail production within our Jacksonville counties. But again, this is pretty weak rotation. They must have saw something on the frame before that was a little bit tighter. Yeah, there's a little bit of something in there as we try to load the frames. You can see a little bit of something there. It's honestly pretty weak or pretty low down. I know. Okay, they're saying this is a confirmed tornado now, and I think that must be part of the problem. We're just so close to the radar, it's kind of hitting under the beam, but there's now a debris signature apparently. So there is a tornado in progress here, moving east at 40 miles an hour. It's very rural out here in northern Wakulla County, Forest Road 344. That's about to cross you guys. A weaker tornado here in progress based on this debris signature, northwest of Crawfordville, southwest of Tallahassee. Also, there's some video, maybe some damage to work hospital that's just coming in. We're being told about. We'll try to get you guys that information here in just a moment. But again, this may be more details on what occurred in terms of some more specific details on the damage. But right now we have to follow this tornado warning. Again, a very weak overall tornado on the ground, it would seem. But that is a tornado signature. That is a debris signature. That was a good warning. They must have really saw that. I bet they must have saw that in the upper volume scans here, the upper volumetric scans, because they were really paying attention to this to get a tornado warning out for something like that. Very unusual to have something there that weak on radar and get a tornado warning and then get a debris signature right after. So we'll be curious to know what's going on here and what they really saw with this. I know we're really focused on areas to the east, so that's why we missed it just here on our end. But we gave you the heads up as the warning was being issued and as that threat was really starting to materialize here. So again, a possible tornado here still could be in progress. We did have a tornado down though at the last scan there on our correlation coefficient product. We need to get back to St. John's and Flagler. This is a very rural area, but take shelter. There's a tornado in progress. I hate to break around and away from a confirmed tornado in progress here, but we got to get back to that destructive storm impacting a lot of population. I mean, hail like what we've never seen here, maybe in the words some of our Jacksonville counties. If our radar products are right, I hope they're wrong. I really hope they're wrong here. But let's get back on over, see what's going on there. So we're switching radar. It's a destructive storm, though, in the word parts. Flagler, St. John's, our system now swim closer to just 2 inches. I mean, that's unbelievable to even think about. This closer to 2 inches, folks. You know, just a little above that is something that we do not ever really see around here in terms of just getting this in a higher populated area. We did get a situation yesterday where Anthony, where there were some reports here, the hail potential there. Maybe one of those stones at least reaching close to 3 inches, but there wasn't any confirmation necessarily of that. It was going 2.5. But our conservative radar estimate was given us 3.5 inches a moment ago. That's why we were so concerned here, and we're still very concerned. This could still do a lot of damage along I-95 there in this area. So again, it's right there around the interstate. I know I had to break around and break away here, so I apologize. I'm kind of missing some stuff here, but we really just, it's a one-man band, so we're trying to do the best we can. But this is right there, west of Summer Haven, maybe a little north of that specific spot. So maybe we can catch some of this here as we continue along here in the coverage. So again, it's a dangerous, dangerous situation. We're trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family, though. Again, this is something that is really unusual here as we continue to get more information here into the Weather Center. So I want to get my bearings again. So we're north of Palm Coast by a little ways with this there toward that interstate system. So let's just see where we're at here with this. Definitely getting some interesting views coming on in, it would appear. So bear with me here in the Weather Center. We're going to try to give you this camera view and maybe a little bit back off toward the west here. But let me, oh, look at this. Take this. We got to take this. Look at this wind here. This wind whipping through. It might start to slack, but there we go. It's still going pretty fast, but maybe not quite as fast as it was just a second ago. But this is I-95 there, a mile marker 300. Look at that wind there. Probably some hail in here. We talked about the hail production. We're going to try to effort you some more cameras. Look at that wind is blowing. How fast that's blowing there into parts of our southeastern counties right now with this destructive severe thunderstorm. Just a really very unusual situation to see with a destructive storm, a storm of this magnitude. I mean, you almost expect to see camera views like this one here on our Florida 511 perspectives here. Again, we could be seeing hail upward of baseball size into where some of these spots. I don't think we're getting that in this shot specifically right now, but I'll be searching for some more images here over the next few minutes. Just bear with me and bear with our system here as we get more information in. Again, you just see what's happening there. Let's try to effort some more shots here. I know we kind of had to jump a little late on some of these because we're going between that confirmed tornado warning and northern McCullough. We had to get that out to you guys. So let's just see here what else you might have. Maybe go down the interstate just a little bit here. Yeah, you can see some nastier conditions. Let's take this full. More bad weather for sure in this one. Look at how he's really reduced in terms of that visibility. I'll kind of step on over here for a second. You can kind of see it. It's looking like some vehicles going faster than others here in this treacherous storm. I-95 there, mile marker 299.9. Another Florida 511 camera perspective. So looks like maybe a little bit of hail maybe in there. If you look real close in the front now, possibly. I can't tell for sure, but we're just going to continue to offer more perspectives here, live perspectives on this destructive storm. Let's get further down toward the south here. I'll see what else we might have on camera shots. Here's another one I'm about to go to. Yeah, let's take this full now. You can see here, this is going to be I-95. That might be the same one actually, but you kind of see what we're doing with the very nasty conditions here. I'm trying to go between them. So sometimes we kind of get a little bit caught up when we're bouncing between, but you still saw some very nasty conditions still on that one. So getting more beeps here in the weather center, stuff all over the place. To the south, we're not really seeing quite as much on our camera. Ooh, got lightning something. Well, the camera actually got stuck, so that's interesting. It must have got hit by lightning or something. I'll say this real quick. Yeah, maybe I said that. Probably that's flashing so much there. It might kind of be, might not be the best thing to show then, because that could be kind of not something that you guys want to see here on the air. It could cause really just maybe a stream to have some issues. But let's go back to that camera to the north here, mile marker 300. It's still really nasty. It still shows a good view of this. So there's that view right now. You can see here what's going on there. I-95 mile marker 300. There's some treacherous conditions here right now. Let's go back on over. We're getting more updates in. First off, I do need to let you guys know here. I do need to let you guys know they're going to drop the tornado warning for Leon and Wakulla because that debris signature has dissipated. So they're going to cancel it because the circulation's weakened there in correlation with that too. So we're also being told that the storm is collapsing there toward the east now, which would indicate more maybe of a damaging wind threat as you saw in some of those cameras versus the large hail threat. There's also broad rotation with it, so that's not tightened yet. And unlikely though, if the storm is weakening, but they're going to keep watching it. But more of that wind threat here right now than the hail. But we probably got some really big hail just out toward the west there. But hopefully that biggest hail threat didn't maximize right over the interstate. It seems like it might have maximized just off toward the west a little bit. Let's just see what else we have here in our traffic system right now. There's just all sorts of different views we can try to go to from time to time. I'll go up the interstate just a little bit here and see what's happening. Doesn't look quite as nasty here. We might have got our nastiest views here a moment ago. It's pretty treacherous out there, but you can kind of see it doesn't look as nasty at 301 mile marker there on I-95. But again, some of this is starting to get past the cameras now and get off toward the east a little bit. But you get the idea. Some really nasty weather conditions. So really nasty stuff there. Very interesting to see that wind potential. They'll probably get down to the surface. I think we kind of saw that to some degree live on the air just a moment ago with our cameras. So again, let's go back on over here. You can see again our wind is showing pretty nasty developments here in the velocity, but they're not like overwhelming areas here of that. But it's because with a collapsing storm, you might not see it here right off the bat. So keep that in mind. So let's go ahead and go back on over to the broad view again now. I think we need to effort some new information here. I might go ahead and step off for a moment. We have that tornado warning that's about to go away for parts of Leon and Wakulla counties, and circulation weakening on down, and the debris signature dissipated. We have a new warning there that we've been watching over the last little bit. I mean, we got a new update on it recently here. It looks like for some of our different areas, they were talking about this storm here, I believe. So that's why I need to step off, check that, check some other things here in the weather center. There's a lot going on right now, so just bear with me. It's a one-man band. We got a few things we need to check here off camera. Stuff going by so quickly here in our updates. We're kind of not able to get them all out to you here at the point in time because there's just so many things streaming on out. So just bear with me. Okay, so they canceled the tornado warning for Leon and Wakulla, by the way. If you guys are wondering, that officially has come down now. So they continued the other warning for Glen and Wayne. So that's the one in the north. An update on that was 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail toward the north there. Toward the south, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail Dock Junction, Everett, Thalman, Boys Estate. Again, the tornado warning's gone, but the destructive severe warning still going there. Something that we don't really ever see from the Jacksonville office. So right now it looks like we have 3 warnings here. If I'm counting them right. Make that 4 because I keep forgetting about the one that just barely clips our area because a lot of that's just that side of the area. We just explained the details on it, but technically I would make 4 then. So again, those are your 4 warnings as I go ahead and get back further out a little bit more as we try to give you guys the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, 4 warnings here in play. The tornado warning gone for Leon McCullough at Crawfordville. I know looking out for you guys there. You're starting to get into some of the heavier rain from this, some lightning. Hopefully it's not too damaging for you guys, but you're still under the warning, so still be taking your severe weather precautions. Let's go ahead and zoom back on out a little bit. I'll go ahead and zoom back on out. Trying to see what else I might have here. Power added numbers and the like, so just bear with me here. Florida now, 13,217 customers in the dark in the state. In Liberty County, that is very unusual to see on our maps here, but now 3,189 customers out of 4,183 are in the dark. So that's about 75% of Liberty County is in the dark now. So that accounts for, especially a rural area, a pretty big percentage of customers that are without power at this point from that terrible storm we had moved through the Hosford community a little bit earlier on. So again, Gadsden County, 267 customers in the dark. Looking over toward the east now, Duval County, 5,370 now without power. These latest updates earlier on, those numbers we had weren't really telling the whole story. So some of the other areas I'll probably wait on reporting because they're pretty low right now. And those could go up though here in pretty short order as the reports do come into the system and kind of change these details here as the timeline does advance. So again, we're sitting here 5:37 on this Thursday, April 27, 2023. I know 12 years ago to the day, it was one of the worst, if not the worst, weather day in history toward parts there of Alabama and other areas in the southeast. It's not to that level here from the national scale, but on our local scale, I mean, it is something here that is pretty unusual to see this potent of severe storm potential and this unusual in terms of having a PDS tornado warning and right now a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Flagler and St. John. The emphasis was on the hail, but now probably more on the wind here at this point in toward that area. So that's what you need to be focused on there. But some hail could still definitely be falling out of that storm, so you still have to be taking heed of it here in the Weather Center. We're getting a new update here from the chat session here from the Weather Service. They're saying the St. John storm has turned a little more right, wind just south of due east with the core about to pass directly over Summerhaven and then offshore during the next 10 to 15 minutes. So again, that's kind of the storyline there right now in toward this storm that has a destructive warning on it for a little bit longer. So again, continuing to follow here in the Weather Center. I'll go ahead and step back in front of the wall here in just a second, so bear with me as we continue to effort the latest information and to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, just a lot of stuff happening, a lot of information coming on out. We're seeing more stuff coming out as we speak, as we wait here, as we wait for some of the new updates here. We'll be giving you even more detail on what's going on. But 5:39 is that time. Coming back in front of the key wall. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here with you on this Thursday. Again, you can see that destructive severe thunderstorm warning in play. Again, we do not really see stuff like this around here where we have the orange with the black there with that type of outline. But that is the highest level of severe thunderstorm warning that you can ever get here. It's by the National Weather Service, and it was for the destructive nature of the hail. There was potential for hail looking something like this. We already got reports of hail closer to 2 inches there and that golf ball size rain, but there was a chance we had hail closer to this there. Radar was sort of even bigger than that at points, so that's just incredible. I'll back it up here at our 1 hour maximum estimated hail size, and you can see what we're talking about. These are colors. I mean, I was showing 3.5 inch size hail southeast of Hastings. I'll be curious to know if that actually did reach down there. We had to get at least golf ball size hail toward Hastings, but you can see there that white area there indicative of that type of hail, which is just obviously if that did occur, it would be just destructive there in toward that area. So Again, trying to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. This warning here, it goes into play until about 6 o'clock. The one in the north goes into about 5:45. They'll be moving out of the area here completely soon, but in this area is moving in further on over toward Tallahassee. We'll have to see what type of updates come out here if a new warning is needed. So let's go ahead. That goes to 6, but let's go to the other radar view first. Let's go to our other source here toward the east, toward the Marineland area. We're looking there in toward parts of southern St. John's and northern Flagler here. Maybe some wind enhancement around Marineland. Right now, that could be problematic. You definitely don't want to be out of the beach there. That's very dangerous weather to be out in, especially at the beach stuff. So again, we'll go ahead and zoom back on out. I'm hoping maybe we'll get lucky. I don't know if we will, but there's a chance here. Again, it's just a one-man band, so I'm losing my voice a little, so I apologize. We've been talking for a while, but there's a chance we could have some of this stuff kind of become a little bit more disorganized here, with some of the areas getting a little bit more worked over with the overall storms coming through because of reduced instability values here in the atmospheric setup. But we'll see. That'd be good, but you can't count on that here by any stretch. There might be a chance too. I'll look at it. Here real quick. That some of this stuff here could end up, it might end up having a chance to take advantage here of some more instability that's kind of lying in between. We didn't get as much rain out here toward the Suwannee River Valley, so looking back last 2 hours, you had some earlier, but you had enough chance to rebound here in terms of some of those conditions in Perry as well. Not even really any rain there at all. We're at 72 though right now around Stark, so that would indicate a reduction here of at least some instability to work with, but they're back up there toward like 75 in Live Oak, 81 around Cross City, 78 around Perry. So again, that kind of gives you guys an idea here of some of those different temperature readings. So again, we'll go ahead and zoom back on out a little bit as we continue along, trying to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. I'm going to switch to the Tallahassee radar here in just a second, but let's go over toward our covered map here. Just want to emphasize here that we're always on for any tornado warning storm moving through any one of our 62 counties here, and we were on for all the tornado warnings we've seen here in the timeline. That beep there was just indicating that severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag still for parts of Flagler and St. John's until about 6:15. As the words don't want to come out sometimes because we've been talking so long, but that warning for another 32 minutes there in toward that area. So we'll just continue to watch the progress of that there down toward our southeasternmost counties. But as we look further on out toward the west here, toward the Big Bend region, we just have to continue to monitor the latest radar scans to see exactly what is happening here as the timeline does get further on in toward that evening. I know there are NFL draft parties there. People are trying to enjoy, trying to get out to here possibly, and this weather is definitely playing an unfortunate role in making things definitely not as fun and more inclement for you guys. So again, just continue to give you guys the latest here. They did just give us an update. Some of the severe thunderstorm waters out just at west of area Calhoun and Jackson canceled, but it's been continued for the Tallahassee counties until 7. At this point, just got to keep monitoring the situation. It looks like Crawfordville now getting some nastier winds possibly in that area. So let's go ahead and go back on over to our other Doppler vantage point as you continue to stick with me here in the Weather Center on this Thursday, on this April 27th, 2023. We're just trying to offer you guys the newest details here. So again, Crawfordville, that's the area right now. It looks like we'll be getting a little bit of wind enhancement around Crawfordville. So there's something to kind of be taking heed of there in McCulloch County. I'm not seeing a lot on that mode, but back here, ooh, that's not good. That looks like if that's reaching, that'd be a problem there. I might be trying to rotate. If that's trying to get more surface base, that could be problematic here around Interstate 10 in Gadsden County. So we'll just have to continue to watch things. I know getting some different hail reports back out to the east. They just also, I was talking about Flagler County, then also they just canceled out Glen and Wayne, expired that officially here at this 545 benchmark. But if this stuff gets surface based here in Gadsden County, that might get a tornado warning. I mean, just be prepared here, Gadsden County. I know we had the one in the south earlier. If this stuff doesn't get surface based, then you might be okay. But If this stuff gets surface-based here, any of that stuff, I mean, even in Georgia, I mean, some of this air here might be, let's check the temperature. I'll take the wind off. Okay, they're going tornado warning, so they're seeing exactly what I'm seeing. Unfortunately, it's getting down toward the surface possibly, and that would be a problem here. So we now have a tornado warning. I'll see the temperature real quick. And I mean, even 66 degrees, they think it's enough. I mean, it was tight enough. I mean, that's pretty low, but it doesn't matter at this point. That's right over the interstate, too, folks. A tornado warning now being issued for parts of Gadsden County until 6:30. So at 5:45, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Greensboro, or 10 miles southwest of Quincy, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So need to take those tornado precautions now in Gadsden County. A possible tornado here in this area. So let me go ahead and read the text of the warning to you guys. In fact, as I do that, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the tornado safety tips graphic again, so just so you guys will know what to do here as I read all this other stuff off to you guys at home. There's some very important information here to kind of see here and take heed of. So the National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for Gadsden County and the Big Bend of Florida until 6:30. At 5:45, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Greensboro, or 10 miles southwest of Quincy here, and that is moving east at 25 miles an hour. We're talking about a situation here where it'll be near Quincy around 6:10, maybe even earlier than that, and then Midway 6:20. So I think it'll be moving a little bit quicker than that. I just want to get this out real quick, but we also have the Fremont community, Lake Talquin, Littman, Juniper, Douglas City, Darcy, Mount Pleasant, Florence, as well as Concord and Scotland here under this tornado threat. I'm not seeing debris yet, but that could change here. It's going to be in Quincy way before that time mark, though. It's not that far away, so unless it just, I mean, really slides on off there. I'm going to go ahead and, you might see a frame or two go away, but I'm going to go ahead and try to get to our traffic camera system because that's right near I-10 there, right near I-10. And toward that area, so bear with me here. We're just trying to see exactly what's going on. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Leon, Gadsden, Franklin, McCullough now to 7. We're also being told here in the chat that the golf ball size here on Hastings was when it looked like the product was showing a hail at about that range, but then the product at 1.7 to 3.6 inches in the middle of nowhere, just west of 95. So they're thinking maybe, hopefully, we got kind of lucky there and things kind of ended up missing the more populated area there in terms of that hail production. But again, we'll just have to wait and see, obviously. Still offering some traffic camera images if you're wondering what I'm doing here. Let's go ahead and see. I think we have Hosford Highway there. It's maybe showing some hail in here. Let's get back. I'll go on camera for a second and then we'll go to traffic full screen now. Put it behind me. You guys can see what we're talking about. Again, you see some pretty nasty conditions there at the Hosford Highway. I-10 there, 175 eastbound, looking off toward the north and east. So this is close to where we have that possible tornado, maybe right over them almost. As we're being told there, some impressive storm action there. As we're looking out towards St. John still from earlier on. Mike Burris there, WJX, WFOX, chief meteorologist saying some roof damage and damage to plants and trees being indicated by some Twitter video he's going to be posting. So that maybe he just posted. So again, let's go ahead and just keep looking at the camera here though with our tornado warning. We got a tornado warning here in Gadsden County, folks. It could be a tornadic producer, this storm here that we're looking at right now live on the air. So again, you need to get in that jury room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. By the way, 40-mile-an-hour gust measured at the ambient station along Lake Talquin. So that stuff just coming in. We'll continue to watch, and let's just keep watching this spin up tornado potential here. It's just southwest of Quincy a little bit. So again, you can see where that is. You can see our new thunderstorm warning going all the way through Tallahassee and Crawfordville now, and that goes until 7 o'clock. So again, a nasty situation here. We're talking about at 5:47, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 10 miles north of Quincy to 6 miles east of Carabel. We're moving east there at 25 miles an hour. Tallahassee, Woodville, Florida State University, Tallahassee Community College, Quincy, Havana, St. Mark's, Midway, Crawfordville, FAMU, Doak Campbell Stadium, Wakulla, South Troppy, Lake Bradfordville, Wakulla Springs, Florence, South City, Medart, Quincy Airport, and Tallahassee Airport under this severe thunderstorm warning. So the tornado warning, though, getting more updates on that. Regarding this, the Bright Dobbs is saying here no confirmed tornadoes yet, but there are a few circulations in the storms in this area, and if a tornado develops, it'll likely be a very quick spin up. And I definitely concur there that it would probably be a quick spin up here, not being able to maybe take hold like what we saw toward Hosford there in Liberty County earlier on. But this would definitely be more that QLCS type thing, trying to get going here. You can just look there. I mean, it's going to definitely be in Quincy before that 610 marker, though. That potential is headed there right now. You can't mess around. And they're just trying to get this warning out real quick, though, once they see it. So the algorithm and the product might have messed things up a little bit. Again, it's going to be in Quincy here in the next couple of moments. So go ahead and take your tornado precautions here around Quincy. You need to get in that interior room away from windows because there's a chance a tornado could be headed your way in Quincy. Nothing confirmed, but I mean, the way these storms have gone today, and with it being April 27th, a very, very bad day in weather history overall. You just never know. This could try to like spin up a tornado right over town and then weaken it once it gets past town. So you never know. I mean, we could get the greens and reds, the blues and reds to come together here real quick over Quincy and then fade. But hopefully it doesn't come together and doesn't produce. But that's not out of the question here. We just got to be taking our tornado precautions there in Gaston County right now. Latest scan, at least showing some stronger wind moving in. Let's see about debris. I don't see anything yet. That's anything obvious. That's good. But we've got to keep watching, keep tracking. Again, we're only looking about 1,000 feet up. Maybe a little over that, but not by much. Again, we have a tornado warning here for parts of Gaston County till 6:30. So let's go ahead and just remind you in the corner of the screen, I'll go ahead and pull up our tornado safety tips here right now. Let me go ahead and pull those up just in the corner here. Like we continue to watch the situation. That's what you need to do here in this type of scenario in the ward this area around Quincy. There's some other spins they were mentioning too. Weaker, I mean, you can kind of see them, but that area around Quincy seems to be the greatest level of concern and where that's at here at this present point in time. So again, we're just going to continue to want to take shelter around Quincy. There may be something down here closer to the interstate, but as I look at my other monitor, you can kind of see, maybe I can see a little bit better. But this one right here is right there near, it looks like State Highway 10, but then this other area is right again near I-10. So again, there may be this other area down here, but then this area is kind of, as you kind of back it up, you can kind of see it a little bit. I mean, these spins here, everybody around Quincy, north-south, and in Quincy, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a football or bicycle helmet. So let's get back on in. Still no debris. Let's check down here though, because make sure that's not anything. They look like this radar contamination, but we'll keep watching. We saw it very vividly earlier toward Hosford there in Liberty County. But again, looking around Quincy right now, there's your interstate, there's Quincy. A little bit of spin up there. I mean, it's all right in here, really. I mean, you see a bunch of different areas of spin if you look real close. Some of them tighter than others. I mean, we just got to keep paying attention here and taking those tornado precautions around Quincy. I mean, take that phone with you in that safe spot, or if you're watching on your Roku TV, just turn the volume up and do it that way. Or if you're watching just a TV station over here, or if that's easier to do, just turn the TV up and watch it and watch coverage like that here as you're getting in that tornado safe spot around Quincy. So again, a dangerous situation. Still no debris apparent, but once we have debris, it's not like you can't just wait for debris to fill up in our product and take shelter. There's already damage being done. This damage being done here. Once we have debris is showing up within the Doppler algorithms, that means people's lives already could be getting impacted with damage to at least a home or two once you have that debris starting to sell, maybe even more than that, because this here might be a little bit earlier on you see it, but some areas you would take a little bit longer for that debris really to get in play because you're further from the radar site. But here you might already get a damaged area there, and then you get the debris to be getting in a radar confirmed tornado, and then it's already too late for some folks where I'm going with that. So Again, around Quincy, though, we could have some stuff of wind, maybe, if nothing else, right there on State Road 267. You wouldn't necessarily get a debris signature for wind, but that's still a wind of 70 there on the south side of Quincy. That's right. They're probably just north of the interstate, maybe. At this point around Quincy, we're showing you some of the cameras here a moment ago. I know we're getting some new information here on our other source, so I want to effort that here. I want to see what's going on because we're getting some new details out of that St. John's Flagler storm from what happened earlier on. So I'm going to step off. I want to try to figure some stuff out on that as we continue to watch this, continue to take shelter here around Quincy and Gadsden County with this tornado warning here in play until about 6:30 at this point anyway. So again, you want to be going ahead and taking those precautions. You do not want to be messing around with this type of stuff here and this type of overall threat. So let's just go ahead. I'm checking some more stuff here. I'm going to go ahead. I wanted to see exactly what happened earlier on. Okay, we're now being told here, a meteorology student, FSU, Garrett Harvey, saying a small tornado just moved through Quincy. He's seen power flashes with gusts over 80, and some branches are down and rapid wind changes noted. So there may be a weaker tornado right over Quincy right now. So let's just stick with this. I think we need to jump back in front of the wall then to point some things out. There may be a tornado on the ground in Quincy here based on that indication. See if we get any debris on this mode. I mean, you definitely could get a quick spin up. Maybe there's something in there that's not really apparent, but I mean, winds to 80 miles an hour, whether they're from a tornado or from straight line winds here, would be problematic, and that'd be causing some damage. So we're going to go ahead and keep our safety tips there in the corner for another couple seconds, and then I'll move them away from now. But that's what you need to do there around Quincy, east side of Quincy right now. Take shelter in this red box that you can see here. It's a pretty big one, especially points there in the center and in the east. You need to be taking shelter at this moment. You can't be waiting around. You probably, some areas, if you're still watching me and you hadn't taken shelter around Quincy, your time really on that taking shelter might be really running on out. So let's go ahead and come back on in here. We're being told again, maybe a small tornado moving through Quincy, according to a spotted there, an FSU meteorology student anyway here, coming into the chat session. We're not seeing debris, but even if it wasn't a tornado, we're talking about maybe winds to 80. That feels like that's something that definitely could be happening here in this area right now. It seems more likely than not that we're getting gusts there in that hurricane range, whether they're straight line, whether they're a tornado type of winds here coming on through. We don't know. I'm not seeing the video or anything, but people are definitely watching the situation. And again, that meteorology student there did notice some power flashes being observed. So obviously this is causing problems there in Gadsden County. People losing their electricity. Again, it's important to charge up your devices in these situations ahead of time, but definitely some very strong winds there kind of paralleling the interstate here for sure. We're talking about Ralph Strong Road, where some of the strongest winds might be in that vicinity at this present time. So again, a nasty situation here around Quincy. Let me see if we have any more cameras. I know I want to stick with radar to see the geography of this, but now if we have any cameras pointing north, we don't have them right in Quincy. That's the thing. And if it's right over Quincy, then you might not see it. But cameras here, they don't seem like they're offering the best views here. I'm looking at all of them. It's just rain. So if we're not right under that, you might not see anything that interesting here. If we had a view of the clouds, I mean, there may be something in here, but it's a one-man band, so I don't see it right off. So let's just stick with the radar analysis here of a possible tornado around Quincy here in Gadsden County. Again, you can see here, we see these blues on the Doppler radar scans at this present time. So only about 1,000 feet up, we're seeing just about 77 miles an hour. So again, that's the storyline right now. They're continuing this warning. They're going to stay radar indicated is the weather service here for now. But we're going to keep on watching this, keep on tracking it. They're saying a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Quincy, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, a dangerous situation around Quincy here and portions of Gadsden County. Again, nothing really showing up in terms of debris. So at this low level, it makes me think I mean, we could have had a quick spin up in there, no doubt, but also it could just be some really strong wind. But whether the power flashes are from a tornado or from wind damage, it doesn't really matter right now. It doesn't really matter because people's lives are being impacted adversely here with these winds knocking out power, maybe causing, at least branches down, but maybe causing some trees to fall even in this type of set of circumstances. By the way, all this rain, I mean, rain can be a good thing, but we're now being told, and I know we're kind of far away on the radar, but we're being told of a aerial flood warning now for Pierce and Ware counties in Georgia until 7:30 because there's too much rain there is falling. Even though we do need rain, I mean, we have gotten about a half inch here where I'm at east of Stark, but we need even more for the wildfire threat to be suppressed some more. So again, we're going to get it though probably here today and moments here to come here in that timeline. But again, looking back here, this is a tornado warning around Quincy. You need to be in an interior room away from windows here around Quincy in Gadsden County. Again, seeing some winds here that could be closer to 80 miles an hour, not out of the question, based on radar indications here. Again, looking there, just south, maybe the worst of this, near south of US 90, and then maybe right near and north of I-10. It would seem to be focused maybe, and I'll kind of try to point this out, maybe, I mean, it might be kind of splitting the difference between the roads, or the worst of this went right in here, right down there. Again, this right here, that's US 90. That yellowish, brownish looking road there, and then the more reddish line there is indicative of the interstate. So, by the way, that destructive warning has been canceled out now for Flagler and St. John's. That's the moving offshore there. That's the good news. But again, we're watching a dangerous situation here in parts of Gadsden County. So, again, watching this carefully, seeing if there's any debris. I still don't really get any type of debris signature in its lower level. If you would have a vortex there, a tornado being on the ground for more than just a few seconds, you would think you'd see some of that lifted up here. We've seen it before in Gadsden, but still, power flashes, reports of that indicate to me this was definitely some very, very strong wind coming on through, causing some big-time problems. If it wasn't a tornado, that'd be something Weather Service will probably have to determine here later to see exactly what happened there. I mean, but I think what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to check some things here. Bear with me. Check some things. Again, there's your red box. There's your tornado warning. Interior room away from windows where you need to be right now in Gadsden County, Quincy, and point eastward. Again, this threat continuing to about 6:30 as the latest information. So, going to step out of this shot here right now. We have a couple of things that we need to check on. I want to check on a couple of things here behind the scenes that might help add to the coverage a little bit, as we don't have, more than just me here watching things. It's a one-man band. So, let me go ahead and just see what else we might have. Sometimes you might hear my voice trail a little because we don't have like a microphone in a traditional sense here. So it might, if I kind of turn my head the wrong way, you might hear my voice trail off for a second. I apologize, but it's easier to do it like this here with our overall setup. But again, going to check a couple things here in the Weather Center as we try to effort you guys the latest information. Can't necessarily touch my keyboard here or look at our other system as easily here on the air. But again, looking like here some very, very strong winds coming on through there in Gadsden County over the last little bit. So that's kind of the storyline there. We'll find out if there's a tornado that actually touched down there or not. But let's go ahead and see here what else we might have. We just got another beep here. So that for the northernmost portions of Leon and Gadsden, while there may not be a tornado on the ground, strong winds and gusts up to 70 remain possible, which can cause as much damage as a tornado. So let's go ahead and zoom out real quick. See what else we have. That's a nasty area there in McCullough that's moved through Crawfordville. That's starting to rotate too, by the way. East of Crawfordville, we'll have to watch that. There with that delineation of the wind, that could be something that gets us a tornado warning eventually there northeast of St. Mark's. And as that moves into Jefferson County, under the atmosphere, I mean, weather isn't on a calendar, but it seems like this April 27th period, the day of the NFL draft, we just, whatever it is, it seems like we have bad weather to deal with here in parts of our region. We had it in 2020 on the day of the draft. That was really memorable, that day was, and we had it on April 27th, 2011, probably the worst severe weather day here in many people's lives toward Alabama. Now, this isn't that type of level of severity today, but we've had definitely some really wicked weather for portions of our area that'll be reminding really, folks, here to just follow those precautions here in the future, and they'll be remembering this day here for a while, possibly, as there's now a new warning here with a tornado possible tag for areas there now of Jefferson, Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor counties here until about 7:30. So we just got to keep watching, keep tracking. He said expanded further off toward the east here. Bear with me. Continue to give you guys the latest. Just checking some more sources right now here in the Weather Center. Again, I'm going to see what else we might have. You can hear our system's working very hard behind the scenes. So, again, we're just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. Definitely some very nasty hail there earlier toward Hastings. As we're getting back about 45 minutes or so ago, maybe a little bit less than that. Seeing some different reports still come on in from there. As we're at 6:05 now in the timeline. Meteorologist Casey Cloud, I know we now have a new warning. Let's see, this is not in our area, but I want to touch on it because we do have some warnings downstate now that are kind of interesting to make note of, as we've kind of seen some different things transpire here since we've been focusing on the tornado warning. Again, you can see the yellow boxes there downstate. Again, these are some severe thunderstorm warnings here in play as we're looking there. A hook on this storm there south of Titusville. Maybe a tornado could be possible here as we look ahead, but severe thunderstorm northern Brevard County, Titusville there, Merritt Island, and that threatening another storm here, Osceola, Orange, and Brevard, but this is southeast there of Orlando and east of St. Cloud here, and it's moving off toward the northeast at 20. As we go ahead and look back up toward the north. So our warnings right now, we just have 3 warnings within our area. The tornado warning for Gadsden, and then the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings here in play for the Big Bend region as well. So that one going to 7:30 though, as we get further out toward the east here. So some very wicked weather, some very nasty conditions here for sure moving on through as we continue to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. So I'm trying to see if there's any new information here in terms of updates from the chat. Nothing in the last few seconds. Now checking questions here, and I don't see anything at this point. But again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here in the Weather Center to provide you with the latest information on this dangerous weather situation. So let's go ahead and continue to see the latest scans here on the Doppler now. I'm going to go ahead and get ready to come back in front of the key wall here as we're at 6:07 now on this Thursday, trying to provide you guys with the very latest on what's going on. We just have a lot of stuff happening, kind of sticking with it since we had that wicked storm move through Gadsden County there. Very nasty conditions here moved through the Gadsden County area here over the last little bit. And by the way, if you're wondering, I know we may not end up getting to our formal update here later tonight. I know we really haven't even gotten into that because we've been so busy, but just checking some different things here. I know the severe threat's not going to end after today, folks. We're going to have a threat here as we look ahead toward that Friday at times, Saturday, Sunday. So just stay tuned for more information as things evolve. But early next week, the work week at least, we'll be clearing on out some, and that'll make for better things around our area. And some folks will still have to clean up, unfortunately, though, from some of the damage that has transpired, and that'll continue to transpire here in the hours and days to come. So let's go ahead now. We'll go ahead and get me back in front of this weather wall, I think. At about 6:08, 6:09 on this Thursday. Again, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, trying to keep you guys safe and informed. So we have that tornado warning for parts of Gadsden County right now. It technically goes in play about 6:30. So let's go ahead and go back on over here. You can definitely see a lot of wind enhancement moving toward Havana. Here. I know this isn't even that far for what it's worth. I know this is just north, probably not even, right almost on the television station that broadcast out of Gadsden County with a news operation, ABC 27. So WTXL is probably pretty close to this for what it's worth. But you can see Havana here. You can kind of see some of these stronger winds there kind of encroaching upon some of these spots here on the eastern fringes of this tornado warning. Jameson's under the warning as well. You should take shelter too just in case, but We just want to be really being cautious. Anybody under this warning, including Midway there, still needs to be in their tornado safe spot. So could, in theory, have a spin up tornado anywhere from up here all the way through this area here, down here, and maybe just some stronger winds though back here. If we don't have a tornado, that could be kind of nasty and maybe even damaging here. In some cases, I mean, destructive, not out of the question with a pixel like this though. A 75-mile-an-hour wind coming up around Wilford Road. So Kelly Road as well. So again, some nasty stuff here that we're looking at here on the Doppler radar scans. You can see here Lanier Road in there. Also over to Ward. Another one popping up here, Small Pond Road. You kind of get the idea. So some very nasty winds there in parts of Gaston County. Maybe a tornado warning type of scenario here, actually verifying, but at least severe thunderstorm type of conditions seem probable. So we're being told right now here in the chat, Jacksonville office saying they're looking at a break in the activity through the early evening with just some heavy downpours in parts of South Georgia and Southeast Georgia, but they're waiting and watching to see if a line of storms moves in from the northeast area of the Gulf of Mexico after 8 p.m. And the latest high-res modeling is less bullish on this activity being intense. So hopefully it'll just be a band of heavy downpours and gusty winds later this evening. You gotta hope after all these storms, it's not a guarantee, but maybe we'll have at least a little bit of respite here in terms of these storms, and maybe they'll just kind of dwindle on down a little bit earlier, and we'll get a break before we may have a threat, maybe even tomorrow morning here with some severe weather potential. It's a crazy situation we've been dealing with here, folks, and it's not over yet. We still have a tornado warning here. It's been a day we've had red boxes on the board for pretty long lengths of time. We didn't have any red boxes in our area yesterday. Today, I mean, yesterday was very busy, but yeah, with a lot of hail, but today has been a day where we had our, I think, first destructive severe thunderstorm warning in the Jacksonville counties, and I'll have to check to see if that might extend to the whole area, but just in the Jacksonville counties for hail for sure, anywhere really in our region, and then now just all these tornado warnings here popping up, and even that confirmed large tornado that was moving to the Hosford community earlier on in Liberty County when we were way back earlier on in this stream. But you can see here a tornado warning means you need to seek shelter inside a sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So some very important things to keep in mind here when you have a tornado warning here in play, like what we have in play at this present time. So again, some dangerous stuff here ongoing, with at least some very strong winds there, if not a tornado, in the Havana vicinity in Gaston County. So again, let's come back on camera now, zoom out first. So I do want to touch on some other stuff. We have some really interesting gradients. Look at that gradient there on the radar moving in toward Jefferson County. That's indicative of strong winds. That may get a tornado warning at any moment. Let's tighten it up, I think. Yeah, I mean, we see some greens and reds coming together. And it looks like it wants to be a tornado producer for parts of Jefferson County here. But it's not quite at this point, I don't believe. Let's check for it to make sure. I mean, you can always get one of these spin up real quick without a warning before it's able to be spotted there a little bit easier. But I don't see anything there really clear on that, but just that gradient there, when you go from greens to that red so quick, that is indicative of a more stronger type of wind gust situation. You have an abrupt increase in those winds that could be problematic for parts of southern Jefferson County especially. But Monticello under the warning too, maybe not quite as bad up there, but we'll see. We'll see. And then you see here toward areas in northeastern parts of Gaston County. Again, some stronger winds there, and maybe a tornado embedded in here around Havana or to the south. Not out of the question. Don't see any debris, obviously, but when I say obviously, I mean it's not obvious I'm seeing debris, but it's not something that's impossible out here. So again, looking at 70+ mile-an-hour winds, I'm going to see a little bit of something there, like maybe trying to be picked up, but we're kind of close to the radar. I could be messing with it some, but just near the Florida-Georgia highway, so it's a pretty big highway population-wise in terms of traffic. I would think that this could be crossing over here, so that could be problematic here over the next little bit. So I know we were getting a gust earlier towards Spuds in St. Johns County around the Hastings, Florida area. A gust of 55 miles an hour noted there about 1 hour ago. That's just delayed, but it's coming on in now just kind of to give us an idea of what has happened there and towards some of our different communities. We'll have to see how the red comes into play the next couple scans, and I might be looking at other radars too because of the angle here. I'm going to stay with Tallahassee because they're so close, but sometimes you can get too close almost here or get an odd angle, but I don't see the rotation quite as evident. But earlier we didn't see that, and then we had a tornado touchdown, a very rural area very quickly, and very probably causing lighter damage in far northern McCulloch County. So you never know. That could be something there east side of Havana. If nothing else, we have some really wicked winds. You don't need to be out in this, obviously. You shouldn't have been out in this. If you are out in it, stay around Havana. So, again, and same for points to the east here, folks. You don't want to be out in this if you don't have to be here. And this is headed toward parts of Leon County, though. You know, even if we don't get a tornado here, but this right here almost looks like it wants to be a little bit more problematic for areas closer to Wassissa. We'll see. But this right here in parts of Gadsden County, again, we're watching it carefully. Maybe Bradfordville, maybe some of those northern Leon communities at least get some really strong winds from this, even if there's not a tornado. That's what they were kind of implying, I think, earlier on here in the chest. That's in this stuff's kind of moving more toward Bradfordville. It's just the way Leon's saved. It's not an area where like FSU will be impacted by the worst of this, but toward the north here could be impacted. And they're not going, okay, they're saying there's a confirmed tornado. So there may have been debris in there. That's why we were kind of wondering. Let's see. Okay, that must be something then. It was kind of interesting there. And I didn't know if it was 100% definitive, but it looks like there may be something, maybe right. And I'll point it out for you because it's not as near as definitive as some of the other areas, but it looks like right on the east side of Havana, we have a tornado on the ground here. So right in here, this may be our tornado. Let me double check to make sure it's not something back behind. No, it's probably on that leading edge there. That's probably it right over. It looks like Kemp Road, but it looks like we have a tornado on the ground here now in Gadsden. So that's why a tornado warning was issued for Leon County now, folks. That's why that new purple box came out. At 6:15, a tornado-producing storm was located over Havana, moving east at 30 miles an hour. This is a damaging tornado in some regards, mainly rural areas in northeastern Leon County, but it will include the Killarney Estates area, as they gone ahead and confirmed it back with the other box too. But as you see, there's different things coming on the board here. But Killarney Estates there, like Jackson, Bradfordville, Orchid Pond, it looks like there. Orchard Pond, McClay State Gardens, Killarney Lakes there, Muskogee, Fort Meadows, let's see what we have. Confirmed tornado based on radar just east of Havana, but Forest Meadows Park as well. So that's another area being impacted here potentially, but that looks like a confirmed tornado on the radar view. Right there we had just enough of this wind shift here take place. A confirmed tornado on the ground. Again, Killarney State, a very densely populated area in some ways. I know they're saying it's rural, but I mean, there are a lot of people that live out there. So, I mean, at points there are rural zones, but within rural zones, there's quite a bit of population in spots. I mean, think of Liberty County. It's a very rural county, very unpopulated, but we got a tornado, it looks like, that hit areas there earlier on there around Hosford. So, again, that's something that you don't want to be hearing about, obviously. I mean, we were watching that earlier on our Doppler scans. I mean, you see, this is Calhoun County, but earlier on we were watching Hosford so closely out there, and we had a tornado touchdown, but a new tornado warning for a radar confirmed tornado here. Let's just see if this gets any bigger. I hope it doesn't, obviously. I hope it's just a real quick spin up, but it was in Havana, which is why we needed you guys to take shelter here around Havana. And take those tornado precautions seriously. New tornado warning now. Okay, possible tornado around Thomasville. We haven't really talked about this. Oh yeah, that's really coming into play there. North side of Thomasville, moving east at about 30 miles per hour here. You see the Dawesville community, and you see this spin here. So downtown Thomasville. I might go just north of you guys, but you're probably getting it on your phone right now. May not even be watching quite yet from Thomasville because this came out right here live on the air. But now a possible tornado in the vicinity of Thomasville, but probably on the north side, at least, if anything, if it'll help you guys out, the tornado, if it's on the ground, be north of US 84. So we're talking about it moving east at 30 miles an hour. So just got to be taking those tornado precautions. It's around tornado precautions around Dawesville there on the north side of Thomasville. A possible tornado here. And that may be a debris signature trying to develop there now. That looks like it's a lowering in our CC values a little bit. So that's problematic. If we have a tornado on the ground, it could be getting your county line road. Again, this is a new tornado warning in South Georgia now. A possible tornado as we get here. You see Dawesville, and then you see Thomasville, and then the tornado will be right in here. You need to be getting an interior room away from windows. Let's pop up tornado safety here again. That's what you need to do if you have a tornado warning in your area, like what we have for parts of Leon, parts of Gadsden, and now parts of Thomas County in Georgia. You need to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. If you're already in a sturdy building, and when I say that, you want to avoid mobile homes if you can. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris. Put on that bicycle helmet. Put on that football helmet here. That's stuff you need to do here in this type of situation. Have those shoes on to make sure you don't have your feet cut up after the fact. If you're having to get out of that area that you might have been trapped in to some degree, and if you don't have the shoes on, there might be broken glass that you could cut your feet on. So, again, not what you want to hear, but that's what we're having to deal with right now. Let's get back to the Doppler, see what we have. Again, possible tornado there right here between, it looks like State Route 3 and the County Line Road, but north there of US 84. That's where indication is right now. That may be a debris signature. Not 100% confirmed or definitive, but that looks like it's lining up pretty good. That's a good gate to gate. And when I say good, that's not good. 25 one way, 52 the other way. There's about 75 miles an hour worth of wind here. Moving toward, it looks like US 19 here, folks. US 19. So again, we have a serious situation on our hands here. A tornado could be on the ground in Thomas County, Georgia, but we already had a confirmed tornado in Gadsden County, Florida, here just a little while ago. And if nothing else, if that's not staying on the ground, what you see that shows it may still be there, but it may not. But if nothing else, we have some really strong winds in here. On our one mode is showing winds that could be closer to 80 miles an hour, and some of these areas are still vulnerable because of some of the damage done by Hurricane Michael, especially further out in Gadsden County toward like Quincy. But even out here to the east, to some extent, you're having some of that vulnerability possibly, unfortunately, taken advantage of here by this storm and these storms here that are moving on through and causing extra damage because of it and more problems. But again, you can see here right around, it looks like Concord Road. That's where the wind is right now, but that's going to be moving out into Leon County here. And whatever's left of a tornado, if it's still on the ground, will be moving in toward Leon County and crossing over North Meridian Road here in short order. So again, we have a situation here. Again, these purple boxes indicative of a confirmed tornado we've been seeing. It was on the east side of Havana when we had that debris signature, a smaller one, much smaller than Hosford, pop one out on us. So again, you can see it though, that still was there. And at the lower level, and you can see it kind of go behind me. That latest scan there is still showing some debris. Not the worst thing I've seen, but a tornado or a damaging event is still something that's serious around North Meridian Road. You need to take the precautions immediately. Tornado precautions. Interior room away from windows. Put that football helmet on. Put that bicycle helmet on. Very important to do here in this type of scenario. I know we're getting other warnings here across the country. Kind of interesting to see. Even a severe thunderstorm in Arkansas right now. I see popping up one there toward Mississippi State University. Ping pong ball size hail possible there in the vicinity of Starkville. That's from a little while ago. Just seeing some different alerts pop up across the country. But we have our problems of our own to deal with here right now. So let's just see what we're dealing with here in terms of, again, this is a debris signature, whether there's still a tornado on the ground or not. It's not 100% discernible at this point, but nonetheless here, you can see here in our CC product, there has been debris picked up here at points with this, and that debris is being seen by the Doppler radar now, the radar in Leon County, and this debris now just crossing over that line from Gadsden into Leon. Whether that's where a tornado still is, we're not sure. Tornado confirmed now, Thomas County, we were talking about it here. Yeah, there's your debris signature. That's tornado. We thought it was here a moment ago. It was on the ground, we thought. But now confirmed tornado near Thomasville. But if you're in downtown, this tornado is passing off toward the north of you. I want to make that clear here. So, and you see they actually cleared out Thomasville downtown in that latest update. So that's good. But you can see here, that's a confirmed tornado there. It just crossed over US 19, the tornado, it would appear. That latest scan now, if there's still a tornado on the ground, it'd be near Egg and Butter Road South. Interesting name, but again, that's what's coming up in our system here. This is a tornado that's been on the ground here in Thomas County over the last little bit. So again, a dangerous situation here that we're continuing to track in the Weather Center. You see Merrillville may be in the path of this eventually. So we've had 2 different tornadoes touch down. Whether they're still on the ground at this moment, it's not 100% clear, but they could be. But at least it's not quite as discernible as what we saw toward the Hosford community there. As we were looking back toward Liberty County earlier today, where a strong tornado likely moved through that area. We're still gathering more details. I haven't had a lot of time, honestly, to try to figure things out about damage photos there and toward that area, because we've just been on the air so long to provide you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. But the debris signature was just so clear, so vivid. We even had a debris ball on the radar, which you really don't get around here very often in our Florida counties. So we're going to have to keep checking on those folks down there. But again, you can see here the debris signature east of Dawesville, moving up toward Merrillville. You can just have to see this here on our Doppler view. Over the next little bit, the progress of this will be something to watch here. As we get later on, you see that little bit of that sea shape here. And we're getting a little bit further north, but still getting it able to be surface-based. I mean, it's a tornado that's been on the ground here based on our debris detection products. And you can see here the wind. Let's see if there's still debris in this. It's discernible. I mean, you can see it looks like there may not really be much, but you know, that could still be producing some wind damage. So got to be taken south to there, Bradfordville, that region to the north a little bit. And then we have other areas of spin there as well here in this type of situation. So again, a dangerous scenario that we're following live right now on Facebook, KC Cloud WX Cloud Weather, on Twitter at Cloud KC. They're on Twitch. They also have YouTube Cloud Weather there. I'll go ahead and pop up that graphic real quick just to kind of explain everything to our viewers here. If you're just kind of tuning on in, again, I know you can watch there on that YouTube platform. And if you're watching on any of these, again, I thank you so much for tuning in and trusting me. I know on YouTube in particular, you can hit that subscribe button. That's free. And then also hit that bell icon there to be notified of future streams here from me from the Weather Center. So just wanted to kind of point that out. You can also search meteorologist Casey Cloudy if you're not on YouTube watching right now, or something in that similar fashion. In terms of watching it right now, you can just search for meteorologist Casey Cloud and find it there too. But again, youtube.com, just type that up in the into Word where you type your web addresses, and then put the @ symbol Clouds Weather, and you'll be able to find the page there too. Hit that subscribe button, hit that bell icon. So again, let's go ahead and go back on out here. Again, we have tornado warnings here in play. Let's go back to the north. That looks a little bit more interesting there in Georgia. It looks like it could still be on the ground there around Newton Road. So let's get into that tornado safe spot here. You can see we're kind of between right now. You see Dodgeville to the west, and we have Merrillville off toward the east here. So again, we have a tornado here that's in progress, it would appear. You need to be taking your precautions here in Thomas County, Georgia, north of Thomasville. This is right again over Newton Road. We have Stevens Road in here in the path. Also Foxcroft Drive, Big Pond Lane, over toward, it looks like here, even US 319 here at some point. So again, you got to take those tornado precautions here immediately. Interior room away from windows. By the way, this is not in our area, but I know we have people that watch us here from other parts of the state of Florida and other parts of the country. There's now a tornado warning in central Florida now. I know we don't have their chat up because we have our hands full with our local stuff, but it's just popped up. So let's real quick let you guys know there's now a tornado warning south of our viewing area in Seminole and Volusia counties here. A possible tornado being indicated on the radar down here south of Geneva. You can see that around Chuliota, actually, right around Chuliota and southeast of Oviedo. There's a possible tornado. That's north of Bithlo. We're talking about southeastern Seminole and south central Volusia counties until 7 o'clock. Moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour. We have Lake Horny in there, for instance, so we got to take this tornado precautions. I know getting a report, emergency management, back up toward Tallahassee, though. There's a report of a tree down on a home towards Stokely Lane. I don't want to go any more specific than that. But towards Stokely Lane, there's a report of a tree down on a home in Leon County now. So not what you want to hear, obviously. These are some damaging storms that are having a pretty big impact here toward portions of viewing circles. So again, just giving you an idea of some of the damage being caused. There's our confirmed tornado situation up here toward parts of Thomas County. Again, you can see here, you see Merrillville, you see Dawesville. Again, you see area there, Havana, and then off toward the east here in the Leon County where that circulation's been moving into Ward. As we've explained here over the last few moments, we have other areas that's been an interest as well. Again, that tornado warning in Central Florida, that's something that folks are monitoring. I'll go to that really quick here once I go back to our debris scan of our local storm there. You have Merrillville here. You have Merrillville. That didn't look quite as strong of a debris signature as what we had a moment ago, but we'll still have to just continue to watch here and continue to track the scenario. This here doesn't look quite as tight either, but the radar scans might be getting a little bit interfered with now because we're kind of in a spot here on the radar where we might be kind of getting some obstruction. But I know Duval County report of damage to wooden fences around Mandarin from about 4:20. And then now I'm going to go ahead and switch to Seminole Volusia. So let's get down to that radar. We haven't been on that in a while. We were so busy down here yesterday, and now we have a tornado warning there yesterday, but a tornado warning today. Our sear rate product was always under rotation a moment ago. And yeah, that was tighter on Chuleota a moment ago. As they see that tornado warning. Let me see if we have the terminal. That might get us something a little bit better here. And it's kind of locked here maybe, but let me see if I can back it up. Maybe there's something on the terminal radar. Around, yeah, that looked like something there. I don't know if that was 100% realistic, but you see the tornado warning right after that. So seeing some different things down there, even off the terminal Doppler. Some rotation in Brevard County. That's something to watch for rock ledge for sure. We'll have to pay attention to it there on that Florida standpoint. That standpoint. So that definitely looks like it could be a problem. That one there is that close to the coast. Is still not. I mean, that's not far from Cape Canaveral there. So we'll have to watch. And even this one here could be an issue. I mean, that could be headed toward Cape Canaveral. We gotta hope, obviously, for everything that's out there that. Even if this wasn't a tornado producer, that could be a problem in terms of hail. And there's your tornado warning for Cape Canaveral now. So we don't actually have the chat up with them because we just have our hands full with our local counties. But there's now a tornado warning for Cape Canaveral here. You see rock ledge in here as well. I know we've been talking about rock ledge a lot lately with bad storms. And you see rock ledge there. You see Cape Canaveral. And there's a possible tornado. Excuse me, that possible tornado can move toward Cape Canaveral, and I mean, most of you probably know that's where most stuff really takes place in terms of the space programs here. So that's something you do not want to be having a storm mess with here, as we're looking toward this part of East Central Florida and this part of the region. So 2 tornado warnings Orlando market, but 2 within our covered area that have had confirmed tags on them. So we got to jump back now. Obviously, can't spend any more time on those. You got to watch the local stations in the Orlando market because they're going to dive deeper into those here at this point. And then there's our 2 purple boxes, though. I know golf ball size hail north of Starkville, Mississippi, reported on that national standpoint level, and tennis ball size hail reported in Lonoke County in Arkansas. That's south of Cabot, I believe, not around Cabot. I'll jump to that real quick. I just want to double check that here from that national standpoint. So. And our system working pretty hard here today. It doesn't like me jumping to Arkansas, I guess, because we've been stuck on Florida and Georgia. But yeah, that's a nasty storm there in that state, though, in a natural state. But again, let's get back over to our local view. Again, I haven't seen anything new recently on our local tornado warning storms, but I need to go back to our local radar view here and kind of see if we have any new debris signature scans. They weren't looking as impressive, but there's still tornado warnings with a history of producing tornadic activity. So you got to take that to Thomas County, Leon County here, and parts of our viewing circle. So interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's very important to do there right now toward Thomas and Leon counties. I know that report with a tree down in a home in Leon County 615. We talked about it. Getting some more information on that now. So bear with me here. Again, that was 2 miles south of Lake Jackson with that tree down in a home. The 2900 block of Stokely Lane. And I'll go ahead and say that part of it now since that came out on a public reporting system there. But again, let's go ahead and go on over here to our other source. By the way, a spotter reporting gusts of 60 to 70 earlier on. Power outages around Sadie Rest in Gaston County. But this is your area here around Bradfordville. Still be in that tornado safe spot. I don't see the rotation is tight, but we may have an issue. You saw that. It looked like debris there earlier. Don't really see that now. But earlier scans there, that was about 6-7 minutes ago. There may have still been something there. It seemed like it was more definitive earlier on, but going to the north, there may still be something around Merrillville. We're not 100% sure. Looks like it went right through there, though, whatever it was, if it was on the ground or not. Again, it wasn't the most definitive thing, but there may have still been something down with this. I want to go to our other radar. Let's go to Moody. Let's go to Moody's radar here, I think, would be the best course of action here, because maybe we'll be able to get away from the obstructions in. Maybe because we could be missing something in there. We got a gust of 50 though, according to the Weather Service. Just measured at the Golden Eagle Weather Stem Station. So that's just coming in now into the chat session in toward the Tallahassee County jurisdiction area. So again, just following a lot of things. I'm gonna make a note real quick about where we want to go into covers later on. So if you're wondering what I'm doing here, just wanting to make sure we kind of get an idea on what's going on here on some different things. Just trying to make sure we give you guys that latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, you see these pinks here, these watches, so they're thunderstorm watches, but you can occasionally have tornadoes and tornado warnings in closely watch areas. But in hindsight, I'm sure Storm Prediction Center, if the situation would have played out like it has played out, they'd have probably went with tornado watches, especially out toward the west here, toward the Big Bend and South Florida, because we've had a lot of tornado watches that haven't been as productive here in being tornadic producers here, the type of storms we've seen then and like what we've seen here today. So again, let's see what we have on the Moody site. Let's see what we might have in terms of rotation on that. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that on in the screen now. You can see there, just northeast of Bradfordville, we probably still have some spin here, trying to get down toward the surface. So got to be taking those tornado precautions there. That's right there around, it looks like Thomasville Road, US Highway 319. That looks really tight on the Moody. Again, that was really standing out earlier on around Merrillville. That's something that's right through town. We gave you the heads up, Coolidge. Make sure you're taking shelter. This may still be a problem. Let's see if the debris is showing up here. It showed up a little bit back to the west here on this radar as well. So there's your debris, and then it goes behind me. Let me zoom out a little bit. Let me see what we have there so you can kind of see it, and I'll zoom over a little bit more so this helps you guys out. So it doesn't look like there's debris at this moment around Merrillville, but this could produce another tornado at any time here in the Merrillville, Coolidge areas of Thomas County. So do not let your guard down. Eventually, this will be moving toward Colquitt County, it would look like. So that's something to keep in mind here. Maybe an issue later on for Colquitt County, Brooks County. We'll just have to wait and see. May clip a little bit of Brooks here as the situation does evolve on us. Let me try to get a better look at the overall movement. By the way, that beep there, you heard, that was some good news. They've canceled the tornado warning now for Leon County. They've canceled that tornado warning because that circulation faded. But that other storm in Georgia, it doesn't seem like it's really fading. So we still have one tornado warning left in our area, 3 in the country. 2 of them are in the Orlando television market, 1 for Brevard County, and that's threatening Cape Canaveral, and another one for Seminole and Volusia counties. So a dangerous situation there. Let me go ahead though and check this, see if we get another tornado to touch down in our area. Again, between Merrillville and Coolidge here. We just have to watch our debris scans here to see exactly what's going on. We're not seeing anything like we did a few minutes ago. Again, I switched to Moody, maybe getting a little bit better view, possibly here. It's going behind our super there, our logo. But you can see here, we were watching some stuff. You saw it kind of came on up there a little bit. I'm going to step out of this shot real quick. I want to offer some new information. So bear with me. We're being told, by the way, Glenn County, Georgia, delayed report there. Looks like that Highway 99 shut down there due to trees across the road. So that was 4 miles southeast of Thalman. So definitely some nasty weather, some nasty concern all over the region. I'm going to offer some new details here, though, so just bear with me. I want to make sure, I'm going to see if we can find some details out. Make sure if we have a tornado that touches down around Cape Canaveral, I can jump right back over to that, because that'd be a big deal, not just locally, not just regionally, but nationally, obviously, because we do not have tornadoes touch down or be a threat to that area very often. By the way, there is a trained weather spotter that's reported a funnel cloud near Tuliota. That's the other storm there towards Seminole and Volusia. But again, A lot going on, possible tornado there, moving toward that Space Coast area. So it looks like now a funnel cloud west of, and I need to go ahead and switch over real quick. We'll make sure we watch our local storm. Don't get me wrong here. We're watching our local area. I'm giving you the heads up, but we'll give you more here in just a moment. But let's go ahead and cut back down here. We're being told of a funnel cloud now in the Brevard County. A storm train spotter observed a funnel west of Rockledge and northwest of the I-95 and Vieira Boulevard interchange. So again, two different storms with two different sightings of funnels here. So these could be close to producing tornadoes if they're not already. Florida, by the way, state in the country the most power outages out of all 50, 14,510 customers in the dark right now. So again, we'll go back to the broad view here. You see the tornado warning for Thomas County, north of Thomasville. You need to take shelter and stay in shelter in that area we've continued to talk about. But Liberty County, 3,189 customers in the dark. Gadsden County, 3,083 customers in the dark. Leon County, a little over 1,000 in the dark. 225 in McCullough, 96 in Jefferson. So you kind of get the idea. Duval County, about 2,700 from that really nasty storm. Earlier on, we had some issues down to the south, too, with that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for parts of St. John's and Flagler. Though in Bradford County, so far, and we still have days of threats to come, we've gotten lucky so far here. Excuse me, I apologize for losing my voice again a little bit. Just a one-man band, but so far I've gotten really lucky in Bradford County. We've still got more days of potential severe accident to come. So, okay, so we're just being told there that they're continuing the warning from Brevard County there, and they're continuing to watch that threat now. A possible tornado maybe near the Titusville Airport is showing up. So that's a different area maybe that we're watching in there. Yeah, right up here, I bet, is where they issued that one. So now we got 3 tornado warnings in East Central Florida. That third one will be popping up there in toward that view in just a second. Again, not what you want to see or hear, obviously. Possible tornado there into the Titusville Airport. Not confirmed, though, but here's your red box. We now have 3 tornado warnings in East Central Florida in that Orlando TV market. But again, our local, our 62-county tornado warning. Look at that tight rotation around Coolidge here, folks. That tight rotation. We're not seeing a debris signature right now, which is good. But obviously, next scan, it could just pop right back down here. That's some tight rotation around Patton Coolidge Road. You need to take shelter. It's headed for State Route 188 right now. Need to be in shelter there. You do not need to be out on that road. Again, this is in our viewing circle in Thomas County in Georgia here. Again, it already has a history of producing a tornado here over the last little bit. So again, a dangerous situation here as we continue to watch in the Weather Center. As weather definitely can be unpredictable from time to time. We've had our logo red here since Tuesday night. We talked about it even last week that we'd have this threat in play overall, but then really ramping up our level of concern there late Tuesday as we saw that storm in Lake County overachieved there Tuesday. And then we've seen just the hailstorms here yesterday and today, all these tornado warnings, a hailstorm toward our southeastern county region of Flagler, St. John's. And we're not done. Again, this is Thursday. We have a threat on and off for severe weather until Sunday. Another tornado warning now in our area. So let's go ahead and zoom out. I'm going to go with a radar indicated tornado warning now. At 6:42, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Coolidge there. Okay, we need to switch over to some stuff. That was over Coolidge or 12 miles south of Moultrie. We're going northeast at 30, but we now have, it looks like here, a confirmed tornado in the Florida Big Bend. They're going confirmed tornado near the interstate now. It's headed for I-10, a damaging tornado located 10 miles southeast of Monticello, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is radar confirmed. A tornado on the ground. There it is, even off the Moody, 4,000 feet up. Tornado near Southwest 94th Avenue. I know we had a thunderstorm warning out here, but now a confirmed tornado is headed for I-10. We need to get traffic cameras up here, see if we can catch this live on the air. This is right there on the Jefferson-Madison County line. Again, a confirmed tornado here right now. Need to take those tornado precautions immediately. Second, to see if there's any questions here on our YouTube page or other pages here. I know looks like don't really see anything right off here, but just since I had it right at my fingertips here, I wanted to check that since it's just a one-man band, so I'm not able to check that here all the time. But so you see, this is a confirmed tornado, folks. Let me see what we might have in terms of our our other source here. I'm going to go to our seer rate product or seer tracker for a moment. Again, yet another confirmed tornado in the viewing area here. This is a day where we've definitely seen more tornadic action than we were bargaining for. We thought we might get a nice little tornado or two. Mentioned that earlier, but we've seen just an overabundance here of confirmed tornadoes at this point. So, again, tornado on the ground there on the Jefferson-Madison County line headed for Interstate 10. Again, this is not what you want to see, obviously. Some serious stuff that we're down with, some serious weather potential that is not messing around here in portions of the area. So, again, got to take those tornado precautions here. I'll go ahead and pop those up real quick while I'm off camera. I'm trying to effort some things here. It's just a one-man band, so bear with me here as I try to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, again, trying to switch radars around a little. Tallahassee's the closer one, so it's probably in, yes, oh yes, it's really so in debris. Even more than the other radar there at Moody. That's even stronger. That's headed for the interstate. It's headed for I-10, folks. It's headed for I-10. Damaging tornado there. The warning does include Osceola and Greenville there, but this is a tornado on the ground in progress. We need to get you in shelter. Again, a damaging tornado here in progress here in toward the Florida Big Bend region right now. You do not see this that often, but today is just overachieved and overachieved here and continues to do the stats. So let's go ahead and I'm getting the cameras ready because this may lift on us even before we get a view. But if I can get one pointed south here in this area, that'd be good and that'd be helpful. We may not have that, but that's southwest. That might be. Let me see what I might have with that one then, because that might get us a better view. If that's southwest, where are we looking? Let me pull it up in here anyway, just in case there's something there that's not. Let me just. I want to make sure I pull it up just in case there may be something I'm not seeing right off, because this could get us a pretty good view here. You can definitely see the cloud here in this area. Again, we have a tornadic situation here in parts of the viewing area. Again, Jefferson and Madison, an observed tornado here. Observed tornado as of just a moment ago based on the radar debris signature. So we're looking at the camera right now. I'm looking at multiple monitors. If you hear my voice trail off to see if I can see anything. I might try to effort some more views. Again, it's a one-man band here. So that's the Florida 511 perspective, though. For the time being, you see some wind blowing around a little bit here. You see the conditions deteriorating some. Again, take those tornado precautions. Again, I'll go ahead and move away from this for the time being. The tornado will be just south of this probably. I want to make sure I'm getting our best views here on this. Since I'm off camera here, I might be able to get you guys a good look at this if it's still on the ground. I hope it's not, but it looks like it's decaying some. So hopefully that process will continue here. Okay, it just went more easterly. Wow, that's interesting. That's going out of the box completely. Wow, okay, that's headed out of the box here, which is interesting. You can see that this close to County Road 331, so it's at least a tornado that's touched down and caused some damage. Maybe it's a situation where it's kind of falling apart and it's doing that, but I'm not 100% sure because, again, it'll be going more north, like what we saw earlier, than going in that type of direction, more easterly. That would indicate strengthening, so don't lay your guard down here. I would even just outside of the box here take my tornado precautions, because that really took an unusual jog here, folks, out of the box almost. So, again, a confirmed tornado. That's a debris signature there right near Osceola Fire Tower Road. So, again, a dangerous situation. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. I'm going to come back into the wall, I think, here in just a moment. But I want to make sure I kind of exercise all my options in terms of the cameras here. So it is easier to look at them off camera just to kind of give you guys the best view possible here in case we do potentially have something on our camera side. So, again, just bear with me. It's a one-man band, so that one camera might be our best bet here because of the angle. But even there, I mean, you might not necessarily see something. You definitely see nastier conditions on that camera side than a moment ago. But this is probably north of where the actual tornado would be, so you wouldn't see the tornado in there. But there's a look at it. Just really quick. I mean, you're not going to see that in there, though, because of the overall storm structure here. That would be kind of rain wrapped there, it would seem. So looks like we're being told by WJXT meteorologist David Hecker here in the chat session that there's been structural damage to a home in Mandarin from the storm that came through earlier on. So that's in Jacksonville. Just letting you guys know from earlier. But that beep, there was a tornado warning being canceled to the south, Seminole and Volusia. But this is completely jogged out of this box now. So they're going to have to do something. It may just be remnant debris, but I wouldn't take my chance there and take any chances here at this point. So let's see what we got. Bear with me. I'm gonna come back in front of the wall now since I don't really have any camera, so I might as well just go ahead and come back in front of the key wall to point some things out here. We gotta get back up to Brooks and Colquitt and Thomas County as well here. Just bear with me because we want to make sure we give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your families. So again, a lot going on here in the Weather Center. 6:50 on this Thursday night. I know a lot of you guys had maybe plans for NFL draft night, and unfortunately, the weather's putting a damper on things, depending on exactly where you're at within the viewing circle. So, again, that's something you gotta consider. This inclement weather. If anything, you gotta stay weather aware, and obviously, if you're under a warning, you gotta be taking heed of all the different precautions we're giving you guys. So, coming back in out of the shot here, it's 6:50. Again, this tornado warning here in play. Again, we're watching that debris. It really is showing up well to be out of the polygon here now. I mean, I believe that's still in the thunderstorm warning. It is, but that's very unusual to see here. I mean, either we had a really significant type of tornado there or sit down on the ground for a few moments, locked all that debris and then fall apart, or we actually had a situation and still have a situation where a tornado may be ongoing, lofting that debris now. So let's back that up. Yeah, okay, so that really, I bet before this warning was even issued right there, I bet that really did quite a bit of damage. Let's see. It's a more forested area, so hopefully, this right here, 58 and 42, we had a 100-mile-an-hour wind there, 100-mile-an-hour wind in this area when this warning got issued, maybe even right before it got issued. It would have touched down over a more forested area, picked up all the trees and limbs and stuff like that that it caused damage with, and then maybe that's what the debris signature is staying around for, but otherwise maybe it didn't really hit too many or any buildings at all because that really fell apart quickly there. Very interesting. But we're being told now by Weather Service in Tallahassee that circulation is still showing a strong debris signature, but the rotation's weakened considerably, and what we may be seeing now is that the debris that's still aloft is what's showing on the radar, but the tornado may have lifted, and that's what I'm agreeing with and thinking here right now. But we'll keep on watching and keep on tracking. Let's go to the north here then, see if this starts to try to touch down again as it gets now up into Colquitt County. This is a tornado warning for Colquitt as well as Brooks and a little bit of Thomas, but it's now, so Thomas County, the tornado here for this storm in particular, that threat has left Thomas County, but now it's in Colquitt County, south of Moultrie though, and then we have also areas there in northwestern Brooks County under this warning, but it's probably going just north of you, but still if you're under the tornado warning box, you want to really just kind of respect the polygon. I know James Spann, famous meteorologist there at Birmingham, that was covering that April 27, 2011 day, has made that quote there and that phrasing there pretty famous there in the meteorology community, because whenever a tornado warning is issued, it's issued for a reason, so you got to take action here based upon that. So I know there's a tornado warning down towards Central Florida continuing for possible, and I know I'm losing my voice here, but we're trying to stick with it here to keep you guys safe and informed. But again, tornado warning there, possible tornado located over Cocoa, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and get down here right now at this point. I know we've been talking about Cape Canaveral, so that's the storm to the north of there that we're looking at right at this moment. A lot of wind energy in here, if nothing else. I don't necessarily see a debris signature there, but now the storm for Cape Canaveral looks like around Rockland. We have a lot of interference from the radar, but some nasty weather, if nothing else, moving toward Cape Canaveral there, and that could be doing some damage. I mean, if there's some hail in this, let's see what they have on this pegged at. They're saying 1 inch, but if it's a little bit larger than that, I mean, we could be in a situation really with this type of hail it could start to do some damage to some of the equipment out there at Cape Canaveral on the Space Coast with the space program, and that could set some things back, which would be really unfortunate. But we'll continue to check on that situation there toward Cape Canaveral. No confirmed tornado there yet. I have some more storms that are just creating little hooks with them, and we'll have to watch to see if we get more warnings out back that way. But let's get back to our local 2 tornado warnings here at this point. Again, very peculiar stuff that we've been dealing with. Very odd stuff. So let's go back. There's your box. Again, the debris signatures moved out of this, so there may not be a tornado still on the ground. It may just be the remnant debris picked up from hopefully the more forested areas out here versus the more populated areas that we were dealing with earlier on in some of these other tornado warnings. And we still have some of that concern here in this warning, but it's not radar confirmed. But just south of the Moultrie Airport there, the Moultrie Municipal Airport, so I'm trying to go with that. I mean, in fact, we just got a tornado warning expired now for Jefferson and Madison, so that's some good news. So we're back down to 1 tornado warning in the market area. So let's show you something now on our other source right now. They're continuing a tornado warning for areas of Colquitt, but they've canceled out areas there of Brooks and Thomas, and this is just south of the airport. They're just south of the airport there around Moultrie. You can see there, hopefully there's not any debris trying to pop. It didn't seem like it was a certainty or even something that would be more likely, but it wouldn't be impossible that we're trying to get another tornado to touch down there. But it looks a little weaker, but these signatures have been really weird today. You can see that's the airport where it says 66 degrees though. Let's put our wind mode for the wind speeds on here. Just bear with me. I'll see if any type of wind comes up. But again, we're looking near this southeast of the airport. With the worst of this, it would appear no wind rise showing up. So let's go back over toward the temperature then. Let's go ahead and kind of give you guys that a little bit here. Again, you see 66 degrees. That's where the airport is at Moultrie. I'll make sure it's not extending further down though. Okay, so you can kind of see it. The runway there and the like, and our storm down here a little bit more with that spin. So that spin's weakening, and hopefully that means we'll be able to see this tornado warning here go away pretty soon. But we gotta still take shelter for now in that area. If the tornado warning goes away, we'll be left with, it looks like, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings here in our area, plus stuff to the south maybe for a little longer to Brevard County in Florida, where they've just been hammered day after day, it seems like. But getting reported a thunderstorm wind damage 620, a tree down over the road at Ocala and Tharp around the Tallahassee Community Colleges. We're still seeing that thunderstorm warning there around 10, and we haven't even had time to focus too much on all that because we just had so many different things happening. But you can see here different areas here of spin still in the weak natures here of the radar scans trying it up, so we can't completely run a quick spin up back again here off toward the east. So we're getting a bunch of beeps here, folks. So looks like tornado warning continues in Brevard toward east central Florida. Storm to Rockledge cyclone. New tornado warning coming up soon there. They just issued a possible tornado over Rockledge. And then we're being told now in McCulloch County, multiple trees and power lines down across the county, and 1 tree on a camper even in a campground. So obviously, hopefully nobody was in there is what I'm kind of wanting to think about here at this point, hoping nobody was in there. We don't know that one way or the other at this point, but when you ever hear something like a tree falling on a camper in a campground, it always causes you some level of concern. So we'll just continue to watch and continue to track here the latest updates that are coming on in. You can see here this tornado warning now in southern parts of Colquitt County. Again, right over the roadway here, that's a little bit more traveled, State Road 133, Georgia 133 here. Nothing in terms of debris at this moment, though, but you just got to keep looking at all our different scans here on the Doppler radar technology. So, again, just trying to make sure you guys have the latest to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family here in parts of southern Colquitt County. Again, nothing confirmed right now. I'm hoping that this tornado warning will go away pretty soon. And if that happens, and we just have the thunderstorm warnings, which are still serious to some degree in play, we'll take a break in the coverage for a few moments to catch my breath. But right now, we got to stick with this for a little bit longer at least. So, again, if you're wondering where Colquitt County is, let's go ahead and pull up our coverage map. You can see here where we're at. I mean, talking about parts of South Georgia there. right above my hand. I try to do my best pointing job there, and then you can see we're in Bradford County, but we cover the whole 62 county region. And then now let's go over to the tornado safety tips. You can kind of see what we're talking about and what you need to do right now still in parts of Colquitt County south of Moultrie. Seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Also get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet or a football helmet, something like that. Yes, they have some other options there. I mean, in terms of just trying to protect yourself, like putting those shoes on. You want to put on sturdy shoes. So if there's glass after a tornado comes through and you're trying to get out of your safe spot, you don't put your feet up. So there's some different things you can keep in mind. I mean, we talk about seeking shelter. I know a bathroom is one of the more popular places to take shelter. That can help you in some cases, depending on how things are structured, but you'd rather not be in a mobile home if you can help it in a tornado situation. More reports of trees down around Leon County, tree down across the roadway of Bannerman and DeQuesta there. Killearn Lakes, we're also being told now, a tree down around Bradfordville over the road. And then new warning just being issued for parts of Brooks and Thomas. That's a severe thunderstorm warning now with a tornado possible tag until 7:45. So let me go ahead and see what we have right here. I know we just had everything collide today, the energy, the wind shear, all come together in the wrong way here on this April 27th, 2023. So we're going to come back on camera to see that new warning toward the south now. That new severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but the tornado warning still remains in play toward the north for just a little bit longer. So definitely something to take heed of there in that part of Colquitt County near the airport where the red box is. But a severe thunderstorm warning does include Thomasville proper. This does include downtown. So we could have 60-mile-an-hour winds moving through there over the next little bit there around Thomasville. So you just got to be inside and away from windows in toward that area. We have Cairo, I know off toward the west there, but Quitman's off toward the east. And you're under this new warning here as well. And then we have areas there where we had that tornado touchdown earlier there. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Jefferson, Madison, and Taylor with that tornado possible tag and play even clips a little bit of Lafayette. So let's keep that in mind there until about at least 7:30. That's when it's set to expire. We're getting more information in now. It looks like apparently a picture was shared on Twitter by a ham radio operator, a spotter, of a tree across a car in Thomas County at Cairo Road there and 84 bypass, but no injuries thankfully there. But at this point, with all the damage we've had today, we just really are hoping for the best in these type of situations and hoping we don't see something take a turn in terms of somebody really being adversely affected here in terms of injuries. So again, let's go ahead and continue to watch here. We're continuing to effort the latest information. You can see this here on the scan. That rotation still south of Moultrie, still holding together to some degree here. This is east of the airport. So I'm going to go ahead and step out of the shop for now to gather new details. Again, we've had just a slew of red boxes, a slew of tornado warnings here today. And we've been on to try to protect you, your friends, and your family with these type of threats in place. So I even had that really bad storm around Mandarin and Jacksonville, the other one there toward the Hastings area with all the hail, that big hail threat really coming into play. So let's look at our Florida power outages. Now 17,797 customers in the dark, including 4,805 in Leon County, 3,000 or so in Gadsden, over 3,000 in Liberty. So that's a lot. And in Duval, almost 2,000. Flagler, about 5, though. St. John's, only 117. Putnam, 4. And we had that hailstorm, but maybe it didn't do as much wind damage. But that's just one look at things, the power outage map there from poweroutage.us. So, again, effort in some more information here behind the scenes. We're just trying to see exactly what else is going on here in the Weather Center. We want to make sure you guys know exactly what is happening here. As these situations do progress on us. We don't want you guys caught off guard. We've had that logo red here for the last, I guess you could say, almost 48 hours now. In these type of scenarios we were looking out for. We wanted to give you the heads up, and that's what we've done here to the best of our ability. Again, the tornado threat definitely has taken a little bit of an escalation, but I know we were pretty much, I would say, spot on with the hail potential yesterday. And we were spot on with the severe potential at least coming into play again today. Could be more widespread in terms of some coverage of stuff. So it depends on where you are within our 62 counties, though. So again, just going to have to continue to watch things here in the weather center. Again, we're talking about this tornado warning right now in Colquitt County, one of our counties that we have the tornado warning coverage for. Whenever the tornado warning storm moving through any one of these 62 counties, I've been on for all these since late 2019. At first, we did it on just Twitter, Facebook, but now we're on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch here. So all the different sources here at our disposal, really, to provide you guys with the latest information. I know that's always really just important to me to be on here in these type of scenarios. So again, we're in Bradford. The warning's up to the north right now. You're hearing more beeps, by the way, just come out a moment ago. And we're continuing to watch things here in the weather center. So it's new updates here. Thomas County, it looks like 6:18. The dispatchers reporting trees down near where the debris signature was observed on the Tallahassee radar. It was also on the Moody radar. We were looking at that radar at that point. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning now being issued for portions of Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor until 8:30. So let's go ahead and zoom back on out here. Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor until about 8:30. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Hail there could be only maybe about 3/4 of an inch at this point, it looks like, but that tornado possible tag is something you guys need to think about there in that area. So we still have one red box in our area, that's Colquitt. We have 2 red boxes there outside of the area in the Orlando television market along the Space Coast. I know that area around Cape Canaveral, we have some nasty weather there around Cape Canaveral, and there's a new tornado warning being issued for parts of Brevard. So there are now 3 tornado warnings here. So it looks like the latest scans showing us a situation here where they needed one near the Merritt Island Wildlife Reserve or refuge there. And that's also there, it looks like moving east at about 20 miles an hour. So again, we'll just continue to watch things. There's a lot of tornado warnings popping up down there along the Space Coast. It's kind of hard to see some of the circulation down toward the surface too because of the overall angle, but we have some spins and you got to take shelter there. This area here close toward the NASA shuttle facility, and in this area down here issue as well. I mean, it's interesting the geography of things. I mean, you kind of focus on one of these spins, and then I may have kind of been focusing at points on some different areas because there's so many different areas in between here on Cape Canaveral. I've never been there, so it looks like our system is still in the facility a little bit further to the north here, at least one area there that we're tracking, and that one spins right there just to the south of it, the one that is showing where we have the 39-mile-an-hour winds. So interesting to see here for sure. We're just going to continue to look at things here. Again, you can see, I know I have my temperatures and wind both, so let me take that off. But you can see that this right here is the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station skid strip. So obviously then we have 2 different sites here with 2 different circulations, both having that threat in play then. So that's a little bit of clarification. So again, a nasty situation down there with 3 tornado warnings along the Space Coast. But let's get back to our tornado warning in Colquitt County right now. We'll go ahead and jump back on over here toward the local view right now towards South Georgia. Again, a possible tornado we had earlier already. Some issues with a tornado touching down areas toward the south there, Thomas County. Again, we got that information in. We also have more reports of trees down near Meridian. It looks like they're in toward Tallahassee and Leon County anyway. Probably more north, but still, we were pointing out Meridian earlier on. But again, a nasty situation, a nasty sequence here of severe weather activity. So let's go ahead and see what else we have here on the Doppler scan. And you can see that spin still hanging around a little bit there at this present time. I know it's just interesting to see in the grand scheme of things. We're just trying to make sure you guys know exactly what's going on here. This will eventually be crossing over, it looks like, State Route 133 South, as we're now being told by the office in Jacksonville that a line of low-tall convection now approaching their western Florida counties, and the Tallahassee radar is now showing fairly widespread 45 to 55-mile-an-hour winds of the line that will head eastward over Swanee and Hamilton during the next hour. That's something to watch, but you saw something else that just happened. That red box just went away. within our covered area. So that's good. We don't have any tornado warnings at this present time within our 62 counties. There are 3 different tornado warnings on Brevard County and portions of east central Florida. I mean, 2 of them there. Really talking about areas there toward Cape Canaveral. So it's not a quiet scenario at any stretch here. By any stretch, we have these severe thunderstorm warnings in our area as well. The Weather Service Jacksonville, at least preliminarily, makes it sound like maybe they're not going to go with warnings on these toward the east at the current time, but we'll see what happens. There's still a lot more time to kind of transpire here before we can kind of see exactly what they're doing, maybe some of these southern flanks of this line. So, again, a lot of stuff going on here. Excuse me, I apologize again. My voice has just been going for a while here because we've been trying to give you the latest. But there's that new severe thunderstorm warning. I haven't really touched on it much, but Mayo, Cross City, over to Horseshoe Point. That's till 8:30. Horseshoe Beach, Cross City Airport. Some severe weather headed in toward that area there of Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor counties. So you got to be mindful of that here over the next little bit. So we're at 7:10 right now. Again, for the moment, we don't have any local tornado warnings. I need to catch my breath. I need to try to get my voice back just a little bit because I've been going a long time. It's a one-man band, but we're trying to keep you, your friends, and your family safe and informed in these type of dangerous situations. So, again, trying to make sure you guys know exactly what is going on here in the Weather Center. Been on with the stream for over 4 hours today, talking for the majority of that time. Try to keep you guys safe there. I'll step back in front of the key wall right now. You see the red box is right by me that I'm covering up, but I'll move this back on over and zoom out just a little bit. You can see here, those are toward Brevard County along the Space Coast, but locally, our 62 counties, we don't have any of those covered by a tornado warning at any points there, so that's the good news. But we have still severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tags. We could still have more spin-ups. We could still have more hail, wind type of issues here arise. Severe thunderstorm watch to the east goes till 10. We have a scenario here where we're going to have to be watching later on in the timeline. I see they extended the watch out toward the west for the Tallahassee counties till 9. That just came across as well. So still a lot going on. Going to gather new information. Be back at 7:25 unless we need to come back on sooner. If we have another tornado warning in our area, we'll come back immediately. Or if something really comes in terms of like a confirmed tornado right over an area there around NASA's facilities there along the Space Coast. We'll probably jump back in early for that too, but I'll leave the radar map up so you can see that area, see our area as well, to see if any of those boxes turn purple, which would indicate a confirmed tornado in that area. So see you back here at 7:25 unless we need to jump back in sooner with more weather information that's more imminent, like a local tornado warning within any one of our 62 counties.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back in Weather Center at 7:25 on this Thursday. A very busy weather scenario that we've been tracking for a while. Currently, we have some severe thunderstorm warnings towards some of our Florida, Big Bend areas and then towards South Georgia as well, but no active tornado warnings here locally. Now, toward Brevard County, the Space Coast toward where Cape Canaveral is, that's a different story. We have multiple areas of radar indicated rotation down there that we're continuing to follow. A new tornado warning was just issued for a possible tornado near the Merritt Island Wildlife. It looks like refuge there, and that's nearly stationary in its movement. So nearly a stationary circulation, very unusual. We're now being told there's a funnel cloud that's been reported there in that vicinity as well. So definitely hearing some updates here that you don't like, that we haven't had any confirmed tornadic activity down there, but again, that's down toward east central Florida. We'll continue to watch it, continue to give you more updates here as time permits on this situation there. See Cape Canaveral, but then we have some different areas here that are at risk. I mean, even if you have a tornado, you got wind damage to some equipment down there, or hail damage. That's a pretty big deal. So we'll keep watching that. But let's get back to the north. You see some stuff. I know we had a question about Nassau County and the Hilliard community. Hilliard is getting some heavy rain right now. They're in toward Nassau County. So I just want to try to answer that question there, Danielle, that there is some storminess around. Nothing severe, it doesn't look like at the moment. A little bit of wind enhancement maybe looking at this view. And I'll go ahead, though, and give you guys a radar update from the Jacksonville site, because we've had to really focus, I know, our attention on that large tornado situation toward areas around Hosford in Liberty County. We had a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning earlier on, so we really have had to focus more of a coverage out there. We've had other tornadoes touch down. Not really getting that tornadic action to the east. We had significant damage toward Mandarin, so I know we've had to focus more out toward the west. We're in Bradford County in north central Florida, but we've had to kind of shift our attention here at times to some other areas within our 62 counties. So again, we're getting updates, so I know as we're looking at this storm, I'm just switching radars to the Jacksonville site so I can get a better assessment on this here and kind of assess this here live on the air. So it's just showing maybe some small hail potential. There's a significant weather advisory in this area here, not a warning, but this is for, it looks like, strong thunderstorm activity where we could have winds around 40 miles an hour. Also some pea-sized hail, so that's something to watch there too. Moving up toward Kingsland, and then we have some of the areas here off to the west. I'm going to back this up a little bit here as we load our volume scans in. Try to give you guys the latest here. You can see some of that stuff's going a little north, but it's trying to maybe just bypass Hilliard to the west, but maybe west side of Hilliard gets into some of that. But definitely some weather here that's impacting areas. You see it just kind of went across Hilliard to some degree over the last few minutes here, but we're not done. I mean, this is just a strong thunderstorm, not a warm storm or anything like that. We still have more stuff to the west. We'll have to see how much that holds together. I'm hoping things will be more stabilized here to the east, and we won't have as many warnings here with this and this round, but we have many rounds here over through Sunday, really, that we'll have to contend with. So just stay weather aware. But right now, no warning for the Hilliard area. We have storms, some lightning possibly in this area. I don't see a lot showing up on our lightning tracker, but there may be a little bit of electrical energy out there. So just whenever thunder roars, go indoors, but nothing really concerning. But we already had an issue with somebody getting struck by lightning earlier toward Bay County around Panama City. So obviously you gotta take these situations seriously when they arise, whenever you hear that thunder, even if you're not under a warning, or I don't really have time to get down here to the more hyper-local level. So this is an update there for our viewer there in Nassau County around Hilliard. Again, you see some heavier action toward Brunswick, a little more lightning there, but not severe at this point. Clearing really going on around Stark and Gainesville. Just hopefully things don't destabilize here in between. And we're only at 70 degrees. We had a half inch of rain earlier and didn't have a whole bunch of thunder and lightning, a little bit, but we got through that so far pretty good, but it's far from over. Let's go ahead and go on over here to some other views. I know that threat anyway is far from over. We're not seeing that we will get into something for sure here. But we'll just keep looking. I know we're being told here out of McCulloch County here, a delayed report from Crawfordville from around 5:45. The 911 dispatch reports now that numerous trees were knocked down across the entire county due to the severe storms that moved through. So I don't want to hear that from the Crawfordville area in McCulloch County. Didn't see a lot of power outages there, but a little bit of power outage accident was noted. So Again, severe thunderstorm watch out toward the west until 9. That is in play in the pink here. That does not include Leonard color anymore, thankfully. They extended it though in time for the eastern areas, and then toward 10 out toward like Nassau and Bradford and Clay and St. John's. But we'll have more threats as we look ahead too. We'll have to see how this kind of goes later on in the timeline. We have a severe thunderstorm warning this issue for Osceola County. That's north there of the Yeehaw Junction area. Some hail starting to develop down there. It looks like maybe pretty big hail actually, over 1.5 inches in diameter possible. But again, let's see what we have on that Melbourne radar. We're down to 1 tornado warning in the Brevard County area along the Space Coast. Along the Space Coast, there's really something interesting. That's off the coast, but really nasty storm just off there. Hopefully we didn't get a lot of that production down to the surface until that got off. It looked like it wanted to though, right at the coast there, and it got in a bad spot on the radar really, and now it's getting off. This area is still over land to some degree though. We're just gonna have to continue to watch it. It's not quite as strong, but it's right there towards some of our facilities. It looks like with the Space Coast, and it's gonna have to be watching stuff here. I don't see a lot of rotation with that, to be quite honest, but we'll just continue to assess things here as they evolve as we look later on in toward the timeline. So let me go ahead and go back to our broad perspective now and see some of our local warnings again. No tornado warnings in our local area, which is something that we can be happy about here. At least that's the storyline now. Yesterday we didn't have any. We just had all sorts of thunderstorm warnings that were a big deal. Where today we had some thunderstorm warnings that were a big deal, but we had tornado warnings that were a big deal as well. And we could still get more. It's not out of the question here. But right now, just 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in play for parts of our area. This one around Thomasville. We had some of this action there. Come on through the other area to the north was where we had a confirmed tornado though. Many confirmed tornadoes at this point. The biggest was near Hotspur, it seems, but looking at some of our other products here, our maximum hail size here, not really showing much here on this over the last bit because of the overall parameter space. But again, we'll just continue to pay attention here and watch this stuff even toward the coast as it moves maybe. And the instability values are not as high as they could be out here, but they're still sufficient, 1,500 joules, 1,300 joules per kilogram. But if this stuff's falling apart, maybe we'll get lucky here, and we won't have as much severe action toward the east with this round. Some of our other parameters focus more to the coast with this other round. We had, again, wind damage toward Glenn County, we talked about earlier on in Georgia. Emergency management reporting that Highway 99 shut down from Highway 32 to Highway 82 due to trees across the roadway. Again, we're just going to go ahead and continue to watch here. Excuse me, as we give you guys the latest, just looking at all of our different parameters here. Trying to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. As we bounce around, let's go to 12-hour rainfall. We had quite a bit of rain in Gadsden County earlier. 3-4 inches. Northern Liberty, obviously, all the trolley storms caused that. In that area, though, you get rain. I mean, some of the areas don't need to rain as much anymore, like the areas to the east, they haven't gotten it in some cases. But it's a situation here where you're getting that severe weather and really the fury of April and the fury of spring storms here coming to full fruition here. So that's not what you want to see, obviously. But power outages and the like there, Gadsden, Liberty counties. Right now you're doing better, but we have some model indications that I was looking at earlier on. I know we've been on for the last 4.5 hours, but earlier when I had a chance to look at the models, we ended up seeing some indications that stuff come in, maybe even in the morning here, that could be showing it severe. We'll have to see how the timeline shifts because this is an ongoing situation here. That things could evolve pretty quick on us here as the timeline does kind of shift around maybe. So I'm going to step off. I want to check the model guidance because I haven't checked in so long. I don't want to lead you guys the wrong way here. They go ahead and step out. By the way, we're not going to have a formal update here tonight in terms of that. We might still be on now at that time if we keep getting more warnings like what we just got there for parts of Brooks, Lanier, and Lowndes. A severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag until 8:45. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts there. Possibilities. So got to be careful in that area. That new yellow box will be popping up here in just a second. So you'll be able to kind of get an idea of the geography of that. And there it is as we look further up into toward Georgia. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. We'll keep on monitoring that. So again, I'm just trying to see exactly what is going on with the progression of these storms here. We just want to make sure we're giving you guys the latest information to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family here on this Thursday here as things continue to evolve here in the worded timeline. So I'm going to take the model guidance now. I know I almost kind of forgot what I was going to do here off camera because of so many things going on here in this weather scenario, but a new warning here, kind of something that we wanted to pass along to you guys there to where Brooks, Lanier, and Lowndes, a new severe thunderstorm warning to 8:45. So again, let's see what we have here. Checking our information, checking our model guidance. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to do this on the fly because we haven't had much time even off camera to do it. We had to just kind of take a break here, Roy, when we're off camera, just making sure we don't get into tornado warning locally too. But so it looks like this round here by, let's say, 11 o'clock or so, we should be done here with a thread locally in the eastern counties even, based on our 18Z HRRR. So that, and then maybe it stays away for a little bit longer, but then maybe stuff in the Gulf develops, and if it develops south of the coast, and that would give us a little more time here to take a break from severe weather potential, but then maybe stuff moving in closer to 15Z. Maybe it moves further south. That's a new development, HRRR. At least initially we have development Marion south, the Flagler maybe, but then to the north we have a little line that goes into Georgia that evolves through the afternoon, and then maybe it fades, and then we get a little break, and then maybe we get a break there until Saturday later on. We'll see. So just kind of continue to watch things here. I know definitely interesting to see. It looks like maybe a little pressure there in the overall grand scheme of things as we look further on up toward the north and west there in the southeast. So that's kind of interesting to take note of here as well. So again, we're sitting here at 7:37 right now on this Thursday, on this April 27th. 2023. I know at this point we've been on for so long. We're not going to do a formal update. We're going to still be on a little bit longer, at least, as these warnings continue. That warning for parts of Brooklyn, Lanier, and Lowndes until 8:45 there. So that does include areas around Valdosta until at 8:45 of benchmark. So let me go ahead and kind of zoom up there, see what's going on some of our different systems here as the situation does progress here, as we get more reports in here of different instances of severe weather potential, and the like. So we'll kind of get that all set back up again. I know there's so many things coming on in. I know we have aerial flood advisory there for Brantley, Camden, and Glenn until 10:45. Some extra water really accumulating there on the roadways and the like. So I just want to keep thinking about that here, just in case it turns into like a flash flood situation. If we get too much rain in too little time there, that could start to become an issue. Some low-lying areas possibly, and then you have to remember that turn around, don't drown mantra there from the National Weather Service. So we'll just keep on looking at things here in the Weather Center and watching things here as they do progress. But so let me go ahead and get a source queued up here. I know it's an odd situation, odd view overall here. And this is a continue to look here. Our wind modes are showing some weird situations overall. Looking at winds there, 66, 69 though, on some of our different products. Let me go ahead and pop that up for you guys. I'm going to switch over there. South Equipment there, Southern Brooks County. You can kind of see, looking there over toward, it looks like Stanley Road, County Road 96, getting into some stronger gusts. Definitely some nastier conditions here. These may not be up as high as what the velocity is showing because this is a weird radar presentation now, but at least some of those winds aloft may be getting transported down toward the surface here in toward this area. So that's something to kind of keep our eyes on here over the next little bit as we continue to monitor this weather situation here on this Thursday night. Again, checking some different things while I'm off camera still, but I'm about to come back here in front of the wall, in front of the key wall. As we continue here, I mean, we're getting close to 5 hours of coverage now here. We were on for many hours yesterday as well. But again, watching this severe weather potential in Georgia and in Florida as well. And now I'm going to go ahead and get back in front of that wall here. It's just a one-man band, so we're just trying to give you guys that latest though when we're off camera too and see what's happening. There's all that wind energy Again, that may not all be reaching because it's an odd pattern here, but around Quitman, you definitely want to be inside and away from windows. And same for Valdosta here over the next little bit in Lowndes County. This could be some stronger wind that's coming on in here, and maybe we get a quick spin up in there. That's not out of the question. We'll have a warning in between now. Jackson went with a significant weather advisory, but Tallahassee has a severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Lafayette and Dixie and Taylor. That goes until about, it looks like, that 8:30 benchmark. So I know, and they're talking about that tornado warning still in the chat toward Brevard County, but then in between here you see significant weather advisory. Still pretty gusty winds possible here around Live Oak, but not maybe the severe limit at this point, but we'll keep watching, keep tracking here. It's just an interesting pattern overall. So really we're watching two different areas. Excuse me. Two different areas here with severe thunderstorm warnings. This area down here, this area to the north within our covered area, some advisories in between, and then you have that tornado warning there outside of the covered area right now for parts of Brevard County. Again, around the Space Coast, that may be about to be canceled or not here soon though, but they're continuing it for now. They're saying in the chat they still think there could be something in there, and the warning still goes to 8 o'clock here at this point. So again, we'll keep tracking for the very latest and odd situation, kind of being obscured a little. That radar site is with the overall presentation of things. I'm not able to kind of get the perfect view, but we'll keep on watching. We'll keep tabs of things here in the Weather Center. So let's go ahead and come back over here right now. You can see here toward parts of Flagler County. We have some stuff near the coast, it looks like, and they're getting some nastier weather right where we have some higher parameters, but nothing overwhelming. It doesn't look like anyway around Flagler counties there. I don't want to say Flagler Beach necessarily, but you can kind of zoom in here a little. You see it. They're still getting some of this here, but it may be a little bit more interesting there in there closer toward the interstate. It's hard to say from this view though for sure, but we'll continue to watch. And now 47-mile-an-hour gust, by the way, Horseshoe Beach on this area of severe weather potential. But we'll just continue to watch here, continue to track to see if anything gets a little bit stronger. Now Jacksonville and Tampa, if this were to be extended east, they would have to kind of be the ones to do it, because Gilchrist here, that's the Jacksonville Weather Service County. Levy, that's the Tampa Weather Service County. So we'll have to see what they think in their eye that this justifies under the warning. It may. It's just kind of hard to tell here with the overall radar scans. We're not in the best spot here. We'll have to see what type of numbers we're getting. That 47 gust would indicate maybe strong storms. There could be a severe gust in there, but it's uncertain at this point. But they're keeping the warning in play for the time being. So we've had a history though on these storms. This has been a very productive day in terms of severe weather activity here across the region, and we still have threats here as we look later on in toward the timeline as we were alluding to a moment ago. So again, just stuff to kind of be mindful of here in the Weather Center. So again, just trying to get the latest scans here. I'm switching over, if you guys are wondering what I'm doing. I'm switching to a different scan on our Doppler radar here right now, so we can show you another presentation of things off the Moody. So going down toward south here, toward Dixie County, around Cross City. Maybe some gustier winds moving toward Cross City and Horseshoe Beach in toward that area. So that's something to kind of keep an eye on there in parts of that region. And then again, toward the north here, we could be getting some winds down toward the surface, moving around Quitman here, over the next little bit around Quitman, around, it looks like Baden there, maybe. It depends on exactly how this is reaching Dixie there. Maybe heavier rain could get that wind down to the surface a little bit better out toward the west. That's a possibility. So again, that's kind of what we're dealing with here at this present point in time. Just going to go ahead though and go back to that Brevard storm and see you guys what's happening there toward the Space Coast. And we have another storm down in the south that's severe near Kenansville. We'll watch it move, see how it evolves. But there's your tornado warning there. And let's go ahead and give you guys the tornado safety tips here at this present point in time. I know this is always kind of interesting to see exactly what's happening and exactly what you need to do here when you have a tornado warning in play. So go ahead and seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a football helmet, a bicycle helmet. Make sure you have shoes on so you don't cut your feet up there in terms of like a scenario here where there might be glass after the fact of a tornado and you're trying to get out of that area, trying to get yourself to more safety. But we're being told here, by the way, earlier on toward Madison County, tree down along US 19 just coming in. So that's something to kind of pass along to you guys, the viewer at home. I'm going to see if we have any new questions here, maybe from some of the viewers. I'm going to go ahead and just see what is happening here and what you guys might have for me. I'm trying to read them as I talk, so just bear with me. It looks like somebody's watching there from Atlanta with friends in Melbourne, so we're just going to keep watching things down there. Hopefully that thread, and you just heard the beep, they just canceled that tornado warning, so we should be down to no tornado warnings down there or in the country at the moment. And then I know somebody's wondering about western North Carolina below Franklin there in Macon County. So let me go ahead and try to get you guys answer there. I'll first start off with the Melbourne area and say you guys that again here. The tornado warning, all the formal warnings have been cleared. So the tornado warning information here for the time being, we'll go ahead and get rid of that off the screen because that's not something you need to follow along with at this point. I know they're talking about maybe the storm there to the southeast, potentially cutting off the inflow. That's a question from one of the meteorologists there at Fox 35 in Orlando. But again, so hopefully that's kind of what's going on. And again, the warning has been dropped. Special marine warning still out here, but they're going to expire the Osceola Severe as soon as the main core heads into Brevard. The storm's still strong though, so that's something to watch there from Melbourne. I know that's not going to be severe though. Let me step out. Just I know Brevard's a very big county here. It's not something that we're necessarily as familiar with because not in our 62 counties, but trying to do my best here since that was kind of a national storyline for a moment there around Cape Canaveral. But so they're going to go with this is significant with advisory, and there you had that viewer there with folks there with friends in Melbourne. You can kind of see here again. This could be moving up toward them with some stronger winds, maybe some smaller hail. But not necessarily at this moment severe weather, but that can always change, so check back for the latest. But again, such a large county that Brevard going all the way, I mean, from north of Titusville there even, as you can look there at the county border as you go really high up there, and then you have to go all the way down here, folks, toward the Sebastian area until you get out of it and toward Indian River. So interesting to keep in mind. And then let's go ahead and give you guys an answer there, North Carolina. So that was a question about areas there in western North Carolina. So let me see what we have there. Again, these are some questions that are coming in if you guys are wondering. Let me just try to answer them the best I can. So Franklin popping up. So right now, and let me double check the wind on this, but looks like right now mainly just some light rain moving through that area at this present point in time. So let's go ahead and switch to other source to show you guys that there. And then as we go ahead and go, it's just a general thunderstorm risk here in play at this point. But of course, there's still something, these different systems here, we'll be kind of seeing how they evolve. I haven't really looked at the forecast for this area in the days to come, but at least here for tonight, we're not looking too bad around Franklin in terms of like severe weather potential or anything like that in Macon County in North Carolina. So looks like they're going with a significant weather advisory right now at the National Weather Service in Tampa, National Weather Service there in Tampa. Toward Levy County until about 8:30, strong thunderstorm activity versus severe activity. So that's a good sign, at least preliminarily, that they might not have to issue a warning there for this. But we'll see. We'll wait and see, obviously, as the situation progresses. You can see up toward the north there, up toward areas like Valdosta. We still have a warning for now, and that might take a little longer to get on through and see how the wind energy progresses there. And then also a significant weather advisory for areas there as we look out toward Gilchrist, Alachua, Baker, Union, Columbia. That's a slew of counties, Suwannee, Hamilton, Eccles, Ware, Clinch, Charlton there till 8:30. Some strong thunderstorm activity, maybe not severe activity here in nature at that present point in time. So that's kind of the storyline there right now. As I'll go ahead and switching radars here again. Now you can see our peak there at severe thunderstorm watch and play until 10 toward the east till 9 further out, but that'll be moving out here. The storms will of that region that are severe, potentially severe here shortly. So that'll be some good news. That'll be some good news here as we look later on in the timeline, as we get here later on in the ward this Thursday evening on this April 27th, 2023. So, new update, that's just some strong thunderstorm activity down the ward. Indian River, St. Lucie counties, Okeechobee counties are being told about. But I just got the radar switched on my end, so I'm going to go ahead and pop that up as I come back on in now toward this shot here. I just want to see you guys what we are dealing with as we get on over here toward that other radar perspective. It's always interesting to break things down. I know things are really hard to see right now in Dixie County because I'm going to look just so high up here on the Doppler, or at least on our vantage point from the Moody Air Force Base. So we could be getting some strong to severe weather around Cross City right now on Horseshoe Beach. Just be mindful of that potential. We'll just have to be kind of careful around Quitman. Maybe still some stronger wind. I mean, that still shows a really strong wind core right around Quitman. That could knock down some trees if that's actually reaching down toward the surface there in parts of Brooks County. And then you see Lowndes County there. Lowndes County there. We're going to be watching this thread as it moves further on off toward the east here. Again, you see that little spin to some degree, and that could be helping to get some of this wind energy down toward the surface here. So we'll just have to continue to watch the progression of things here as we get later on in toward the evening hours. So no debris or anything like that showing up right now, and down here it would be too far to even be able to tell probably, but nothing right at this point that looks too concerning. But let's go to the Tampa radar, see what the view might be on this stuff toward the south areas here, and might get a better view right now. Stuff there maybe around Cross City and moving off toward the east there. Moving off toward the east, you see Chiefland, Trenton, Bell, some strong thunderstorms. That's what the Jacksonville office has gone with for now versus severe weather warnings and the Tampa office here too. So Jacksonville, this advisory, Tampa, this advisory. They're thinking right now, Jacksonville is that we could have gusts to 45 to 55. That's under severe, just a little, gust up to 50 according to Tampa. So this kind of the statements are just under severe. If they get something that really catches their eye, they probably go with a severe thunderstorm warning or something even worse, and maybe a tornado warning. But again, we'll just continue to watch the situation as it evolves. So again, I know they're talking about some different things here. I know trying to kind of figure out what's happening here and what's going on. I know they're talking in the chat about that storm out toward the Greenville area. Southwest of Greenville is so interesting, that debris signature, how that was popping up there. WCTV Chief Meteorologist Mike McCall talking about that right now, is trying to kind of get a gauge on what was going on out there. But again, let's go ahead and come back on down here toward this area again. This is moving toward Bronson, Otter Creek. And just a heads up here, in case we kind of run out of warnings here and end up not having any at some point here, as this stuff moves off toward the east. I need to go to the better radar, by the way, the more just a composite view right now. But if we don't have warnings as this stuff gets off toward like Stark and Gainesville, we may not stay on or keep the stream going if we don't see an imminent threat here, an imminent type of threat in play. So just that early heads up here. Of course, if we had a new warning, we'll come back on immediately. If there's some concern there, for sure, we have clouder.com/radar. If we don't have some severe weather necessarily, but we still have the 2 warnings right now, so we're still going to be going for the time being. We still have the watches here. Really, we haven't seen too much trimming back yet, so definitely going to give it a little bit longer here as these warnings still in play. The one for the Valdosta area all the way there until about 8:45, and then down toward the south till about 8:30 or so. So we still could be, if they don't cancel them out early, going a little bit longer here, or even a ways longer here with the coverage. So that's something and stuff to keep in mind here in the Weather Center. So again, just trying to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here. That's the 5th thunderstorm watch again in the pink there. That goes until to the east till about 10. Areas to the west till about 9, but some of the stuff starting to move, except for the Georgia area, Warren, Axe, and most of that's starting to move out of that, the areas of concern anyway. So that's some good news, but we're just going to have to keep watching these radar scans as they evolve on us here, as they develop. We're just trying to make sure I give you guys the latest information how to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family here as it is necessary. We did just get a gust there, 53 miles an hour around the Horseshoe Point area in Dixie County about 7:46 p.m. So That's some interesting news that has just come in. That's just under severe, so that would kind of support maybe even leave you going with a warning here. It's close. We'll see what they decide to do here as this kind of progresses. You can see that popping up. If I move this over maybe a little bit and zoom on in, we'll kind of point that out. It's close to the bug there in the bottom left, but it's this area right in here, that little indicator there. You can kind of see it. So again, we're just switching some different things up though in the weather center. I know we've been going between a bunch of different radars here, trying to give you guys the best perspectives on things. I know they're talking here in the chat that was definitely a very brief circulation, but it must have picked up quite a bit of tree debris because it stayed aloft for much longer than that circulation there toward that area southwest of Greenville in the Florida Big Bend region. So let's see what we have here. You can see here that's warning around Quitman. I still have some wind enhancement, maybe even some situation here where we could get a quick spin up in there. We'll have to watch as this gets closer to Valdosta. Don't lay your guard down there around Valdosta there in Lowndes County. And then as we look toward the south, I know the situation here we'll be watching toward Gilchrist and Levy as well. So right now not severe to those areas, but again we had that gust of 53 a moment ago. I know, by the way, I know if we were to get a tornado warning out here, that could be like interrupting some programming here, and that could cause some issues for you folks out there trying to watch the NFL draft tonight. But that's something that is really important for TV stations to do to protect friends, families that are in these areas here. So that's something to keep in mind if we were to get tornado warnings here and then program is interrupted. I mean, that draft is available on alternative sources though, not just on ABC, but on ESPN and NFL networks, just so you guys know. And the NFL draft, their National Football League draft in Kansas City tonight. So just keep that in mind if you need something there in terms of an alternative way to watch if your ABC affiliates get cut off. But you do need to keep tabs, obviously, on the weather here. You do need to keep tabs on the weather if you're under a tornado warning, under a threat. So definitely a situation where maybe you want to keep two different things going. Maybe watch me or watch the local coverage and then also the draft too, or even all three. Maybe not a bad idea. But again, we'll just go ahead and watch things here. I'll probably take another break here pretty soon because except for this storm here, we're not seeing a whole bunch, but we're kind of not the greatest radar spot to the south. And as I say that, we're not seeing a whole lot. This storm up here is showing something because we just got a gust according to an ambient weather station in southwestern Lowndes County to severe limits, 15 miles an hour. So somewhere probably right in there then, right underneath that area where it's showing 76 mile an hour wind. Probably somewhere in there then. So this could be an issue here further off toward I-75 over the next little bit. So again, just something to kind of be mindful of. Again, we're continuing to watch. It's a one-man band. Apologize if I lose my voice here some, but again, 50 mile an hour gust there, southwest Lowndes County, according to an ambient weather station, according to the National Weather Service there in Tallahassee, and one of their meteorologists. So again, we're just continuing to give you guys the latest. Moving toward the interstate, you don't want to be driving really in weather like that with the wind and the rain coming down here, causing problems. Hopefully the worst that goes south of Valdosta proper, but that could be an issue maybe for areas like Lake Park here or Dasher, Clyattville. Again, it's been a long day here in the weather center. So again, we're just going to keep watching this here and watch the progress of it. Severe thunderstorm warning in play until about, it looks like 8:45 for portions of Lanier, Lowndes, and Brooks. It's kind of in a spot here where Lanier's not going to probably be getting into too much of this here at this point. It seems, based on our scan that I'm seeing right now, but still, if you're under that warning, that small sliver, make sure you're taking heed. But again, more about Brooks than Lowndes here at the present time. A little spin, maybe just trying to get some more wind down toward the surface. So again, that's an issue there. You see some storms here. Again, moving out toward areas to the east here, eventually out of Lafayette and Dixie, and then toward Gilchrist and Levy, for instance. So we'll just watch the progress of that action down there as well. As these different gusts are kind of interesting to see here from time to time. Again, the big headline here, if you're just tuning in, Last few moments, we got a gust of 58 miles an hour from an ambient weather station in southwestern Lowndes County. So definitely some strong winds here toward this area with this severe thunderstorm warning in South Georgia. So you're going to be inside and away from windows here in these areas that are being impacted here up toward the Peach State. This threat didn't seem to be dwindling down quite yet. All that wind aloft trying to get down toward the surface there in toward portions of South Georgia. So we're going to keep watching things. We're going to keep tracking things. Obviously, if we get a tornado warning here for our local counties, we'll jump back in immediately. We're going to keep the stream going. We're not going to go anywhere. We're going to still be here in the Weather Center watching behind the scenes as we're being told here from WCTV. A viewer reported it looks like down trees in Havana on 618, but we're going to be back here with another update at 8:15 unless we need to come back in sooner with more weather information. So we're at 8:01 right now. If something really pops up on us, we'll jump back in. If there's a tornado warning in our area in one of our 62 counties, we'll jump back in immediately with the weather information to protect you, your friends, and your family. But otherwise, I'll be back about 8:15 with more information here in the Weather Center. So keep it tuned here, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, and Twitch. We'll keep you guys up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 8:15 on this Thursday. Right now, still two severe thunderstorm warnings in play for portions of the area. Again, I'm trying to keep my voice intact. We've been going a while here to try to protect you, your friends, and your family, but you can see these yellow boxes here on the board. One of them is a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor counties until 8:30, and another one for Brooks, Lanier, and Lowndes in Georgia, at least parts of those counties, until about 8:45. And there's also a tornado warning in Central Florida. We were putting it up on the screen there, down toward that region there, zooming in on that from time to time. That's not in our covered area, of course, but it includes parts of Orange and Osceola until about, it looks like 8:30. So another 14 minutes or so. It's not in the most populated area within those zones. It's east of St. Cloud there, east of Narcoossee, but there's at least some rotation in there. So we'll continue to watch it and hear that beep, indicative of a new update on that. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles west of the Lone Cabbage. Looks like Fisk Camp there, moving east at about 20 miles an hour. So again, just trying to give you guys the latest information on that. If this were to hold together, it would move toward I-95 in the next little bit toward Rockledge, Cocoa, and the like here, maybe Cape Canaveral again. You just never know. We had the tornado warnings there, a slew of tornado warnings in toward that area a little bit earlier on. So again, just trying to keep you guys updated there. That eastern movement at about 20 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and pull up those tornado safety tips again. Remind you guys of those. We've seen just such a high number of tornado warnings today for severe thunderstorm watch boxes. You can occasionally have tornadoes getting close to those watches, but in general, you're not expecting this number of tornado warnings and confirmed tornadoes like what we've seen, especially here across parts of our viewing circle there out toward the west. So we'll continue to get more information. And of course, the strongest seemingly was around the Hosford community earlier on. Excuse me, I apologize there, but again, I just want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building there. In these type of situations, you have all those different tips there at your disposal when I'm not on or doing covered, and you can get those there, cloudweather.com/severe. As they're saying, they're going to continue the tornado warning in northern Osceola and southern Orange. They're not seeing much rotation on the Melbourne radar, but the terminal radar shows strong inflow, and both radars have that notch. So we need to go to the terminal radar is what they're telling us then. So let me go ahead and go to that terminal view, and then I'll pop that up for you guys there at home. So that'll be kind of helpful at home there for it if you were to kind of get a look at that here in just a matter of moments. So again, that Orlando International view here sometimes can help us out. Some of the bigger cities here, or some areas that don't have as good of radar coverage in some cases, have these terminal radars, and they can kind of give us a little bit different look at things here. So let's go ahead and switch on over. I mean, one of the reasons maybe the terminal radar is there is because the main radar is in Melbourne, so sometimes this can kind of give you a little bit better view on things. So there's your spin right there, right near the county line, really. Again, it's not the most populated spot here, but still, I mean, you have some homes that might be in here that could be getting impacted. So eventually moving over toward County Road 532. But again, you hear Orange, you hear Osceola, and that might concern you guys a little bit more than maybe it should, because we're not talking about not densely populated areas of those counties here at this point with this area of rotation. So again, we're continuing to watch it though, right there around where my hand is. And we're also getting updates. They just canceled out Brooks County for our Georgia severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag. But they're going to keep in there Lanier and Lowndes. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. Lanier and Lowndes there until about 8:45 or so. A severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag there. So it's going to continue to watch the progress of things in toward that area here as the situation does continue to evolve. So we'll go back on over to that radar there. It gives you the best vantage point on that here in just a moment. But you see that warning to the south there, this area here, moving kind of out of that here at this point. That one that's in play from the Tallahassee office. Dixie County, Lafayette County there involved, Warren or Levy County, where there's a significant weather advisory. Moving up, there is like Gilchrist County there, significant weather advisory, strong storm potential. But right now, according to the Weather Service, there's in Jacksonville and in Tampa, not severe storm potential. So just keep that in mind there as we continue to look. So Let's get back up to the north though, where it seems like this is the warning where we really have the storm accent within the box, and within the threat area is Valdosta here. They just expired, by the way, the Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor, so gonna technically go for the next few moments until 8:30, but otherwise it'll be getting off that board. But this goes to 8:45, so right now the only warning left within our county warning region per se, but we're just gonna continue to watch things here in the Weather Center as we try to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. I don't see anything new here right now in terms of any questions, but I wanted to check that here too while I'm on, because if we start here to see a situation where this warning goes away and then maybe we don't have any warnings here in our region, we'll kind of maybe even think about cutting the stream and then just coming back on if necessary, because we'll have more threats here in the days to come. And again, no formal update later tonight here. This has been on for so long here that we've covered a lot of different things with these storms here. And of course, you have cloudweather.com/radar. You can get the forecast we had on Tuesday night there, cloudweather.com/forecast. I know rain chances the next few days continuing pretty high here, storms at times, and then toward early next week will really clear out and cool down to some degree. The cooling down part, but the clearing out part will be pretty good to see, it looks like here. Need the rain though for now. We're getting some of that at least. Depends on where you are, how much you need it. But North Central Florida needs it a lot, and hopefully we'll get more rain. And hopefully we'll get it without severe weather. So again, just continuing to give you guys the latest. Let's see what else we have here. Again, the warning to the south not in play. There's some advisories out for like Levy County and Gilchrist. And if this emerges from the bad radar area here and maybe shows a more prominent signature, they could always issue new warnings toward the east here. We'll just wait and see. But again, let's look back up here around Valdosta. You can see it's about to be moving into toward Valdosta right now in Lowndes County. So again, that's where some of the strongest wind could be here if this is working its way down to the surface. Now, if we find out maybe we don't have a lot of issues around here or any issues, maybe they'll go ahead and drop the warning a little early, but we're just waiting to see. I know significant weather advisories put out by Jacksonville further off toward the east for this, so we're just kind of wait and see and watch the progress of this here as it does evolve over the next little bit. So again, we're sitting at 8:23 right now. We're just trying to give you the latest information to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family. You can see here that one warning in play. You can see we have some other areas here that are strong, but not necessarily severe. So again, we're just continuing to give you guys the latest here on what's going on. We're just trying to make sure you guys know exactly what's happening. And then we have that tornado warning now south of, it looks like, the Wedgefield community in Central Florida, west of Rock Ledge there. So let me go ahead and zoom on over to that again. There is some rotation with this, but let's see, rotation tracker is not the most impressive thing here. Terminal radar is doing a little bit better. They're keeping the warning for now there from that Florida perspective. So again, we're just continuing to give you guys all those important updates here in the Weather Center. So let's just go ahead and zoom back on. This line in the Gulf, by the way, may be an issue for Tampa, depending on how it holds together. Look back at the rain last 12 hours. There hadn't been much rain down there, so maybe it could try to, unfortunately, work into a more untapped environment. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe right to the coast anyway. We could see something like that evolve. There's no watch down there, and then the formal risk is not as high there either, but just that line in general. Now let me look at our marine warnings. I haven't really looked at the velocities. They're saying gust of 40 knots on the marine warning to the north. That's not quite severe, and then the 40 knots on the southern. So again, we'll continue to watch all that for those areas, mainly just south of our viewing area though. Levy's not quite warned there at this point. By the way, they're expiring that area, that tornado warning in Orange and Osceola. So really right now, the only reason we're left on the air, and we weren't going to be on for that anyway, in general, unless we were on for this area to the north, because that overall situation wasn't something overwhelming there toward Orange and Osceola, not within our 62 counties. But right now, the only warning we have left within our 62 counties is that severe thunderstorm warning there for portions there. It looks like Lanier and Lowndes until about 8:45. So we're going to keep tabs on it here in the Weather Center. We're still watching things very carefully around the I-75 corridor around Valdosta. Let's go back to velocity here. Let's show you guys what's happening there around Lowndes County, around Valdosta. Right over the interstate, it might be where we're getting some of the strongest winds. We can't really get to the Georgia cameras, though, like we can the Florida ones. But Lowndes County there, You can see here is where we're tracking this activity around Valdosta. So some of that wind damage, if it's happening around Valdosta or going to happen, to be about right now is when that would be taking place. So again, just take heed. You're inside and away from windows. Severe thunderstorm warning for Valdosta, the metro area right now, for another 20 minutes. So some of this worst will be moving to the east here a little quicker than that. We'll just have to keep on monitoring the progress of this. That 31-mile-an-hour gust there, that's from about, it looks like about 10 minutes ago or so. The gust back to the west was 58 earlier. It was still a little bit stronger there, but maybe getting obstructed a little because we're right over the radar almost with this axe and now coming on in toward Valdosta. The radar is just back behind me a little bit right over here. So again, we're just kind of seeing it get a little bit close here on that. So kind of obscuring things a little bit. So we're going to keep you guys advised here. Be back about 8:35 with more information as we continue to watch things on this Wednesday night. The one warning that remains for the time being in play for parts of Lowndes and also parts of Lanier. Just got a report in of some broken power poles there, 3 miles southeast of Quitman from thunderstorm wind damage. So we're going to have to get more information on that because that came from MPing. So that's not really, I know that sounds specific, but it may be just a code there. And we have to make sure that's actually what happened. They're saying 3-inch tree limbs broken and power poles broken, but we'll try to get clarification on that here in the next little bit as we look ahead and toward the timeline and continue to watch here. Our severe potential, the severe thunderstorm watch till 10, the warning input 8:45 here. That watch out there to 9, but you get the idea. We're still watching that threat for some severe weather across parts of our areas here.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at 8:35 on this Thursday. You can see that one yellow box remains here, so we're going to keep an eye on it. I know we're checking a lot of things here in the Weather Center. There's a lot going on, so I know I've been here with you for a while. I apologize. Losing my voice here just a little bit, but it's about protecting you, protecting your friends, and protecting your family. I'm hoping, and okay, we just got word they're expiring this warning here, so they were kind of listening to me. I was hoping they were going to drop this warning, so they're going to expire it officially at 8:45. So unless we get something new here over the next few minutes, what I'm going to do here, we'll use these last few minutes to kind of wrap things up here with this live stream for the time being. This is moving past Valdosta around, it looks like areas there around like the Bemis community in Lowndes County, but the winds don't look like they're reaching the 60 here at this point. Let's see what else we're down with. You can see down toward Gainesville, we have some stronger storms, not severe, and that's why we're not going to stay on right now. But it's not something that we can completely rule out that we could get more of. Is that severe thunderstorm acts and severe thunderstorm warnings. Might get more of them as we look ahead later and toward the timeline. So again, let's go back on over here to our other perspective. You can see the line here. Again, going to get closer towards Stark here pretty soon, so a heads up here around Stark. We'll get some stronger weather. I'm hoping the worst of this from this round will miss us here. We'll just kind of evaluate this here live on the fly, though, as they've been very busy. Again, we had that tornado on Hosford. We had other tornadoes touch down to the west, and we still have some chance. We still have the pink area here, severe thunderstorm watch till 10, so it's not impossible that we could get more severe thunderstorm warnings here popping up on the board as we look ahead over the next little bit. And they might be more down here though, toward Ocala, Gainesville, this line segment, or some of this stuff to the north. It might be a little less likely. It looks a little more messy and cooler up there. It's a little warmer down here, so we may, if we were to get another warning or two, I would think probably more toward Alachua, toward Marion counties here over the next little bit. So again, that's where we're going to be looking here as the timeline progresses. Definitely something to keep our eyes on. We don't want to let you guys get your guard down and then something happen. So just be paying attention. A pretty strong storm actually near Archer. Let's go over here right now. Not severe warned at this point, but this is a pretty strong storm around the Archer community. So we're just continuing to give you guys the latest. Looks like maybe gust about 50 around. It looks like Southwest 143rd Street here around Archer there in Alachua County. We're going to keep looking there. You see some stronger gusts, but maybe not quite as that level of strength there as we get toward Baker and some of those areas around there. So we'll just keep paying attention. I know a lot of lightning here, so we got to keep our eyes on this down here because of Gainesville being involved over the next little bit. I know there's no warning. It's a little far from the radar, so just got to be kind of careful here. We don't want something to spin up on us or produce wind damage here. So before I wrap it up, we don't get a warning here in short order. Let's go ahead and just give you guys a heads up there towards some of these different communities. There is not a tornado warning, but it's not in our area, but I'll talk about it here in a second. It's in Martin County, downstate there, we're being told. So I'll zoom down there here at this moment, try to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. That's a storm near, it looks like Port Mayaca. So let's go ahead. This coming off of Lake Okeechobee, it looks like here. So let's go to rotation tracker, and that is the case. Possible tornado now in Martin County, Florida, Indiantown there, possibly in the path over the next little bit. So this is southwest of Stewart for perspective here, a possible tornado, and that's something that's by itself. And if we take advantage of the 80+ degree temperatures that are down there, more instability in some areas in that region, and some of our tornado parameters do remain. So I'm going to be watching to see if this holds together, maybe north of Jupiter even, over the next little bit. So, and then watching this line here coming in to view too. So again, that's just something to kind of keep our eyes on here as we look toward Tampa, toward Inverness. Not severe right now down there. We wouldn't maybe think that's a certainty that happens. But they're just saying it's going to issue a strong thunderstorm type of statement. Significant weather advisory now for Citrus, Fernando, Pasco, that area there, to about 9:15. So they don't think it's quite severe there. So the only warning right now in the southeast really where we're focusing our attention, I should say, would be down toward Martin County. That's the only tornado warning, not just in the southeast, but the whole country. But there are some severe thunderstorm warnings further up east Arkansas, areas there east of Starkville. We have severe thunderstorm watch in play there. So we'll be watching some different things, obviously, here in the Weather Center. So, again, looking around Bronson, that's some pretty nasty weather, not getting severe according to the Weather Service, but we're just going to keep watching things. I see some little areas of rotation here on my other view. They're not big, but because they're so far away, you might not expect to see something big here. So I kind of hesitate running off here and then getting a tornado warning to spin up on us real quick. So we're going to stick with it a little longer, and I may go off. I may keep the stream going with this, our double box radar. I'm going to try to think about how I want to handle this. Technically, that warning, even though it expired out for they actually canceled the watch for Lanier 9, but I think it has expired the warning, so technically, in theory, being played at 8:45, but that had kind of weakened down there in a more stable environment in general up to the north, but this a little more unstable down here, so got to be careful. And we had the storms last night, but obviously we had today, parts of the day to kind of destabilize some down here toward areas in north central Florida. Again, not severe right now, but that could change here at a moment's notice, so again, that looks like it's trying to rotate, moving toward Arredondo here and toward I-75 over the next little bit. It's not something overwhelming, but again, I don't want to let our guard down quite yet. And even if I go off, don't let your guard down, because we definitely could have to come back on another warning. We'll have threats tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. No formal update later tonight, but it may be on at that time with some warning. You never know, or around or just before that time even. Hopefully this will get off the coast before we get closer to that midnight hour, but still, you kind of get what I mean. So again, we're going to keep watching, keep tracking this. I just want to, at least if we go off here, give you guys a heads up that we might be back on here in short order if we get some type of warning issued. So at least kind of do my due diligence here and let you guys know this is at least a strong thunderstorm moving toward Arredondo, seeing winds maybe 55 miles an hour in there. So continuing to check the chat session for updates. I don't see anything here at this point, but we're going to keep looking. This is down here in the Levy County. That's definitely moving into northern Marion next little bit. That seems like the most predominant area of an enhancement here within our coverage area at this present time. So again, let's just go ahead and keep looking. Archer, Newberry. You can see here Archer a little bit less in the way of maybe some wind enhancement. But we're getting a whole bunch of beeps there right now. And actually, I need to go ahead and break those down. Those are some of the different confirmed tornadoes based on debris signatures on the radar today. So there's so many that are actually running off the screen. That's not a good sign toward the Tallahassee jurisdiction. So let me step out of the shot real quick so we can kind of explain those debris signatures. I know they're going to use that for maybe survey purposes to figure out exactly where those were at in relation, and then kind of go to the surveys, but those surveys around that. So again, we're just going to go ahead and look here. So tornado debris, obviously, toward Liberty County, toward Bay County. We had a tornado touchdown, debris signature, Calhoun County, McCulloch County, Gadsden County, Madison. I know most of those, from what I've seen so far, have been here in the ward, more rural areas, or not as significant. It seemed like Gadsden maybe, and then especially Liberty around Oxford, but Gadsden too, maybe more popular, maybe more of an impact. We'll kind of find out. We have to look at pictures. I haven't had time to really do that. This has been in front of the wall here and giving you the latest here with this stream for almost 6 hours now. So that's just kind of the nature of things. Now we'll have more time to evaluate later on, but no formal local warnings right now. Let's zoom down toward Martin County in Florida. That one tornado warning, one warning in the state here at this present point. There just, it looks like around in the east of maybe, or east side of Port Mayaca there. So we're just going to be watching that. That circulation. Just something to take shelter for if you're at Indiantown there in Martin County, Florida. Eventually, if it's held together, which I mean that perimeter space might be able to hold it together to the coast, because it is already in that more favorable area near or close to the coast, near Lake Okeechobee too, but near I-95 there. I mean, it could be an impact for them and toward Jupiter Island or somewhere around that vicinity if this were to kind of track across and keep enough of a circulation all by itself like that. So it's a pretty impressive storm there. We'll keep our eyes on it, obviously. We're still watching our area. There's still that thunderstorm watch until 10 here. And again, I'm kind of hesitating going off here just because we're seeing enough of some adverse signatures here in the Weather Center that kind of concern me just enough. So let me just go ahead and look at rotation trackers. Not something all that well to find your Archer. But since it's a determination of whether to go off, I just kind of try to err on the side of caution. A little bit longer here. A little bit longer. Make sure you guys know exactly what's going on here. We don't want you guys caught off guard there around the Archer community. Nothing in terms of a formal warning. Haven't heard anything in terms of damage there, but you just never know in these type of situations. So again, we're watching some of that stuff. I mean, it may not be something that's tornadic. It may just be meeting that 60-mile-an-hour wind criteria, or maybe getting hail in there a little bit. You never know. But again, it's right in the line. So we're just going to have to keep looking, keep watching, keep tracking. Looking here right now, 22,716 customers in the dark in the state of Florida right now. So that's impressive for sure. That's definitely impressive here. As I'm kind of jumping all around in the Weather Center, so if my voice trails a little, I apologize. But we're looking here in Liberty County, 3,070 customers in the dark there. That's out toward areas like Hosford. That'd be accounted for in there, I would think. And then as we get over toward Gadsden County, 1,798 customers in the dark. Leon County, 8,092. McCullough is 16, but I heard some issues down there too. 99 in Jefferson, 13 in Madison, 105 in Taylor, Hamilton 133, Swanee 459 customers in the dark according to PowerOutage.us, Lafayette County 7, Dixie County 331, Levy County 529, Gilchrist County 959, Columbia County 2,564. Hadn't had a formal warning there, but maybe a little bit of wind issues there causing some problems. And Alachua County, none so far. But I know in Georgia, let's look up there because we did have some signatures up there too. Brooks County 214, Thomas 527, Lowndes 383. So again, just trying to give you guys an assessment of all that here. Again, no formal update later tonight, but I'm kind of stalling here just to make sure we don't get another warning on us, or we just have to jump right back in here. Might as well, while we're on, try to do our due diligence here to let you guys know exactly what's going on in case something were to kind of spin up on us here real quick. So, and with the tornado warning down toward the south, that's not in our area though. That's something we would really be on for unless we were already on. But there's your rotation there. Southeast of Fort Mayaca. It's not like a big national story or even a really big Florida story, but there could be something in here southeast of Fort Mayaca and southwest of Indiantown right now toward Martin County, Florida. Not seeing anything definitive there off that Melbourne radar site, but we'll keep tracking, keep checking here. Let me go ahead. I'll get me back in front of the chroma key though, but take your trainer precautions. If you happen to be watching from Port Mayaca's areas downstream from that, and then Indiantown, right at Port Mayaca, it's kind of moved past there, right at the Lake Okeechobee area. But again, we'll just continue to watch, continue to track. Let me go ahead here. I'll put myself back in front of the weather wall, and you guys can kind of see what's going on here. This is just to the south there, Florida 76. So there is some rotation there, and that's why that tornado warning has been issued, remains in effect till 9/15. So again, that's the storyline there, probably closer to that West Palm Beach television market, if you guys are wondering about that. But again, right up here to the north, we do have some lightning there, moving toward Gainesville, moving toward the University of Florida. I know maybe folks studying there as we get later on, and moving closer toward those exams for some folks possibly, and just kind of move along in that timeline even. There might be some of these storms that really kind of disrupt your studying there for a little while. So something to keep in mind. It's a strong thunderstorm situation, not warned yet. Not warned at this point. It's just we have to watch and play. We've gone on for so long. I'd rather just kind of stick with it a little bit longer here, just in case. So we're not just in a scenario where we're having to jump right back in and then maybe missing some valuable warning time. So again, we do have some strong winds here, but it doesn't look like severe. It looks a little weaker actually now that we're getting a little bit better look at this. So let's go ahead. Now we might get some type of wind readings here from Gainesville, but not too much from the chat. I think this might be weakening a little bit. I can't guarantee it, but it looks a little bit weaker here on this latest view around Arredondo, around Gainesville. That purple does show maybe some smaller hail mixing in the advisory here, which we are not normally on for advisories, but we're just staying on a little longer, just in case. Indicates winds of 40 to 50 possible, maybe a little bit of hail in there. Now I want to mention it there. The opposite to the south, I'm talking about maybe winds to 50 there. Levy might get another advisory in a Marion if they don't issue a warning. No advisories for Bradford. Stuff's kind of splitting the difference in terms of advisories, but some rain definitely falling and going to be falling around Stark here over the next little bit. I know we picked up 0.52 there, 0.52 on the gauge there today. That rain gauge here east of Stark. So just something to kind of take note of here in the grand scheme of things. So we don't have any warnings locally. We have that tornado warning in Martin County, Florida. Oh, okay, let's wait. We're getting some spotter network information. This may be a little bit, I know, let's check down here. I want to make sure that I'm not 100% sure about this report, to be quite honest. So there may be some gusty winds, though, 4 miles west of the University of Florida, but we don't have any necessarily confirmed report to that here at this present point here. That would really be something that is certain to be issuing a warning for here. So, okay, and tornado warning update for Martin County. Possible tornado near Indiantown, moving northeast at 10 miles an hour. So, again, that's where we're still tracking that tornadic threat there in play. So, something to keep our eyes on. I know the cameras probably are pretty nasty out here around I-75 in this area around Arredondo at this present point in time. So, let me see if we can go to one of those real quick here. I might not have it quite up where we can go to it, but bear with me here. So we're out toward the I-10 corridor. I know that's where we had some of that tornadic potential earlier on, trying to get a look at things. Let me go ahead and kind of move some things around here behind the scenes. I know we've been on for a long time, so I'm losing my voice here, starting to maybe get out of breath a little bit, but we're just trying to keep you, your friends, and your family safe. Again, no formal update later tonight, but we'll be watching storms in the days ahead, and even later tonight, possibly impacting portions of our area. So I want to try to get a look here outside. Maybe we were to kind of see if things are better or worse than we're expecting, or about the same of what I'm thinking out here. Let's go to mile marker 382, State Road 121 and Williston Road. We'll go ahead and take a look outside there right now, since sometimes these cameras can kind of be really our eyes for what's going on. You can see, looks like some blowing rain there for sure in toward this area. Some blowing rain there on this Florida 511 perspective, I-75 at mile marker 382. So you can see those gusty winds. To some degree, not be overwhelming. It's hard to say for sure because it is kind of dark out there after the sunset has occurred. So we'll just continue to watch things here in the grand scheme, even though we don't have any active warnings here for any of our 62 counties at this point. So definitely a nasty evening to me if you're making one a little bit later, or if you're just out on the road in general. Maybe even a little bit of hail mixed in. You never know. So just be careful out there on the roads, obviously. It's toward Gainesville. It's toward Arredondo there. Definitely seeing some interesting flashes there on that view. So some nastier weather around Gainesville. People trying to take it a little bit slower, maybe, depending on exactly what type of level of downpour they're getting. So, again, just continuing to watch things here. You can see here what is happening with our current camera view here. Again, some deteriorating weather there impacting parts of Gainesville in Alachua County. So just definitely take it easy out there. Try to stay safe the best you can. You just see some pretty treacherous conditions for folks on those roads. So let's go ahead and move away from this for now. I just want to give you a view outside. We'll come back over to significant weather advisory for Gainesville. So let's go ahead and punch again the radar view out just a little bit, and you can sort of see some of the worst of this moving in downtown Gainesville now. We have Micanopy there, maybe getting some gustier winds here too over the next little bit. So at least just trying to give you guys a heads up around Gainesville. Maybe a little bit of hail moving in too. I know we'll be really getting closer probably to a determination here. A determination of whether we'll have a significant weather advisory issued further east, or maybe a super thunderstorm warning. It's not impossible we get that with that higher instability, but not something that's really just standing out like a sore thumb or anything. It's just be trying to stay on, and that it would take us a few minutes. If we had like a tornado warning, a thunderstorm warning issue, some of the damage potential could already be moving out of certain spots here by the time we were able to jump back on. So it's me just trying to err on the side of caution, not like I'm seeing something that's overwhelming. A little bit of rotation earlier near Archer kind of caught my eye, but it's not quite as impressive at this point. But we're just kind of far from the radar site, so that's what makes it a little bit concerning here sometimes. But definitely gusty winds, maybe 40 to 50, Alachua, Paradise, Gainesville, Micanopy here, maybe even down toward Reddick. So again, and we'll just continue to watch even further down, maybe there north side of Ocala. We'll see as we're getting some updates in. Numerous trees knocked down, it looks like, in toward Cross City and Dixie County from around 7:50. So it was only about an hour ago here with some of the same accidents. So that's why we're kind of trying to be a little bit careful here in terms of just maybe sounding the all clear, or even just wrapping it up. We wouldn't even sounding the all clear, but give you guys that impression here that we're not quite as concerned. So at least going to try to stay with this till 9. It's only a few minutes away though, but I know we have some different risk levels that have been updated here by the Storm Prediction Center. So let's see what those are. Let me go ahead and see what those are here. I'll go ahead and put this on the screen for everybody at home. So interesting what they've done. It looks like mainly marginal now. All of our area either under no risk, thunderstorm risk, or marginal. In this latest update, it would appear. Side risk is further down to the south. By the way, something else that's just popped up here, or at least I'm just seeing, we had over 5 inches of rain there around Thalman in the area there in Glenn County earlier in about 3 or 4 hours. So that's interesting to see there. Definitely, and then go ahead and take the background off. But over 5 inches between Thalman and Sterling there. A lot of rain in toward that area of Glenn County. I mean, areas do need to rain to some degree, but other areas here, you don't want too much too quick because that can cause problems. So again, we're just going to keep tracking things, keep checking the situations as they do evolve. I know just seeing more reports that come on in toward portions of our region. So again, around Stark, we're about to get some nastier weather, maybe not strong or severe, but maybe a little lightning, at least some heavier downpour mixing in. Not overwhelming here for Stark, but Gainesville a little bit more impressive again, as we showed you on the camera there, on that traffic camera imagery over the last little bit. We'll just keep on looking at things here in the weather center as we zoom on out. I know some gustier winds maybe down toward Central Florida being indicated by some spotters, but no formal warnings right now. But that watch is still in play. Okay, we just got a warning as I say that. Okay, they just gone with a warning now. And this is kind of what I was kind of afraid of, to be quite honest. That's why I was hesitating going off here for a while. And now we have to stay with it a little bit longer. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning now for portions of Alachua, Bradford, Clay, Marion, and Putnam until 9:45. So right over Gainesville, where some of the worst of this could be. We're talking about, it looks like, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from Gainesville at 8 miles southeast of Williston, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So Gainesville, Interlochen, Keystone Heights, Melrose, Fort McCoy, Citra, Hawthorne, University of Florida, Spar, and Florahome under this threat. They're about 9:45 now. This is in the higher instability here, more unfavorable air mass that this is able to tap into. So this does include parts of Bradford County, but not the Stark downtown area necessarily. Does clip Hampton there. I may go just south of Hampton to worst of this here. Maybe we're toward Keystone. We'll see. The overall trajectory here can kind of tricky at times as we're on the edge of that radar beam. We're not able to see things very good down here. So it seems like our system's trying to take it from about Keystone there through maybe Orange Heights first, though, and some of those areas around there. So just kind of giving you guys a heads up. We have to stay with this now because we have a severe thunderstorm warning for some of our 62 counties, a number of them now. I mean, talking about Alachua, talking about Bradford, talking about Clay, Marion, and Putnam through about 9:45. So let's go ahead and pull up the coverage map here. And then I think I'll step out of the way just for a second here. I'll step out of the way just for a second. So there you are. You can see some of our different areas. I'll go ahead and get it completely out of this shot here for a moment. And we're talking about areas there again of Alachua, Bradford, Clay, Marion, and Putnam. We're in Bradford, but it's to go to the south of us, the worst of this. That's the good news. But we're just going to have to continue to monitor the progress of this system. Again, damaging winds, a possibility in here. That's what the warning was issued more for than any hail threat that's too big in size or tornado threat here at this point. But definitely some stronger winds as you saw from that traffic camera imagery around I-75 there in that Gainesville or Redondo area. kind of intriguing to see. So again, we're in Bradford, but the worst is going to go south of Stark in general. I mean, I say that, and we're almost right clipped by that warning here. I'm kind of off camera. I'm going to go ahead and kind of jump back in just for a second. The key wall's still on here, so let me go ahead and jump back in toward this shot. Again, you have our warning here, axing down toward this area there, and then I'm going to go ahead and step back out of the wall now as we continue to monitor the situation, continue to give you guys the latest updates to protect you, your friends, and your family here on this Thursday night. So again, I know just checking some different geographic things. I believe we are just outside of the warning here in our specific location. The threat should be going south, though. Yeah, we're just outside of it. It's interesting. We're really close there on that edge, just looking at things, zooming in real tight off camera. But again, we're just technically outside of that warning. So just for your reference there, if you're curious. But we're just going to be watching the threat more around Gainesville and maybe Keystone here over the next little bit. And Hampton, maybe on that northern edge. Again, I think it maybe that trajectory put it a little bit south, but we'll see. We got to watch here over the course of the next 45 minutes or so in toward this coverage. So again, severe thunderstorm warning continuing here. Severe thunderstorm warning continuing here now to 9:45 for portions of the area. Trying to see if there are any questions. I don't see anything right now, but again, just trying to offer you guys the latest. Let's get back over away from the covered map back to the Doppler radar technology. Ooh, look at that gust there. We had around Williston just a few minutes ago, 56 miles an hour. That might be one of the reasons they issue this. So technically be just under severe maybe, but depending on how they're rounding, that's probably 57, 55 possibility, but not 58. I know it's kind of weird, but point being here, it converts from knots to miles an hour, and it's up sometimes by a mile per hour, but still, my point is that we're talking about winds that are closer to 60 have now been observed. So I have a feeling here we might be getting some tree damage, some limb damage stuff in that realm here and towards some of these areas, especially around Gainesville in Alachua County. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning in play for now another 43 minutes here for parts of Alachua and parts of Bradford, Clay, Marion, and Putnam here. So that's why we're sticking with it here, just in case. And unfortunately, if there's enough of the parameters left over to the east, maybe it's been worked over enough, but there's a chance this could track all the way through those coastal areas now in those southern counties like St. Augustine and Palm Coast with some warning criteria meeting conditions. So we'll have to wait and see. I know we're past 6 hours now in this stream, so we'll have to go. I mean, hopefully we don't. Hopefully this falls back apart to enough we don't need another warning past 9:45. But if it did hang together, then and Roy got going for more than 2 more hours, which by then it may be off the coast anyway. But we could be cutting it close. We need another stream here because some of our different streams you can't go past 8 hours, but we're not quite there yet. So that's just something to think about here later in the timeline. Again, no formal update later tonight, but we're hanging with it. We're hunting with it because we thought we might get another warning like this, and we just did here in the last few moments. So I know we also have a tornado warning downstate, not in our area, but let me go ahead and say this to you guys again. Just if you're wondering, if you're watching from maybe Martin County, I have family and friends down there. Still some weak rotation there around, it looks like State Road 76, closer toward Indiantown. So that's something they're having to monitor very carefully there. Take those tornado precautions down there. This is east of Pormac at this point, but let's go ahead and go back on over to the other Doppler view. We're going to go ahead and go back on over our surface-based cape here. Yeah, it's lacking some over there. That'd be a good sign. I mean, this wind threat could sustain, but they have been worked over more out toward the east. So hopefully it just kind of pulsed up in that higher energy area where we had those values there closer toward 800 joules per kilogram, and then going down to like 600 and even less than that. I mean, further back in that yellow, we were over 1,000 to 1,200 joules per kilogram a little bit earlier on. So again, some interesting stuff here. Some interesting stuff for sure as this timeline does continue to evolve on us. So again, we're past 9 o'clock. I've been going on this stream for over 6 hours, but it's all in the interest of protecting you, protecting your friends, and protecting your family. So again, you can see Palaca not in this morning right now. Ocala just clipped their northern edge. Roy, you see Martell, you see Kendrick, Spar, Reddick though. Micanopy getting into it pretty nasty right now. Hawthorne over the next little bit. I know we had that threat there going back in the overnight, not too long ago. I mean, going back about a month and a half now, maybe. We were on overnight for that area, but no, we're being told here to see more reports here, even from this may be, a couple nights ago. We're still getting reports in of some wind damage toward Brooks County, Georgia. So it's been a busy period, and we're still going to have that threat lingering here. And not going to just be tomorrow where we have a threat on and off. We'll hopefully get some breaks in there that could last a pretty good bit. But then we'll have another threat on Saturday, another threat, and threats continuing there towards Sunday. Got to break down the details a little bit further here, the specifics. But right now we have this warning around Gainesville, and this goes to about 9:45. And I'll be curious to see what the Gainesville airport gives us in terms of wind gust here. This will be trying to see what exactly happens there in terms of some of those measurements coming on in here over the next little bit there from that site. So again, just trying to say, you guys, the overall grand scheme of things here over these waning here minutes, and we were hoping it would just be a matter of minutes there when we had that warning expire, we could go off, but instead we're having to stay with this here until this warning goes away, and then there might be another one that gets issued here downstream. We'll just wait and see. So again, Gainesville, okay, they just got a gust in at Gainesville Airport. 46 is what we just got here in the last few moments, so not quite severe there, which may be a good sign. But again, we had a gust of 56 or so in Levy County. So again, this is definitely producing winds that are at least close, if not just barely getting into that severe range here. So we're now being told of some issues toward the University of Florida. So let's see. Not at University of Florida's campus precisely, but they're telling us here in the chat that there's a report now, maybe some wind damage there 4 miles west-southwest of UF, according to the MPENE system. That's something public can just put in the system there, so it didn't really get too specific, but some type of wind damage apparently occurred there. Maybe shingles blown off, something like that, tree limbs being broken 1 inch. So just kind of adding to the idea that stuff has been pretty nasty. Just getting some more details here in, as we're still trying to provide you guys the latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. We'll be curious to see the power outage numbers. Let me check GRU in Gainesville here while I'm over here at our other source. So our GRU power outages, we're going to see if there's any. I mean, JEA kind of took a little while to show up, it seemed like, but see if we get any in the GRU system. I mean, we're busy, so I might have missed something on my end, but eventually it really showed up in full force there around Mandarin. Again, trying to give you guys the latest here on what's going on. So we have 1,823 customers in the dark right now toward parts there of that GRU grid, it looks like. So 1,823 customers without electricity there. Some of these there are just northwest of UF. 854, we had some customers lose power. 853, 859. Let's see here, going back, and let me go forward actually to the east. 859 there, looks like getting there to Ward 15th Street. You can see some more outages, look like quite a few there. Maybe as I'm trying to look around, a little cluster at least there in the southwestern part of the county on that grid. So again, we're still trying to get more information in. It's kind of a really ongoing process here, an ongoing process. So that's what we're kind of trying to deal with right now here in the Weather Center. So now it's about, looks like areas more like Hawthorne, Orange Heights, Keystone here over the next little bit, maybe Lochloosa, and then northern Marion. Anthony got hit hard by the hail yesterday, and now about 24 hours later or so, Anthony Kendrick going to begin to hit here by some damaging wind potential. A 56-mile-an-hour wind gust was just put in a local storm report there when we were on Williston earlier on. Another time about the wind report of 46 at Gainesville as severe thunderstorms are on the line move northeast toward Highway 301 in the next 10 to 15 minutes up here. So there's your 301 corridor, probably even a little bit quicker, maybe on the 5 to 10 minute side, I would say, as it's approaching 301 right now. I mean, you can see it there on Orange Heights and Campville. I mean, some of the 301s are already starting to get into this. So just kind of looking at some different things here from the Weather Service as the rain picks up around Stark. Again, we're really, where we're at, we're just outside the warning, and Stark itself really is outside of the warning for the most part here. So that's the good news. But we're still going to have to keep monitoring the situation here. And we're only at 69.5 degrees. We're just over an inch, or excuse me, just over a half inch of rain here today. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now. We're going to go ahead and zoom back on out. I'm going to go ahead and get ready to come back in front of the weather wall, I think. Just wanted to check some things here while we were off camera. Okay, we're just being told now there's a gust of 55 miles an hour at the weather stem station around the University of Florida, 1 mile northeast there at about 9 o'clock. So 55 mile an hour wind gust there around 9 o'clock at the UF weather stem station. So there's some information that is coming in here. That's under severe, but still, that can be problematic for folks there in the ward, that area, in terms of maybe causing a little bit of minor damage there, but more vulnerable things could, experience something more in the moderate damage type of range. Obviously, let's say, I'm just giving examples there, I don't know about any of this, but let's say a tree limb fell on a car, that could do some pretty nasty damage if it's a big tree limb. So you kind of get the idea of where I'm going with this here. In the coverage. So we're 9/11 right now here on this Thursday evening. I'll go ahead and come back in front of the wall now. Just trying to check on some things as we're just getting a beep here. That's a tornado warning expiring downstate in Martin County. Significant weather advisory for Duval, Clay, Nassau, Camden here till 10. I'm going to go ahead and step back in front of the weather wall. Here right now, as we give you guys the very latest information. Orange Heights and Campville here. Now getting some of the worst of this, it would appear, in the ward of Alachua County. So some gusty winds, maybe to 60, a possibility here around Orange Heights and Campville, moving up toward Keystone Heights. Putnam Hall isn't the most overwhelming signature, but we definitely could have some damage in here. You see Hawthorne, La Calusa there. Some gustier winds, a possibility in here too. So there's something to keep our eyes on here and moving toward Interlochen over the next little bit. So definitely something to watch. See Eureka in here. But right now closer toward areas here off toward the west. Like Spar, Anthony, Lowell, and Reddick. Kendrick as well. As we try to give you guys all those important details. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go ahead and pull those safety tips up here. When thunder roars, you want to go indoors, seek shelter inside that sturdy building, and stay away from those windows. So, again, that's what you need to do in these type of situations. Worst of this seems to be south of Hampton, but a little bit of wind in Hampton, maybe around Waldo, and then toward maybe as far north as Theresa here. But I feel like Keystone is probably really, as I, again, try to get through it here as we've been on for a while, but Keystone here, probably more to cut off here for the worst of this. As you're looking there along State Road 100, there as we continue to track things here in the weather center. So we don't have a tornado warning in Boy, and this moved past the more populated zone in Gainesville. It is moving toward Keystone, nothing overwhelming. At La Calusa, Hawthorne, areas down south, maybe North Ocala getting impacted too. I need to catch my breath again. We've been going for a while, but we're going to keep the stream going since we have this active warning here. So we're at 9:13 right now. Unless we get a tornado warning, we'll have to jump back in immediately. I'll be back in at 9:25 with another update here on this live stream. We're in Bradford County, the worst to the south, and toward, in some cases, east there, and then toward the south and west. As I kind of look at this, there's a severe thunderstorm warning down toward Pinellas. Let me switch radars. I know kind of confuse you if I don't because you can't see it, but down toward Pinellas, some gusty winds, a possibility there. And we also have towards Citrus County outside of the area, I guess to 47 miles an hour recently in toward that area. And then we're getting an update on the warning now. It looks like they've gone ahead and told us that they're going to keep it going for now for Alachua, Bradford, Clay, Marion, and Putnam. Portions of those regions till 9:45. At 9:13, severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from near Orange Heights to near Ocala, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Portions of Gainesville, Interlochen, Keystone Heights, Melrose, Fort McCoy, Citra, Hawthorne, Spar, Florhome, and Melrose Landing under this threat. So, going to keep you guys advised, give you guys the latest. Let's get back to the other radar views here that are a little bit closer in. And we'll be back in about 10 more minutes. The watch goes to 10 here toward the east, and hopefully things will be diminishing here a little bit more as we get later on in. And that area to the east was worked over a little bit more too. So in terms of the atmospheric parameters being a little bit less. So hopefully this will be our last warning here for a while, but you never know. That line near Jacksonville looks like it's trying to, let's try to look a little more defined anyway. So we'll keep on watching it. We'll keep on tracking it. Be back here in about 10 minutes as we continue to give you guys the latest information how to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in Listen about 9:25 on this Thursday. You still see that one yellow box in our covered area that we've tracked here for the last little bit, having to stay on for here for portions of Bradford, Alachua, Clay, Marion, and Putnam for that damaging wind gust potential. But then toward the south, we're seeing a slew of thunderstorm warnings really pop up recently. I know we had a question about Brooksville, and I was telling you guys about a gust here in that severe limit range there at the airport, and then a thunderstorm warning coming out about that time off toward the eastern parts of Sumter, Citrus, Pasco, and Hernando counties until about 9:45. Then another warning there toward Tampa. Tampa proper now, severe thunderstorm warning might be impacting some draft parties down there like next little bit. Manatee, Pinellas, Hillsborough counties involved in that. And then as we get toward our area, not severe, but strong storms may be impacting Jacksonville Jaguar type draft parties there in Duval. So you don't want to be out and about here with a line of downpour. There may be some lightning mixing in there around Jacksonville. And then you can see toward the south here again. This is where we have the warning still for now. Keystone being impacted here right now by some pretty nasty weather right around Keystone there. It's pretty nasty. I don't know if you're actually going to be getting any damage necessarily, but maybe some structures that are a little more vulnerable might be. You never know. But again, you can see there maybe impacting areas close to that RV park out there, even with some heavier downpour, maybe a little bit of a gusty wind that could be even moving some things around a little bit. We don't know the extent of them because we're still a little far on the radar, but these don't look as strong as they did earlier down toward the south. But again, I'm not 100% sure, and I think our airport site might give us an update here soon. Be helpful to see. I know looks like some different gusts here coming in here into our source. I guess 33 recently at the airport down there, a little bit less than what it was earlier. We have an airport site down here where we should get a gust in too. So this just kind of went over them. We gave you the heads up that this around Keystone earlier on, not a tornadic situation or anything like that, or even a really large hail situation, just a damaging wind situation for Keystone and Keystone Heights, but could have some tree limbs blowing around, something to that level here in parts of Clay County, as we've kind of been giving you guys the latest on that over the last few moments. You can see that kind of how it went on through there. We'll have to see how it holds together as it gets further to the north. It may try to weaken out a little bit as it gets further up into toward Clay County, the worst of that. So to the south, it doesn't look as impressive. I know there's a lot of obscureness really on the radar, if that's a word. I guess that's to just say everything's kind of being obscured here a little bit because of the rain all around here. So it's hard to see through stuff further on down toward the south. But that one area kind of stands out there in Clay County. I feel like, I mean, we may get some reports in that suggest otherwise, but I feel like they may go with this an advisory at that 9:45 benchmark here, but we'll see. We'll see what the scan says. It's a little bit stronger here on the southern end, south of Eureka, it would seem as well. So we'll just continue to monitor the progress of this here through the evening hours. I know you can see here we have this yellow box again. Severe thunderstorm warning in Gainesville. The worst is through them, but you guys there, if you're watching, we still have some gusty winds on the backside possibly, as they just updated the warning now. New update, 9:28, severe thunderstorms extending along the line from Lake Geneva to near Anthony, moving east to northeast at 40 miles an hour. Interlochen, Keystone Heights, Melrose, Fort McCoy, Citra, as well as Hawthorne, Spar, Florahome, Melrose Landing, Orange Heights as well here in the latest updated polygon. So that's kind of storyline there. Again, it's just for the wind, but wind can cause problems. Winds can knock out power. So you may want to check that Clay Electric power map here, power outage map for Keystone, because we'll kind of get an idea maybe on what just happened there and toward that portion of the viewing circle. So I'm going to go ahead and step off. It may take a second for that to populate here some outages, or if there are any outages there, it'd be nice if there weren't, but probably have at least a few. But anyway, confirmation on Augusta 67 there at that Hernando County airport site around Brooksville here just a little while ago. And our system says 66, but again, it kind of round things a little weird from knots to miles an hour. But again, I'll go ahead and check that Clay Electric power outage map. I'm curious to see how strong this was around Keystone here and that Keystone area in general. That Keystone Airport would be interesting to see what type of wind gust we might have got out of there. Hopefully it wasn't too strong, but let's just kind of see here what we might have in terms of some power outages here as I kind of load some of our different systems in here So bear with me. So Clay County, we do have 127 customers out in the Clay County area that's serviced by Clay Electric, but some of those it looks like they might be in different areas. I'm not sure. Just bear with me here. It looks like we're still getting some new information on in. So looking at the southern tip of the county, so Keystone itself, we're just a few customers out so far, but that could always change here as the situation does evolve and we get more information in. It takes a few minutes sometimes, but in the state now we have 25,931 customers in the dark. That's a pretty good number, not in a good way either, just a pretty big number. As we're looking now, Liberty County over 3,000 customers in the dark, Gadsden County 1,635, Leon County 7,485. There, and then over to Alachua County 4,228, Gilchrist County 1,022, Dixie 355, Levy 2,618, and I mean we're just going to keep watching around there. Even Flagler over 1,000. As I'm looking at some of our different numbers here, the latest ones coming in. I know the Clay County number not going to really populate yet. I mean, maybe again that region though. I mean, you have those 4 counties coming together there. We have, of course, Bradford, Alachua, Clay, and Putnam coming together. So might be starting to get a hint of some of those issues there that arose from this over the last little bit. So again, still with you live on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and Twitch. It's about protecting you, your friends, and your family here this evening with a severe thunderstorm situation that's ongoing. Again, we're in start. The worst is going to the south of us, though, as we kind of were alluding to over the last little bit. But we're trying to see exactly the progress of all this here as that timeline does continue here just a little bit longer. You can kind of see here the progression. Look at some of our different parameters and our different informational details on storm relative velocity and the like. So if you're wondering what I'm doing here, and we have the warning to the south, we're on Tampa. That stuff just hanging together, causing problems, and then this could be causing issues in Jacksonville. It's not a severe thunderstorm warning, but for those draft parties and people outside, you don't want to be outside here. I don't see a lot of lightning showing up with this at this moment, but it could change real quick. One strike is all it takes to cause problems. We saw that toward Bay County and the Panhandle earlier today. So again, that's kind of the storyline there around Jacksonville. Again, Nassau County east of Hilliard. I know we were getting a question about Hilliard earlier on. We ended up getting some gustier wind through there just a little bit ago. Again, it would look like that was a possibility anyway. This advisory here is for gusts of 40 to 50. So we'll just keep watching there. Again, we wouldn't focus on this that much, except that people may be out and about with the NFL draft tonight. We don't want people to get hurt here in this adverse weather. So again, not severe there, but to the south it's been warned for severe. We'll have to see if they expire this at 9:45. They may, but I mean that's kind of where I'm going here. That's what I would lean to, I should say. But I can't guarantee they're going to do that, obviously. But seeing stuff ahead of it, it makes me think this is a little bit less down maybe toward the surface of the worst potential. But you never know. We got to keep watching, got to keep tracking. So, again, no formal update later tonight if you're wondering. Just give you guys that early heads up here. Once again, as you're watching the coverage here, I know we're getting some reports here out toward, it looks like St. Petersburg, maybe. That area there looks like a palm tree was snapped at the base there in downtown. So obviously draft parties there could be really adversely affected, maybe dangerous conditions down there. I don't know the storyline as much with what's going on, but I'm sure people are out and about tonight with the NFL draft ongoing, and you don't want to be caught there without shelter as we look toward the south. So again, around Tampa, severe thunderstorm warnings in play there around Tampa, around Bradenton. We're just going to keep watching the situation, keep monitoring things. I think I saw the power flicker where I'm at here. I even heard that thunder in the background. I mean, we're out of the worst of it per se here in Stark, but doesn't mean that we couldn't have some power issues around us that could kind of impact us, or a rogue lightning strike even. That's not completely out of the question. So, again, we're here at 9:35 on this Thursday, April 27th, 2023. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We've been on for about 6.5 hours now. It's just a one-man band, so bear with my voice here. I might go in and out from time to time, but hopefully we're at the very back end of our coverage here. If this one will go away here at 9:45, then we'll be able to wrap things up and go ahead and just monitor things for the days ahead. We still have that potential on and off here for the next 3 days. So just stay tuned for the latest. cloudweather.com/severe. The latest SBC outlooks are available over there. So keep that in mind there when we're not really giving you guys the latest here on camera and the like. So again, I'm just trying to go through some of our different tools here within our toolkit. I'm going to go ahead and come back now in front of the weather wall, point some things out here. There's some strong storms in central Florida. They're monitoring there, the Weather Service in Melbourne, but severe weather up toward the north here. Severe weather up toward the north here as we look toward that Keystone area, at least a possibility based on the indications in the Doppler radar scans. I know it doesn't look as impressive though. Some of our most recent views. That's the good news. Okay, they just want the significant weather advisory downstream. It would appear. Let me double check. Yes, so significant weather advisory for Flagler, St. John's, portions of those counties, Marion, Putnam, and Clay through about 10:30. So let me make sure that's not. Let me double check here. That could be some of the action out ahead too. But you see the power baby flickering on your screen there. Here in the weather center is. I still have some nastier weather, not severe weather here in Stark, but nastier weather around and severe weather maybe to the south here, causing some issues overall. So again, just looking at things here, you see the line to the west. We'll see for that polygon here when it pops up. I know we have the significant weather advisory for Jacksonville. You got to stay aware of, even if we're not on. For severe weather, that could be disrupted. That could be dangerous for people out there outside here on draft night. In Duval, there in Jacksonville for the Jaguars. And again, looking at some of our advisories to the south, you see some of those. You see warnings there. We're way on too high on the radar to see anything out here, but you kind of get the idea. We're looking at stuff down toward the Tampa area and Sumter County as well with some concerns down there. So again, I know we're watching all this stuff, and there's your advisory. That's what I thought. I had to fit together with Clay and putting them in there. Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to include Clay if it was just for the stuff to the east. So just had a gust there at JIA though in Jacksonville from the west. It looks like at 40 miles an hour. So again, not severe here in Jacksonville, but strong enough. Maybe if you have under a tent there, I don't really know exactly what type of the party accent really is there. You don't want to be out under a tent is what I'm trying to say though in this strong storm accent. If you're at a draft party, something that effect there and the like. I mean, you just don't want to be caught out here in this type of weather because you could be injured even in sub-severe winds. So just keep that in mind here. Not something we have to stay on for, but just something to keep in mind here on Jacksonville. Again, you do not want to be caught without shelter there in toward the Jacksonville area with these storms coming on in that are strong with gusts to about 40. Again, being indicated there over the last few seconds there toward JIA. This could get a little bit stronger, and that site sometimes reads a little bit high, but could get a little bit stronger there, and maybe just get that type of wind mixing around, or maybe even just in their 30 range around the region could cause some issues there to some degree. So keep that in mind. So again, just looking at some of our different information here in the Weather Center. They haven't officially sent out the expiration statement for the warning to the west yet, but except for that one area in Clay County, it looks like this line is more definitely in that strong range. That one area stands out a little, but velocity, it shows a little bit. That actually looks a little bit better than it did a moment ago. And when I say that, I mean a little bit stronger. But overall, things don't look as strong as they did when they were toward Gainesville and areas in Alachua County. So that's the good news there. As we continue along with this coverage, I'm going to see have any more questions here since we were probably close to wrapping this up. So just trying to see what's going on. I know they're getting some pretty strong winds down in Pinellas County right now. They sent some information I'm looking at on the questioning here on our source and our different sources that we have at our disposal. So again, just continuing to give you guys the latest. I know Pinellas County, definitely some nasty conditions down in that region tonight. They're not under the watch formally, but they're getting this line that we were watching over the Gulf be more potent here at times. And with the more favorable parameters right into the coast anyway, become more of an issue. Now, we'll see how far this holds together to the east. We'll just have to kind of wait and see here. The instability is showing up better to the south than it is to the north. It looks like it's really been worked over up here, so it might be harder for this stuff to really get down to the surface. So we'll have to watch to make sure something doesn't come back into play. The watch only goes till 10 with another 20 minutes. I don't know if we'll have any type of local extension on it. We may, but they may just go ahead and take that away here at 10, and then just kind of ride things out to see if they might need to issue a road warning or something like that later on, past that 10 o'clock benchmark. So again, just continuing to give you guys the latest here for a little bit longer. You can see here. Again, just thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me, though, here on this Thursday. Another busy day and more busy days. Hopefully not this busy, but busy days here ahead here in the Weather Center, it would appear. I'm hoping we won't have another situation we have to be on for this long here, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. But if that situation does arise, we'll be here to give you guys that latest information. So, again, we're looking here at areas east of Hampton and Stark here in Clay County. Again, we're seeing some gusts that could be in that 40 to 50 range, but I don't think they'd be getting to 60 here. You never know, but again, and you hear some thunder in the background. But moving toward, it looks like US 17 here over the next little bit in Clay County. Some of this potential. So, again, we'll just be watching for that 995 later on. Again, the instability might get a little bit better over there, but hopefully things have been worked over enough that we don't get any more warnings for a while here in the water local zones. Again, that gust of 40 being noted now on the screen toward the north there. I know, just really haven't, I know, with the NFL draft going on, all those different things, I haven't had a chance to evaluate and just look around to see what's going on there in Jacksonville within some of the media coverage. But I know, just in general, people generally do like to go to some different things there on NFL draft night there. And right now, getting some nasty conditions if you're outside and out and about there, all along there. It looks like Norwood Avenue, I-95, of course, and that vicinity there. Just don't want to really be out and about. Hopefully you're inside, you're able to be in a more secure spot. These aren't like, again, severe conditions, but still, if you're out and about, it could be kind of dangerous. I mean, on the roads there as well, with these type of weather, adverse weather conditions there that are ongoing. So, again, something that's interesting to see here. You can see moving towards St. Mary's and Kingsland there. Over the next little bit, Kingsland already starting to get some. St. Mary's here a little bit later, maybe in that timeline, but not too much later. Again, nastier weather here, not necessarily severe. This still has the warning in the south. Again, it doesn't look quite as impressive, but we'll continue to get the latest on in. The instability dropped off, though, as we showed you on our surface-based Cape values there on our look just a little while ago. So that was kind of interesting to see here in the Weather Center. So Palaca, some strong winds, but hopefully not severe. This advisory to the east here, 45 to 55 mile an hour gust, a possibility as we look there, Palaca, St. Augustine, Palm Coast over the next little bit. So we'll just keep on watching as we get more reports of different things, like a tree down there in Lowndes County, 4 miles southeast of Blue Springs from about 7:57. But that just came in there, that report just came in, so we're presenting that information to you. So again, 9:43 now is the time. We have some warnings to the south still. We still have some warnings toward the south. So again, toward Tampa there, toward Bradenton. You can see there St. Petersburg, some nastier conditions down there. The threats around Bushnell there, severe warning in play for parts of Sumter and some of the surrounding counties for the next few moments. At least may get extended Pasco, Citrus, and Hernando. Again, this warning goes to 9:45. We'll see what happens with it here. I'm expecting it to go away and we won't get a replacement here based on that lack of surface-based Cape values here. We'll just have to continue to monitor every scan here, all these volumetric scans here, just in case something changes on us here in the Weather Center. So some satellite imagery. You can see some infrared information that's really sent a lot off the coast there, the Space Coast. They really had a lot of tornado warnings there earlier around Brevard County. Some nasty weather for those folks there. Our current radar here across the state. I'll go to our Sunshine State view per se, and you can see here we have, it looks like 3-4 boxes there, but some of them be going away here, expiring now. Alachua, Bradford, Clay, Marion, and Putnam. So the box here up to the north, if you want them to go away right here, it'll go away here in just a couple seconds, and toward this area you'll see it kind of pop off, and there it goes out of that view now. And the other warnings there at 9:45 went away too. Some of them might get extended downstate, we'll see, but one still reports in the Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas, a severe thunderstorm warning until 10 o'clock there. That's a highly populated area around Tampa, down through about Bradenton or so. I mean, even some areas there, maybe toward The Plant City could be getting impacted too. Hopefully that's starting to decay. It looks a little weaker on this view, and there are some advisories being issued, so maybe that'll start to be a situation where a warning is not required there. We'll see though. I haven't looked at velocity. We're just looking at that here in a broad perspective. Camden, Glen, strong storm, nothing severe in the local area. Watch continues to attend. Haven't heard anything new on if they're going to extend it, but right now things look a little bit weaker, and we're not expecting at this point probably having more warnings coming up, but they're not something we can completely rule out. So if we need to come back on the air, we will. But otherwise, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me here on this Thursday night. No formal update, but we'll be on here as needed here. If it's later tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to be here to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family here from the Weather Center. So here's a look at everything we're on. Facebook, Casey Cloud WX, Cloud Weather there with the stream, Cloud Casey on Twitter as well. YouTube at Cloud Weather. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that bell icon there if you haven't done so already to be notified of when I come on here with these live streams that provide this important weather information. And then you have Twitch there, Cloud Weather, and even auto alerts there, at least for now anyway, Cloud_WX on Twitter. You can get that information there in terms of some of those warning statements for the Jacksonville and Tallahassee warning areas. And then a resource there, cloudweather.com. I know we have the radar tab there too for an interactive look at things when we're not on the air. So that'll do it for now. If we get more warnings, we'll let you know. Maybe come back on if there's tornado warnings for sure. So for thunderstorm warnings, we'll kind of play it by ear based on where they are and how they look here within our 62 counties. I know we have that one warning downstate. That'll be something that they're following in that Tampa Bay TV market. But right now, again, no active warnings in our area. And that's some good news here. But more threats in the days to come. And we'll keep you guys advised on them here from the Weather Center as necessary. But again, that'll do it for the time being. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. Have a good night.